then walked back a bit on that. Then they raised tariffs on everybody, and US constructs narratives, so they called it reciprocal tariffs, but no math showed that it was really reciprocal. It was high tariffs. And now suddenly it's been paused on everybody except China. Many US partners said that really it is Chinese overcapacity subsidizing which has brought the world to this stage, and the target should really be China rather than anybody else. So is it finally evolving into a US-China trade war? Is that where we are, or is something else playing out?
Yeah. Well, first, thanks to GTS. Always good to be back. Is it a US-China trade war? Not really, because the real war now is between President Trump's policies and the markets. That's the real war, because what we've seen over the last several days is this broad liquidation by a lot of market participants of US assets. Anything branded USA, equities, bond yields blowing out, the dollar, and even things that are not risk assets are trading as if they're risk assets. So that's a very different situation, I think, than just saying this is some kind of tariff war between the US and China. And what's more, between the US and China, the tariffs aren't that relevant anymore, because when you're at 145% on one side, 125% on the other side, basically what you have is a two-way trade embargo. And that's essentially what we have now. The administration has articulated not one, not two, not three, but now four, at least, rationales for what they're doing. The first three of which are contradictory, and the fourth of which is new, the China one, is basically gaslighting. And we shouldn't let the Treasury Secretary gaslight us on this. The first rationale was this all about raising revenue, in which case you need high tariffs, but not so high that trade ceases, because then you can't collect any revenue. The second rationale is it's all reshoring. Well, but then you need trade prohibitive tariffs, contradictory to the first objective. The third thing we heard was this is actually about cutting deals. And if it's about cutting deals, then you need to be prepared to actually roll the tariffs back to take the tariffs off, which, by the way, they have not done because they've left the universal 10%. And on top of that, you still have the sectoral tariffs in place. And Mr. Bessent says we may get tariffs on lumber and copper and so on. And so now we have this new rationale. It's all about China. And I'm sorry, it's gaslighting. Because if it had been about China, they would have gone about this differently from the get-go. They would never have tariffed allies in the way they had. And by the way, ask Canada and Denmark, among others, how they feel about the administration's posture toward alliances. So I think what we're in is actually a struggle between the president's policies and the markets. And in that, having worked for a former Treasury Secretary who dealt with a financial crisis in 2008, I would just say I would not bet on Mr. Trump.
Yeah. Thanks, Evan. So, Rosa, listening to Evan, it seems we don't know what the US objective is as they're playing out these tariffs. Now, from the European perspective, how do you see the Europeans reacting to what's happening? Tariffs imposed on them, reduced a bit, but still high on steel, aluminum, automobiles. So how do you see the European reaction playing out?
Well, actually, with a certain amount of composure, I would say. I think Europeans have stopped divining what the strategy actually is. And had Trump placed this in the context of a US-China rivalry, it would have imposed stark choices on Europeans. But because it's been conducted in a way where the rationality is not clear, Europeans have really had to focus on, finding an agreement. And in the end, there was an agreement. They did not. So the EU has quite a toolbox. Huh? I mean, the transatlantic economy is worth $9.5 trillion, 16 million jobs. So it's a two-way thing. The EU does have the tools to respond to a trade war. They have been preparing the toolbox for several months. But there were dissonant voices about how hard to hit back. And therefore, the net result was composure in the face of the tariffs, which gave the EU the time for Trump to step back without facing his ire, as the Chinese did. there was an interview in the Financial Times of the Commissioner, the President of the Commission, Ursula von der Leyen. She said, we can do this, we can do that, we have several tools. In the meantime, we're going to start reaching out to other partners, and that's what we've seen in India here. If there's going to be a trade war between the US and China, well, Europe can start reaching out to other countries. It has 72 free trade agreements around the world. It is now accelerating talks with India. It's also starting talks with a number of other countries in Asia, Malaysia, Philippines, UAE. Just yesterday there was a phone call. So there's a lot of activity to try and hold back and find other sources of trade agreements.
Okay, thanks. Bjorn, I'll come to you. So you watch China very closely, and whatever be the US rationale or lack of it, at the moment the focus of action seems to be more on China. How do you see the Chinese reacting to it and the strategies they are putting in place?
Thanks, Arun. I think first point to notice and to highlight is that perhaps in contrast to many other parts of the world, China was not blindsided by this. China has been preparing for this fight for years, right? They knew this would be coming at some point. They've been meticulously building the toolbox, sharpened the instruments, written the playbook step by step, and they're now following it. They're also following the playbook step by step in almost, especially in contrast to all the excitement that Trump gives us, in almost boring predictability. Actually makes us as China watchers look really, really good at the moment, because it's so easy to anticipate what China's going to do next. It's all written down. It's all in the book. And what are they playing? What cards are they playing? I think China at the moment has like 2 active cards plus a wild card, and I'm actually not even counting import tariffs on U.S. goods, because I don't think they scare pretty much anyone really, really significantly, perhaps except a couple of soybean farmers in the Midwest. But that's not a real card that China has. Always knew that they don't have it. So they have 2 other cards that they sharpened. First card is make life really, really difficult for U.S. companies and the Chinese market, right? And that is a significant card. It does hurt. And they do so by kind of putting them on one of their 3 sanctions lists, but perhaps even more importantly by kind of needling them with antitrust investigations, with cybersecurity reviews, these kind of things. So lots of tools around to do that. So first on my list would be watch Apple, see what happens there, Starbucks perhaps, and politically ultimately very interestingly, Tesla. Right? So all of those could be in the mix. Second card, in the long term, much more significant from my point of view, export controls on raw materials, on critical minerals. And I don't think it has really sunken in how big that card actually is, especially on heavy rare earth minerals, or heavy rare earth elements that are basically used and needed for everything that China has a very strong hold on, and kind of needed for, I don't know, everything from permanent magnets to sputter targets for semiconductor production, to lasers, to optics, to, I don't know, MRI applications, these kind of things. So everything. Yes, of course, the US has, with Mountain Pass, they have kind of minerals also to be mined, but those are light rare earths, right? And it's not heavy, and heavy is still in China. So perhaps I just mentioned the wild card that is left as a final point, and that is China's hold over US Treasury bonds. And 760 billion, not as much as a couple of years ago, but still significant, and we know how powerful that can be. So all these cards on the table. The wild card, I think China is kind of conveniently placed at the edge of the table, just for everyone to see that it's there, but not quite ready to play it yet.
And the bond market has been reacting in a certain way.
Yeah, we've seen how sensitive this really is and how powerful that card is. Yeah.
And other than that, make life difficult for US business in China, and cram down on some strategic resources and minerals. So that's so. Ashley, coming to you, based in Washington, how are you assessing how India has responded to the Trump tariffs, especially as they've applied? You know, while President Trump himself and others have positively spoken about the India relationship or the relationship with the Prime Minister, but always very, very critical of the tariffs. India is a tariff king and other things. So how have you assessed the Indian reaction?
So thanks, Arun, and of course it's great to be back. I'll make 2 points. The first is we have to resist the temptation of thinking that there is a grand strategy with respect to the way we are using tariffs as a punitive instrument. The president has very strong impulses. He's had very strong views about the global trading system for many decades, and now he is finally in a position to act on those views that he's had for a long time. So in some sense, the actions of the last several weeks are consistent with complaints that he had, which predate the specifics that people have, some legitimate concerns about. So resist the temptation to think of this as a master plan that is unfolding in a sort of systematic way. Having said that, and this is the second point, the targets with respect to India are very specific. And again, they go back to the experience of the first term. With India, the target is increasing market access. And that's really all it is. Now, they tried in the first term to negotiate a package that would address some non-tariff barriers, but mostly tariff barriers. That did not come to conclusion. And so where he's picked up is literally where he left off. And so India, I think, has assessed his objective correctly and is now attempting to address those concerns that he has about market access by, in essence, putting a package that says, on a series of line items, India is willing to drastically reduce tariffs in the hope that there will be some reciprocal benefits that come to India. Ideally, those reciprocal benefits come quickly, immediately, in the context of this 90-day period. In the worst case, they hang out there, waiting to be implemented. And to my mind, it is that asymmetry in time that is going to cause the biggest political problems for the government of India. But at least with respect to India, there is a sort of a logic, because it is precise and we know what the objectives are. On the broader objectives of the tariff strategy, I completely agree with what Evan said. I mean, there are too many cross-cutting and contradictory impulses to call it a genuine strategy.
Shruti, you're an academic. From your vantage and somewhat detached points, do you feel that the real world actors have gone mad?
Thank you, Arun. I don't think anyone is detached from the global trade system. So, to that extent, not so much. So, the way we normally talk about trade in this room is trade politics. So, all of you have been talking about reactions, and you really mean the reaction of a government leader or a minister and so on, right? I'm an economist. And when we think about international trade, we talk about reactions of people who actually put things in a bag, put it on a ship, and send it to each other. And anyone in this room who's filled out a GST form or a customs folio might be familiar with what we call the HSN classification. This is the harmonized system of nomenclature that we follow the world over. So for the uninitiated who've been fortunate never to fill this out, the first 2 digits will be, it's a long number. So the first 2 digits will be something like cereal and grain for rice, right? The next 2 digits will specify that it's rice. The next 2 digits will be wholly milled rice or semi-milled rice. The next 2 digits will say polished or unpolished, and then so on and so forth. And you have, if we start calculating, I had to make a note of this, we have 99 chapters, we have 1,228 4-digit classifications, 5,387 6-digit classifications, and over 17,000 10-digit classifications. So when we say reaction, we mean reaction across these 17,000 different line items that now people need to figure out a new supply chain. And these things just don't happen by magic, right? Because supply chains, I grew up in Delhi about half a mile from here. You all know how far Chandni Chowk is. My mother is still buying her spices from the same place in Karibali that her mother bought spices from. And if I request something specific to take back to the US, I'm pretty sure the same shop will send it to me. So our family has not changed its supply chain. So these things take a long time. So this idea that we can just upend the system and suddenly iPhones will be made somewhere else is entirely unrealistic. You know, you requested me to do this about 20 minutes before the session. I started counting the number of items for iPhones. I stopped at 50 because I don't have time. But in the HSN classification, just the parts of iPhones is more than 50. So this is going to take a while for people to readjust.
So what you're saying is that it will be difficult to adjust. There will be breakdowns in supplies. Prices will go up. Some products may not be available, and that's how this is going to play out. So coming to the next point, in the meantime, even as all this is playing out, people will also be working out alternative strategies, either looking at different markets, regional strategies, or technology development strategies, so that you look at a different pattern of production distribution, production sharing, some sectoral agreements. So, Evan, how do you see US working out a strategy in the coming period?
Oh, I think the US will largely be out of that. And I think the reality is this, where we're heading, the danger of where we're heading is that US industry ends up behind a high tariff wall, while the rest of the world is not necessarily behind that American tariff wall. The US is not going to export expensive US-made products to the rest of the world. And so what's going to happen is there may continue to be a lot of the activity that you're describing among Europe, among Asia, and if I may say so, among India, but with the United States largely on the outside. And it gets to two questions. One is about the United States, and the other is about India. On the United States, if you take, I rarely disagree with my colleague Ashley Tellis, but if you take the kind of story that you told, which is that we're going to head for a period of deal making between the United States and others, that may be the case, but we need to ask, first, why is that deal making happening? And second, what kind of deals are we going to get? And third, therefore, is that the end of the story? And the reason it's happening is not because of a push for lowering, as you put it, market access barriers. It's because, frankly, Mr. Trump's policies are wrecking people's economies. And they're wrecking the global economy. Why are these, I think he said, was it 70 countries or 75 countries? They're calling me up. He said, quote unquote, they're kissing my ass. They're coming to make deals. Why are they coming to make deals? They're coming to make deals because he's wrecking their economies. And so when you're bleeding, you stanch the bleeding. Okay? But what kind of deals? You can't negotiate 75 deals in the time that we have. I worked for Bob Zellick at one point. Bob Zellick did the US-Australia Free Trade Agreement. That thing took years between Zellick and Mark Vail. Okay? So the kind of deals we're going to get are not across and behind the border deals. These are going to be purchase deals. They're going to be at the border purchase agreements. And at the border purchase agreements, you can do that, but that's got nothing to do with changing the structural impediments, either in the United States or that face American business elsewhere. So the way we talk about market access is important, because market access can mean market access for American companies to sell stuff, or it can mean the market access that I think India wants, which is American companies to invest here, make in India, make jobs. So if I were sitting in India, I would be surveying a landscape that's a little bit different. For example, I might ask a question about the RCEP agreement and the problem with being on the outside of RCEP, where between Vietnam and China, for example, now there's basically a 0% tariff wall on a lot of things. I understand why it happened. I understand the political debate here. I understand that India was very focused on protecting what it had, but the problem with protecting what you had is you're not as oriented on what you could have in the future. And in the landscape that's shaping up, that may lead in India to a different set of conclusions about how it wants to reach deals, not with the United States, which is going to be this limited set of at-the-border purchase stuff, but to potentially, I would think it might be in your interest to be more open to much more ambitious deals of the kind that everybody but the United States is still interested in doing.
So, Rosa,
and that's where the Europe piece becomes interesting again.
Rosa, what are the alternative strategies that Europe is looking at?
Yeah, I mean, Europe has always put, in terms of reaching a deal with the United States, buy more LNG, buy more military kits. There's a spending surge in defense. But actually, the longer-term strategy is build, foreign free trade agreements with third countries, build relationships with third countries, and go global. And we've seen this. This is after 15 years in which the European Union has actually been quite introverted. All of a sudden, they're going global. Europe has done very well out of the free trading system. Europe's economy is deeply embedded into international trade and interdependence. And we saw in the Brexit years that actually Europe is willing to pull out its claws to protect its single market. So it's going to do that, and it's going to think long term in those issues, and short term in terms of finding something that will suit Trump's appetite. But that is where it's going. It's going to look for partnerships to think about modernizing WTO or finding new ways to reach agreements, to work on shared principles, and that's what it's going to try and do.
Beyond, for China, other than causing pain on US and US companies, what is the alternative strategy that you see emerging from there?
No, I think that trade flow diversion from away from the US is, I think, one of the most fundamental, most structural things that come out of this trade flows from China to other markets in the rest of the world. And I think it's going to be very significant. You mentioned RCEP. I think that's one of the arenas where this is going to play out quite heavily. But at the same time, especially for technologically more advanced products that China is now also competitive in, and they want to export, it's also not going to be a totally easy game. Many markets, India, Europe included, are worried about this and are not going to be kind of standing there open arms and welcoming Chinese products in. And China, from a Chinese perspective, China knows this really well. And I'm kind of also China always surprises. I'm also surprised how fast they are moving on managing this problem. I think, everyone is talking about the phone call that has not happened, which is between Xi and Trump, right? I think few people are talking about the even more astonishing phone call that did happen on Tuesday between Ursula von der Leyen and Chinese Prime Minister Li Qiang, where they very clearly talked about kind of managing this new situation and even going into the direction that kind of was not on the table, anywhere near the table only a couple of weeks ago, talking about a compromise on EV tariffs and kind of replacing the European tariffs with a minimal price, for example. That's astonishing and fast and not open-ended and not sure where it goes, but the dynamic is really fast.
Ashley, again, based in Washington, as you're looking at India's evolving strategies, many have said that how India is looking at its trade agreements today is very, very different from what it has done in the past. So how are you assessing that?
So there are several strands that I want to tie together and respond in part to Evan's argument. The Indian problem is a unique problem, but it is embedded in a larger complaint. And that unique problem is, how does one create specific openings for the United States, given the decisions India made from 2017 onwards with respect to managing China? The Indian government reached the conclusion in 2017 or thereabouts that India was subjected to significant Chinese dumping. And the way to deal with that challenge of Chinese dumping was to essentially raise tariffs. Now, unfortunately, India could not find a legal solution that allowed it to target its solution to China alone. And so what they ended up doing was creating a broad brush solution that affected everyone, including the United States. Now, the Chinese learned to live with the Indian constraints because it was soonly followed by geopolitical crises and so on and so forth that made the Indian actions essentially accounting errors in the broader scheme of things. But the United States did not look so nonchalantly at the collateral impact of Indian actions. And so since the first Trump term, the grievance has been we need to get India to give us this differential treatment because we don't care about what your rationale for the imposition of tariffs was. We only care about the impact on our interest. And therefore, in the first Trump term, they came up with a list of items, some of which were actually legacy items that go back to Bob Zelik's conversations with India in the early 2000s, especially things relating to some agricultural items, right? So now what India is doing, given that it is at the receiving end of some very punitive measures, is looking at a targeted response. And the targeted response is essentially, we will bring down merchandise tariffs. Now, there is a bigger problem. And the bigger problem is what are the general equilibrium effects of the second order consequences? Because it's not just a bilateral game between the United States and India. Will there be actually opportunities for India if there is a differential tariff rate that is maintained on India's competitors? I mean, this is the point that Piyush has been making in the last few days to the consternation of people in Beijing. We don't know the answer to that. As Shruti pointed out, we are not in a world where we are simply trading finished goods from destination A to destination B. So even if there is a solution that involves India, but there are continuing tariffs on inputs and intermediate goods coming from countries outside of China, what is going to be the impact on Indian competitiveness and India's ability to play a useful role in the global trading system, right? These are all big questions for which we don't have answers.
Okay.
And until this thing shakes out, we will not be able to say anything with confidence.
Absolutely. So, Shruti, given the current situation, do you think India can derive some competitive advantage from the fact that many of its potential trading rivals may have higher tariffs against their products?
Yes and no. We have to dramatically reduce our tariffs. So I agree with Ashley that we need to send a targeted signal to the United States, but there's a serious problem of tariff inversion based on all our inputs, right? So the US is our largest trading partner on the export side, but China and Asian countries are our largest trading partners on the import side. So all our export competitiveness, as Ashley mentioned, is completely short if we don't dramatically reduce tariffs or, as Evan said, join the RCEP or find some other systematic solution such that we can become the place, the trusted place for assembly or shipping or something like that. So I think irrespective of what the rest of the world does, India must reduce its tariffs. And I think what will happen globally is, I mean, your top line tariff is 125 or 145 or whatever the posturing is tomorrow. But it'll be like license permit, Raj, right? So you'll have an extra 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then you'll start working in all the exceptions. You already have stuff for semiconductors and pharma. So we'll go back to a very cronyist way of doing things, and you'll have to strike deals one by one. But still the signal you got to send to the world when it comes to inputs and the signal to your own manufacturers so that they have export competitiveness is to have low certain tariffs. So my advice to policymakers in India is pick a number. It should ideally be a single digit, preferably low, but maybe a high single digit number across the board for most things.
All right. So we'll now do, given the time constraint, a rapid fire round, half a minute each. So the question now is, what is the pain threshold that each society has to deal with the consequences of what's playing out? So Evans, what is going to be the pain threshold for US and for the Trump administration?
It's not knowable because it's really a political question, not an economic question. And, most people thought the president reversed course because of the bond market. So you could say that's the pain point. But of course, then the president came out the next day and said, oh, the bond market had nothing to do with it. So if the bond market had nothing to do with it, then number one, why'd he do it? But number two, it means he's oblivious to what's happening when bond yields explode. That's a problem in and of itself. So I think the answer to the question is going to be political. And it's going to be at what point does the administration generally and the president personally think they're paying a price with the electorate? And the administration doesn't really care about most of the electorate. It's the part of the electorate that is most supportive of them. And that's not farmers and ranchers, because we discovered what happened last time was farmers and ranchers paid a big price, and they went out and voted for him again anyway, twice more. So it's other parts of the electorate that are not the MAGA base, but that made the difference for him. So I would watch kind of reactions to inflation, consumer behavior, and the bond market, because the advisors care about it. But I really think it's a political question, not an economic one, and it's entirely domestic in the United States.
No, sure. So, Rosa, given the political churning in Europe, what will be the pain threshold in Europe to push back on tariffs and other trade measures from the US?
Yeah, I mean, politics in Europe are volatile, and I could spend the next hour talking about that. But that is one problem. And of course, it can happen in a major country that there is a volatile political situation, and that could upend the whole of the EU response. But the other thing really is Europe's economy is not in good shape. And in this context, Europe needs to really double down on deepening the single market to make it attractive for global markets. And that's not an easy task. It's been on the cards for a long time. And there have been a lot of political obstacles to creating a banking union, to creating a capital markets union. But that is actually what's needed to make sure that Europe's economy can compete with these challenges.
Okay. And beyond, how do you see China's capacity to bear pain and push back? As one of the Chinese statements said, fight till the end.
Exactly. No, yeah, and that points to the exactly the right factor here. I mean, if you start your day like I do, kind of reading Chinese newspapers, you discover the language is enormously strong on kind of sacrifice that needs to be made, endurance, kind of to win that fight, and kind of really kind of also kind of mobilizing public opinion around that. And I think it kind of on balance with China's ability to do that and kind of creating a very high pain threshold in the population, I think China has an asset there, kind of on balance over kind of and an advantage perhaps over others, but also not unlimited because COVID crisis has shown there is also limits to pain thresholds also in the Chinese population.
Ashley, so do you see India needing to bear pain or use this moment to carry out some needed changes and, in a way, charm President Trump into accommodating India's needs?
Well, I hope that India follows Shruti's advice, because I think for its own sake, a lower tariff rate is in India's own interest. But I think in the bilateral space, we are going to have a test very, very quickly, because India is essentially putting on the table large concessions on merchandise. The US, if it provides reciprocal concessions, there's supposed to be a reciprocal negotiation. If it provides reciprocal concessions, it will probably be at the tail end of the process. So in a sense, we're asking India to bear costs upfront, while we provide benefits downstream. Now, will the politics in this country permit that? Will Indian exporters and Indian business tolerate that kind of a solution? Is the Prime Minister willing to take the political costs of selling that? These are going to be very big questions and not easy questions.
So you're saying be patient and come out a winner at the end?
Well, you have to come out a winner soon if this deal is to stick to begin with. But even apart from the deal, as Shruti said, you make these decisions for your own sake and not simply because we are turning the heat on you.
All right. And Shruti, final word to you, half a minute. What's your advice to everyone? How to bring the world to sanity?
I think of pain threshold in terms of GDP per capita. We should not be delusional. We're at about 2,200. China is 6 times richer than us. South Korea is about 15 times richer than us. EU is about 30 times richer than us, and the United States is about 33 times richer than us. So that's the pain threshold. We have 1 billion people living at sub-Saharan levels on food rations. I don't think there is much room in India to play around and deal with this, few months at a time. India just needs to do broad-based reforms for its export competitiveness, and I doubt there's any way out of it at this point.
Thank you. So I think the takeaway from this is we are all in for a wild ride. We don't know what's going to happen. Hang in there. It will eventually work out. So thank you very much. So thank you very much. And I request all of you to give the panel a big hand because they stepped up at the last minute.
Thank you, dear speakers. May I request the audience to please settle down. Our next panel is... Our next panel is very aptly titled Guardians of the Galaxy, Space Security Norms and Partnerships. For this, I have the honor of welcoming to the stage Marjolijn van Deelen, Space Envoy, Special Envoy for Space, European External Action Service, my apologies, Ambassador Anupam Ray, Ambassador and Permanent Representative of India to the Conference on Disarmament, welcome sir, and Anirudh Sharma, Chief Executive Officer, Digantara. Moderating this session is Konak Bandari, Fellow Technology and Society Program, Carnegie, India. Can I have the video, please? Over to you, Konak.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to this panel on space security norms and partnerships. So, we're on the cusp of a new space race, and some people might say we're already in the middle of a space race. This new space race is essentially marked by increasing collaboration and also competition among private space actors, but nations as well. We're also seeing increasing focus on certain areas, for example, lunar resource extraction. We're looking at outer space, deep space exploration, and also commercial space tourism as well. So those are some areas which we're looking at increasingly in this new era of space race. This is noticeably distinct from when we look at the previous space eras, which were there in the Cold War, which was marked by projects of national prestige. This is a bit different now. So essentially, we're seeing a buildup of space assets because the new space race is marked largely by commercial prospects, commercial considerations, and economic growth. So we're seeing the buildup of space assets in a big way. Now, these space assets are essentially, dual use in nature. They also have civilian purpose, but they also have a military application as well. And so they can also be used for hostile reasons as well. So going ahead, we're seeing now these space assets being integrated into the space arsenal of major space economies, but we're also seeing them become integral to the carrying of the statecraft as well. So essentially what this means is that we're on the cusp of astropolitics, which is increasing geopolitical contestation in space. And what that has led to is that we're seeing the potential for escalation of conflict in space as well. At the same time, we're seeing an increasing commercialization as well. So a lot of private space entrepreneurs have essentially developed space technologies in a rapid way. And as usual, as is the case, we've seen how sort of the law struggles to keep pace with the technology. And so international space law norms have still not clearly defined the contours of how do we sort of go about looking at this new space tech. So this panel is essentially going to be about looking at, where do we stand on space security? What role do multilateral norms have when it comes to sort of looking at space security? What are the areas of differences as well between all the nations as well? And number two, we'll also look at the role of private space, like all the private space entrepreneurs, private space enterprise, when it comes to this area as well. So with that, the first question, I'd like to go to Ambassador van Deelen. Ambassador van Deelen, I wanted to know a little bit about the EU vantage point on space security and the correlation that has with the space safety, sustainability. We are seeing increasingly a large amount of cybersecurity attack on satellites. We're seeing, rendezvous and proximity operations being also happening. So the point is that space, which was supposed to be a global commons, a safe space, is not that safe anymore. So the EU has also, increasingly acknowledged this. They've come out with a strategy in 2023 when it comes to, I think, space security and defense. So where is the EU exactly on this topic of space security? Over to you.
Thank you very much, Konak, and thanks very much for having me. It's really a great pleasure to be in this fantastic conference. Indeed, as you say, the EU realized some 4 years ago that space is a strategic domain. Before that, we were very much focused on the civilian use of a civilian space program. You know, the EU space program, Galileo, Copernicus, they're very well-known entities, and they were designed to be free, full, and open. And that world no longer is. We've came to realize that by deciding jointly with the 27 member states that we see space as a strategic domain. Out of that landmark realization came the strategy you mentioned. It came out in 2023, which is a strategy for space security and defense. So very much separate from what we do on the civilian side with the EU space program that is managed by the European Commission. And this strategy has 5 pillars. I'll briefly go through them. The first of them is to have a common understanding between EU member states of the threats that we face in space. And we do that in a classified way together with the services of our member states. We have a space threat landscape, so to make sure we have a common understanding of what we face. And what you mentioned is, of course, very much visible on that. It's the cyber, it's the potential use of RPOs, but it's also ASATs, which create a lot of debris and which could target our satellites. It's also a lack of transparency by some actors that doesn't give us confidence. So that's a starting point. Second element is the resilience and protection of the EU space program. So this very much relates to making sure we have launch capacities, that we have a vibrant industry, and also that we can develop future programs. Third one is related to our response to space threats. In order to respond, you need to be able to detect a threat, to characterize it, and then to also attribute before you can do a diplomatic response. EU being a civilian organization, we would always have a civilian response, a diplomatic response. Any military activity, if there were any, it would be through member states, but not through the EU as an organization. Then fourth is the use of space for security and defense. As I said, the programs in the past have been very much designed for civilian use. We know that security actors and defense actors make use of the data, but those were not designed for them. So we're working to get user requirements for military organizations in the EU and also civil protection organizations. And we've already embarked on 2 new elements of the EU space program. One is governmental SATCOM, the IRIS² program, for which the contract was signed last December. And we're working on a pilot for an Earth observation governmental service. So that is really also a deviation from the past. And the 5th one is partnering for norms, rules and principles of responsible behavior. Because the normative basis that we have is too limited. And we really feel we need to work in the UN context in order to make sure that we have international agreements on how to keep space secure. And we do that together with our partners. So priority for us is now to implement the strategy. This is one thing of getting there with 27 member states. So we now is focus on the implementation. And for me in particular, it's on the normative side and it's on the partner side.
Thank you, Ambassador. Ambassador Ray, if I may come to you for a second. The UN has remained the forum for any multilateral debate on space safety and security. How do you look at the way India has viewed the discussions which have happened at the UN level, and how has India participated in those same discussions?
Yeah, thank you, Konak. Firstly, thank you to Rudra and to Carnegie India for organizing this and for inviting us. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of Ambassador Venkatesh Verma somewhere in the audience. He's been a mentor to me and to many of us in this field. very privileged to be on the panel with Mario, and the EU is one of our most important partners. And to someone like Anirudh, the future of India and my pension depend on how well he does as a space startup. The regulatory conversation on space at the international level is a very old one. At the current moment, the only regulatory framework is a cluster of treaties and understandings built around something called the Outer Space Treaty, which was negotiated in 1967. In 1967, there were 400 objects in space. And this was about 7 or 8 years after Sputnik. The entire use of space was for military purposes. Civilian use of space only came later. Today, we have 30,000 objects, in space, any number of say, what we call space junk, lots of debris. The number of space launches is at an unprecedented high. The cost of space launch has come down by 90%. Satellites today are small satellites, and you have constellations. So what it does is that it creates a regulatory challenge which the OST is inadequate to tackle. Now, since the origins of space of all space programs are, excepting the Indian one, I must add, are essentially military in nature. So the OST is a very peculiar treaty. When it came up in 1967, 14 of its provisions of its 17 articles are more or less drawn from the Antarctica Treaty. Okay, and the rest of them have some WMD, weapons of mass destruction obligations. Today, in space, you have thousands of satellites. Many of them are dual use. Okay, civilian space use has exploded. Space capacity is not universal. There are about 190 countries in the world. About a dozen have any meaningful space capacity, in the sense that they have all the verticals of space capacity: launch, satellite fabrication, satellite operation, satellite applications, and SSA. So there are multiple conversations going on. How do you reconcile the military aspects with the civilian aspects? The space economy today is about according to McKinsey, about $630 billion. It's expected to go up to around $2 trillion in the next 10 years. When the Outer Space Treaty came up, there was no possibility of, say, asteroid mining, of human habitation in space, manufacturing in space, energy production in space. Okay, and these are very real possibilities now. So how do you reconcile these two? So the Indian approach is that we participate in these conversations. We are conscious of the fact that we would like that we have space ambition, and we have the record in some ways of delivering on many of these aspirations in space. A number of conversations are underway, but broadly they can be divided into what we call the Geneva track and the Vienna track. The Vienna track deals with safety issues, and the Geneva track deals with security issues. So what we have in Vienna there's a series of principles have come up called the long-term sustainability guidelines, which look at how you avoid debris and how you sort of move in space without space traffic management, essentially. Okay. So these are the issues there. On the military side, there are two essentially. There are the fiercest arms race currently underway is in space. If you take out space capacities, you go back to being a 20th century military. It's a space capacity today that determines where you stand in terms of military ability. It's the strongest enabler today. So that produces a number of issues. I can come back to them in my next answer. But we are determined to be a part of the solution and not the problem. We want to work more with partners like Mariolin and the European Union, all other players in space, and also to take into account the interests of our growing private sector and our national space agency, ISRO. Thank you.
Ambassador, if I have a small follow-up. Essentially, the thing is that the perception seems to be that the UN could do more to, to perhaps catch up with the evolution and the breakthroughs in the tech. So the international space law has not really kept up pace when it comes to the evolution of breakthroughs in technologies in space. How effective is the UN in tracking all these breakthroughs which you mentioned about, a 90% drop in the cost launch and all these issues? How effective has the UN been as a forum for not just discussions on regulations, but also on tracking the tech as well?
Yes, you cannot consider space in isolation. It's one of the emerging technologies that's coming out, whether it's biotech or bioengineering and so on, artificial intelligence, robotics, cyber. Space is one of this clutch of emerging technologies that come in. All of them face regulatory challenges. The AI regulation, there's no way that you can anticipate what's going to come up, because you don't know whether autonomy is going to happen or whether when it's going to happen or what it looks like. Similarly, in space, it's very likely that we'll be it's a stated ambition. The US government, for instance, its stated objective is colonization of the solar system. It's in one of their space policy directives. Okay, I mean, how do you approach something like that? There have been attempts in the past to say designate space as a province of all humanity and so on. It's similar to what was done in the Antarctica Treaty when the concept of global commons was terrestrial. Okay, so we are facing challenges on a scale, I think, which is unprecedented in humanity. The only thing I can think of is of the papal bull of the 15th century, which divided the world into two, half for Spain and half for Portugal. Okay, so it's a challenge on that scale, and the UN is the best platform we have. The UN is only as good as the resources that are available to it, or what the member states bring to bear. It cannot outrun that.
So Anirudh, I mean, as Ambassador mentioned earlier on, space was something which was largely the, sole preserver of the military activities a long time back. Lately we have seen some civilian aspects as well. But commercial considerations into space is a new thing altogether. How have you gone about building capabilities on that front in essentially what seems to be an area where there's been largely sovereign functioning? How has Digantara gone about sort of, approaching that?
Thank you, Konark, for having me here. So to answer the question around how has commercial sector evolved itself, and then the navigating of policies and building something in commercial space mainly happened because of the innovation, and the cost of launching to space has become much cheaper these days. So having said that, space was one sector that was mostly military in nature when it started. But then we have more than 70% satellites in orbit today that are purely commercial. Out of 13,000 active satellites at this point in time, more than 7,000 or even 8,000 are just commercial satellite players operating constellation of satellites. This change was not expected in the past. So the regulations did not change drastically from back then to now with all the innovation that is happening. So I see private sector to be more like a tech enabler and not a policy driver for a lot of things. So we just help towards accelerating a lot of technologies that are necessary for both civil and military applications. For instance, when we started Digantara, we started this company as a company that focuses on tracking objects in space and building a catalog that can support commercial space operations purely. But we didn't know the fact that military has a huge application around this when we started. Today, most of the work that we do, probably more than 80% that we do is for military, not for commercial use case, by tracking every single thing that is happening in orbit. That is also because of being in the right time at the right place. With all the geopolitics going around the world, space has become more imperative in terms of sovereignty, national infrastructure as well. So we support most military agencies today, balancing out on like at the policy level by helping them track adversary satellite activities, and also support in a lot of military applications that can be derived out of space. The last part is the fact that space itself today is going towards becoming more and more commercial in nature. What was science fiction in the past is no more science fiction. We're talking about commercial human space flights, and a lot of in-orbit activity, which means there is a need for infrastructure, just like we have one for aviation sector, which means somebody has to build for a solution to understand every single space activity. So that's something that we are focusing on today, because going further down, when we have around 60, 70,000 satellites, this will be more important from the standpoint of operations. And like Ambassador Ray mentioned, there is no way you can draw boundaries in space. So everything is more like a common good, and whoever launches first gets that particular orbit. So it's called the orbit carrying capacity. So like given that fact, with GEO and LEO, there are different dynamics in nature. For GEO, we have more like an orbit carrying capacity concept. Inherently, people think space is infinite, but it is pretty much finite. The usable space is pretty much finite. So the number of satellites that are going up is significantly high. In just last 3 years, we've seen 6-fold increase in satellites, which means there needs to be an understanding where a public organization works very closely with private organization to accelerate the technology development to support the needs and the growth of this industry, and that's what we are supporting mostly.
How does that happen in practice on it? How do you actually go about working with the public organizations? What does that look like on the ground?
So when we started initially, it was very difficult to create awareness around something like space situational awareness, which was purely military. And like even at this point in time, a lot of countries view space situational awareness just to be military in nature. Like Europe today focuses more on civilian use cases of space, but America and Russia, China sees more military in nature. So when we work with these organizations, we balance out their needs. So for example, today for India, we're working with both civil and military use cases. With ISRO, we are focusing mostly on providing collision avoidance and tracking of objects. But for defense, it's mostly towards understanding adversary satellite activity. The same thing is happening in the US as well. US maintains the largest catalog today of space objects, but the catalog is not enough because it only tracks 30,000 objects, while we have more than 900,000 objects. So our role comes into picture in two levels. One, in ensuring we work with the policymakers, where they can regulate something like air traffic management, but for space, by having a single agency who is buying all this data and maintaining a catalog, providing service through this regulatory arm for all the satellite operators who are launching satellites to space. Just the best example is UK at this point in time. UK does this through the regulatory arm, where if any satellites are to be launched from UK, they provide all the services that are associated with space situational awareness through the policy agency or the regulatory arm, who predominantly purchases data from commercial companies like us. The same thing we've seen in other sectors like marine domain awareness, aviation sectors, where we have precedents from the past. We're following the same footprints, but here the only complexity is we can't draw that virtual borders as well, which is where we have to be global in nature. Even if we are a commercial company based out of India, we today operate in multiple countries, follow the rules of the local country that we are operating, and then providing services accordingly.
Ambassador Van Deelen, you mentioned in your answer the 5 key priorities of the EU when it comes to space security. So my question here is, what does that look like in practice in terms of the implementation? When we're talking about sort of application of those particular pillars, how do you go about engaging in different forums? So we have the UN, but we also have the open-ended working group as well on the prevention of armed race in outer space. So what does it look like when you're engaging at different forums? And my second part of the question is, where are the area of differences with different countries? Do different regions have different vantage points? Do they have different opinions on what space security looks like?
Okay, thanks for that question. I think the last one I need to think about a little bit, and I don't think it's a regional approach. It may be country-specific more than anything else, if there is. But in general, I have an idea that there's a very good perception across EU member states of the threats that we face and the need for action. And we see that by the very large support for the resolutions that were adopted in this respect in the first committee in New York for a couple of years now. And a process that we had on a previous open-ended working group on norms, rules and principles of responsible behavior in outer space, which included discussions between member states on threats and on different threat perceptions. And it included representatives from civil society and from the private sector. And this very inclusive dialogue, I think, is key to have if you want to get anything done. What it looks like otherwise, I think my good friend Anupam set it out very eloquently. What we do in Vienna and in Geneva, in Vienna focusing much more on safety, so on SST, space traffic management. Those are really important topics to get done. The EU looks more at regional approaches to space traffic management, but we very much agree that we need some sort of international framework in order to deal with who goes where at what time and the right of way, etc., that we have in all other areas of transportation. On the security side in Geneva, I very much meet with Anupam every time I'm there. We were both together in the first session of a new series of open-ended working groups that took place actually the past week in Geneva. We both came from there. And unfortunately, in that session, we really saw geopolitics play out. In 5 days, these diplomats did not manage to agree on an agenda even for this 4-year process. And that was because there was one country that was blocking the agenda. All other countries there were ready to agree. So the current geopolitical context makes it very difficult to come to agreements, especially to come to agreements fast. I think the way we did arms control in the last decades is not how we'll be able to do it now. And that means we're really looking for partners. So we do outreach when we go to these meetings. We speak to as many people as we can, both like-minded countries and not so like-minded countries. For diplomats, it's key to be in touch with everyone, to understand concerns, to listen to them, and to be able to explain our views and positions. But more focusedly, we have a number of dialogues on space and space security with a few key countries, and I'm really hoping India will be next. So far, we have one with the US and with Japan, with NATO. We have a space security dialogue with Korea and Australia. And for many other countries, we have space as an agenda item in broader political and security and defense dialogues. But I think this topic, given its importance, really merits a direct dialogue between our two countries. So that's why I'm here. I'm hoping we can set that up.
Thank you, Ambassador Van Dieren. Ambassador Ray, just a similar question for you as well. You mentioned that India has a knack for delivering at these multilateral fora. Can you give an example of how India has managed to bring together stakeholders, or what is the specific role India chooses to play in these multilateral fora?
Well, thank you. I mean, before I come to that, I think Mayolin, my good friend, has raised some very interesting issues. See, conceptually in space, you have to distinguish between arms control in space and regulation in space. Okay, the conversations often get confused. So what you do to prevent an arms race in space is related to, but is different from what you do to regulate what's happening in space. So a very good instance is raised by what Anirudh has said. The capacities that you use for space situational awareness are called space domain awareness when it comes to the military, but it's the same capacities. Okay, it's exactly the same thing. When you use it for military objectives, it's called space domain awareness. Now, when you come to this arms race bit of it, so let's for a moment keep aside the regulation part of it. The problems that we face sometimes intersect. For instance, if you have orbiting debris in space, and debris in lower Earth orbit, I think goes at the speed of something like 30,000 kilometers an hour. Even a fleck hits a satellite, it's gone. All right, so it's a serious issue. It's a serious issue. Amongst other things, it affects our space launch windows. Now, is this a security issue or is this a safety issue? Okay, we believe it's a safety issue, but there are countries which believe that it's a security issue. There's also, as I said, a fierce arms race underway in space. It's determined by how much you can spend, what your technological capacities are, what your ambitions are. And in this, in the effort to contain this arms race, there are two approaches. Essentially, there is one group of countries, principally China and Russia, which say that, this is a process born out of President Reagan's Star Wars initiative, which said that there should not be any weapons in space. You should not weaponize space. Non-aggressive military uses of space is legal. Okay, so the use of space for military purposes which are non-aggressive in nature is legal. So now there are capacities coming up for space warfare or orbital warfare. Is that legal or is it not legal? These are, say, some of the questions that arise. There is another approach which is sort of championed by the United States, by UK, by the European Union, by many European countries, by Japan and others, which is called the responsible behaviors approach. Now, this is something which is another approach to arms control. It focuses on unintended escalation. One of the pillars of that is a ban on ASAT testing. We have participated in those conversations as well, like we participate in the conversations on the placement of weapons approach. We believe that the responsible behavior approach has its merits. So we have to work with everyone, and this is we are in for the long haul. Now, you talked about how India contributes. The space arms race is a difficult conversation, but let me take you to Vienna for a minute. The long-term sustainability guidelines, which is one of the most important multilateral products that has come up in space, was actually produced by a committee in which India chaired. Okay, so we have a record in bringing about sort of multilateral consensus on these issues. I mean, the last point I'd like to make is that there's an American author called Michael Crippen who writes about space. So he says that whenever there's arms control happening, there are two conversations going on. One is actually about the weapons, the other is about the narrative. And if you are unable to compromise, then the next thing, then the fiercest battle is about who's to blame. All right. As a country like India, which we believe that we are a pole in a multipolar world, and I actually think we are, or we will be very soon. It is important for us not to get sort of taken in by this narrative battle. We believe that all approaches, including responsible behaviors, have its merits. We are glad that Mariolin is here, and we would like to work with them more in developing these ideas. Thank you.
Anirudh, so the private sector has clearly been at the forefront of developing some vital space technologies, right? But it has done so often in close coordination with the government as well. So the IDEX and the Ministry of Defense has a few challenges which they run and announce. So that's how one way the space sector has worked with the government as well. But at the same time, the same companies also work with, say, the US Space Force. So have you seen, or can you speak for the private sector in terms of, are there any challenges when it comes to working with two different set of governments, and how does that impact space security?
So firstly, I think space is global in nature. So as a sector itself, when you start a company within the space industry, you have to be global from day one. You can't be serving one particular market to become a billion-dollar company, because in this sector you also need a lot of funding to start with, which means you need to raise venture capital money or should be funded by the government. So the first step to this approach is to work closely with these defense challenges and few accelerated programs where you get that first foot into the door by working with these government agencies. Secondly, what we've done at Digantra is basically take a different approach where we started to solve for understanding how local regulations work and how can we solve for it locally than focusing on one single company in one particular part of the world. For instance, we have our company based in India, Singapore, and the US. For the US market, we use our US entity to solely focus towards DoD programs and serve for the US military market because the regulatory framework is very different when it comes to space military aspect. So we have American citizens working in our US entity to solve for that problem of Indian company not being able to access US markets directly. That's one part. The second part is mostly on the civil application and the commercial use case side, where again, because the nature of the sector is such that the end customer for every satellite operator today in the world is mostly a government agency, which also brings commercial entities or commercial companies working with another country's company to follow the local government regulations around working with their own company than the outside company. So when we started Digantra, we didn't have a lot of access to the US. While it was easier to work with European companies, it was very difficult to work with the United States because of a lot of export control regulations and paperwork associated with that also impacts timeline on technology development. Having said that, US being the largest market within the space industry for any commercial company, it was very important for us to solve for having an entity there to be able to access a larger portion of the market. So that's how we went about approaching this particular problem. With that, a lot of private companies today, like although they are working on bridge programs like INDUSX, where you have India, US coming together, giving a challenge and working on it, it is still not happening at scale where a commercial company can rely on this totally. So it's just a foot into the door, but then you have to figure out yourself. So I personally think that the models that we have today, be it with ISET, INDUSX, is not a scalable model. And we've not seen that scale even with IDEX challenge yet, like at least within the space industry, because when you're doing something like this challenge, there needs to be a further roadmap around how can you change this from a challenge to a technology that is adapted for the military or for that particular end user. That adaptation is still a problem. So until we solve for that, you don't see anything happening at scale out of these programs, while you still have to be focused on becoming that one defense contractor who is focused towards solving bigger problems than these smaller challenges.
We have a few minutes left, so I think I have space for one more question. So Ambassador Van Deelen, this is to you. As I said at the beginning of this panel discussion, we're entering an era of astropolitics, highly contested, and a lot will depend on partnerships, alliances, and norms. The EU College of the Commissioners was in India recently, including the EU Commissioner for Defense and Space. They spoke about possibly doing something as a partnership with India. What would collaboration on space security with India look like in the future?
Yeah, indeed. The visit of the College of Commissioners, I think, was a key moment that really shows how the EU is interested in cooperating with India in many, many fields, but including space. And I think space was specifically mentioned at those discussions. I work at the EEAS, which is the diplomatic and defense arm of the EU. And we will cooperate very closely with what's called DG DEFIS of the Commission that runs the EU space program. And the strategy that I mentioned is something that is implemented jointly by the two of us. We would really see merit in coming jointly to India to sit down and to look across all these areas of work, how we can best cooperate with the Indian partners. So, as I mentioned, that would look like, as a start, a dialogue where we sit down, speak on many issues related to running space programs, but also to space security. And as you mentioned before, space is a global commons. So, as EU, we really believe that we need to solve the challenges we face jointly with other countries, and India would be an excellent partner for that. We also, the way the EU works, when we set up a partnership, it's a partnership. It's based on mutual interest. We're in there for the long haul. We work on it step by step. That is how we operate, and that is what we really like to do in India.
Thank you. With that, we're almost at the end of our time. I guess the main takeaway seems to be that, discussions are ongoing, space is evolving, the tech, the regulation, everything else. All I'll say is I'll close with watch this space. Thank you, everyone. Thanks.
Could you all please settle down for the next conversation? Thank you, dear panelists, for a truly insightful and nuanced conversation on space security norms and partnerships. Now our day moves in a different direction, a DPI direction. We now move into a conversation titled DPI and Climate Change. It's my honor to welcome to the stage Guilherme Alberto Almeida de Almeida, Program Director, Ministry of Management and Innovation in Public Services, Brazil. Sujit Nair, Chief Executive Officer and Co-founder, Foundation for Interoperability in Digital Economy. The conversation will be moderated by Rahul Mathan, Partner, Trilegal. Please come to the stage. May I have the video, please? Thanks.
Good morning, everyone. It's wonderful to be back at GTS, and we're going to do a slightly different kind of a panel. The context of this panel was sort of set by Nandan in his remarks in passing when we opened GTS. He spoke briefly about, in his conversation with Yanka, about the idea of a DPI for climate. And I want to take a moment to put this in context. We have a very significant year in climate this year. It is the 10th anniversary of the Paris Agreement. It is the time when countries of the world have to reaffirm their commitments, as it were, to climate. The way in which the Paris Agreement is designed to work is that countries have to ratchet up the seriousness and significance of their commitments to bringing down the temperature to within 1.5 degrees centigrade of pre-industrial levels. And this is the time when they have to reaffirm those commitments. Now, as it happens, it is also, as we've heard from the beginning of the day, I was just telling Rudy, this is a terribly depressing way to start the second day of GTS. But it is a fairly depressing time, and perhaps some of that rolls into climate as well. One of the requirements of climate is climate finance, and we know that one of the biggest contributors to that is walking out of the Paris Agreement. And so at this particular time, we have to reimagine, seriously reimagine, the way in which climate is done. Because the fact that temperatures are rising is absolutely obvious and evident. The fact that yesterday we had to shut down the party on the terrace because there was a dust storm that actually killed someone has to have some explanation. And we have to do something about it. And as we said in the early panel, when you're given lemons, you make lemonade. Once the egg is broken, you make an omelette. And we have to find a way to do that. And Brazil has the unenviable task of leading the world in that. And what's really remarkable about Brazil is that Brazil has chosen the opportunity to pivot. And I'm just going to read very briefly a submission that Brazil made in relation to mitigation. I'm just reading from there. They're saying Digital platforms can be used to promote sustainable practices, to facilitate the adoption of decentralized renewable energy systems, to share evidence-based information about climate change. Brazil has successful experiences and creative solutions involving DPI for forest protection and restoration. Brazil is convinced that including the topic of DPI in the discussion on forest protection and restoration presents an opportunity to reflect on the barriers that developing economies face in deploying, leveraging, and maintaining such solutions. This is live on the climate website, which means that a DPI for climate that Nandan briefly mentioned is actually already a reality in the conversation. We have a very short amount of time to cover this, and I've got two people who have rich experience in two ends of the spectrum. And I'm going to first turn to Guy, who is in the department that is responsible for the DPI for climate that was mentioned in what I just read out, and that is CAR, which is the Rural Agricultural Registry. So, Guy, I want you to just put it in context just remember that in this audience, I don't think very many people have seen what a rainforest is, certainly not a rainforest as large as the one that you have. I understand that your rainforest is so big that it can fit India in it. And if that is the size of the climate contribution, what exactly is the problem that CAR has set out to solve?
Well, thank you, Raul, and thanks Carnegie and Ministry of External Affairs for inviting us here. I guess what we are tackling in Brazil regularly, and particularly in the path to COP30, is how to implement preservation policies which are effective. And when you have such huge environmental assets such as the Amazon forest, and I just calculated, I think it's 1.5 India within the Brazilian portion of the Amazon rainforest. So you need to establish monitoring and protection institutions which encompass not only policies but also digital systems. Particularly in Brazil, and I think this is somehow different around the world, you have strong preservation policies. So every single landholder is supposed to preserve areas within their properties, namely riverbanks, top of hills, and so on, but also a mandatory percentage of their land should be either preserved, or if it's not, it should be restored, right, it's recovered. So in order to monitor those commitments, we implemented more than 10 years ago the Rural Environmental Registry. So every single landowner is required to, in a geo-referenced manner, to disclose not only which are the boundaries for his, her, or their property, but also where are the preserved areas, which areas are used for mandatory preservation within their properties. So far, that leads up to 7.5 million more than 7.5 million registries so far, which cover nearly 80% of the Brazilian territory, which is probably the largest database on privately owned forests in the world. So it's a treasure trove of information for climate purposes, but only mentioning where forests are is not enough, right? You just mentioned that finance is crucial whenever we are leveraging incentives for preservation. So we are working and have been establishing several incentive mechanisms to make that preservation to happen. For instance, if you are applying for rural loan, if you want to finance your crops, you need to have such registry. And we have been working together with COS here to expedite that process by providing verifiable credentials in that context so that we can expeditely make this rural loans process even more important and expedite. Also, you need to have validated information on the territory. So, and we've been working together as well with NORAD on that to make sure that we have not only accurate information, but we can use DPIs for georeferencing systems so that could be used abroad. And finally, if you manage to have preserved land, people who have surpluses, they can trade those surpluses. or if you have preserved areas through time, you're either entitled to payment for environmental services, and we've been working with UNDP for that, or it could even become a ledger for carbon markets. So you mentioned at the beginning that there might be a DPI for climate. I would say, I amend that by saying that there are DPIs for climate. So the idea of bundling together several DPI-powered approaches to that can help us to enforce that basic commitment which Brazil has and that might become global, like private property should also have environmental commitments on mitigation and preservation, and then support financial mechanisms to make that to come true. I think this is an initial vision for reference.
It's amazing. We started talking about DPI, but really the more we dig, we find many countries have adopted this particular approach to a lot of problems. And I think this is one of the biggest problems. I think the beautiful thing about what you're doing and continuing to do, particularly with verifiable credentials, is that this is likely to feed into, now the European Union has a requirement that exported crops must be deforestation free. And a verifiable credential could really work to certify that.
That's the elegance of a DPI approach, right? Whenever the system is in place, it can serve multiple purposes. It can serve traceability, it can serve carbon markets, financing, protecting forests, monitoring, AI powering reflections on climate. We were discussing Open AgriNet earlier on, and it totally connects with the information which might be there. So when we realize that connecting the dots is the way forward, we are on our way to COP30.
And look, if we're saying it's going to cost $5 trillion to cure the economy, we really don't have $5 trillion. But with this, we could perhaps cure it for much, much less. And really, that's the idea of what DPI does. It unlocks the abundance that is already there within society.
And more than that, I think collaboration is crucial to that. I just mentioned a few partners around here, and there are more and more, much more people have been discussing the role and importance of DPI for climate. And working together towards a common goal is part of the equation, because as I heard, we need exponential solutions for exponential problems, right?
We need exponential solutions. So if we need exponential solutions, just one solution is not good enough. I'm going to turn to Sujit, because we also have another really complicated problem, and that is the fact that our energy system was fixed, as Nandan said, a century and something ago, and it hasn't changed since then. But right now, we're in a very different world where there is renewable solutions that we require, and we need to find a way to fit that in. Once again, we need to do that really efficiently, because cost, once again, needs to be in mind. So, Sujit, you have worked on such a solution. Can you do a DG for dummies? Because just assume we're all dummies, and we've got to just understand it from basic principles up.
Sure. No, thanks, Rahul. In the interest of time, I'll save the thank yous for later. But I'm a journalist, so I'm also learning on energy, because this is an idea that came to us from the larger community around the work we do, talking about why aren't you doing anything in energy? And that's when I realized, to your point, we are perhaps in the most unprecedented time when it comes to electricity. People are calling it the new age of electricity. Fixing the grid, decarbonizing the grid, one of the most complex machines built on the planet, especially when you have three important trends shaping the future of the grid. One is rapid decarbonization of the industries, and the concrete pathway of decarbonization of industry has been electrification. Electrification of transportation, refrigeration of industry buildings and plants and all of that. So one is this very clearly a demand surge that is hitting the grid because of the electrification that's happening. Second is this whole idea of everybody can be an energy producer today, because the cost of solar and the cost of batteries, the cost curve declines that we have seen is so unprecedented that it's well within reach to have at a population scale deployment of behind the meter, rooftop solar and batteries. And that's happening at such an unprecedented space, so that you're creating a whole lot of a decentralized energy resources. Conventionally the utility grid has been unidirectional, where you have one big generation plant and then there's a transmission corridor and then you have the distribution, and then most of us were like passive customers behind the meter paying the bills. That's the only time the utilities recognize that we exist. To actually we being active consumers and prosumers. So this whole decentralization that's happening. So these three big trends, electrification, decentralization, and the third part, which is the natural digitizations that are happening. And every electric EV car is also a software-driven vehicle. Your thermostats are becoming software controlled. All your systems that take care of your ACs and others are getting software controlled. So there's a natural digitization that's happening. Because of this, we are in a situation where there is a very, very clear case for why the only way to do this at a sustainable scale, at a population scale, and make this this acceleration faster, is to unify these diverse discrete efforts. So what we are seeing is, of course, there are these big grid companies, utilities, and all trying to decarbonize and infuse more renewables into the grid. But parallelly, there is this whole edge grid that's happening behind the meter with all these distributed resources like the batteries and solars and electric cars and everything. They seem to be literally two separate ecosystems not talking to each other. The grid has no visibility behind the meter. Today, when we are talking about solarization of homes and Prime Minister announced 10 million rooftop solars, the grid guys are getting worried, saying that I don't know when is this solar energy generation is being pushed back into the grid if I have excess energy, to which feeder is it connected to? There's absolutely no observability. And the whole of grid in the last 100 odd years have been working on this very tight supply-demand balance. And everything is based on a scheduled generation and management. And we have lost that control, we have lost that observability to manage this supply-demand balance when so many millions of micro-energy resources are plugging into the grid, either supplying energy or drawing energy or pushing back energy from a battery. So it creates a situation where you have an edge grid actually making the big grid stumble and fall under its own weight. So to unify all of this, the DPI thinking is essential to this idea of how do we unify this discrete diverse energy resources in the edge grid and the big grid come together. And one of the things we have noticed when we are looking at the digitization efforts is literally we are building solutions in silos. Of course, there's an effort on virtual power plants and battery systems connected to the clouds. Everything, all the digitization is happening in silos. It's quite literally like as if we are building a road for every car. And this is the DPI thinking of saying, if we have one general purpose digital energy grid as an infrastructure that takes care of all of this come together on a unified energy rail and make them all come together, I think it will create a whole new opportunity for not just grid governance and grid management in wake of these new stress that is coming to the grid, but also create a whole new innovation opportunities both in the private sector and public sector. I'll just give you a couple of examples and I'll hand it back to Rahul. One, today we are having conversations about how a floor mill operator in a village who's probably have a rooftop solar and battery to sort of have its own energy security when the grid is unstable can actually rent out virtually the battery for somebody else to use it to store and retrieve energy. So we are creating what is called as a decentralized battery energy storage systems where even a floor mill operator can participate in a formal energy economy that is taking shape. Similarly, a EV charging operator, a charging point operator, if he's connecting to the grid, is probably getting a brown or a black grid because the grid is not green yet. But specifically for that charging station, he can source energy through this digital energy grid infrastructure to buy it from a remote battery operator and have an electronic transaction to sort of prove that his socket can get green energy because he's actually having an electronic transaction on the protocol that is kind of enabling digital grid to make that happen. So these new ways of imagining possibilities is something unprecedented. So things like peer-to-peer energy, some of the states in India are looking at enabling consumers to trade energy between themselves at a sub-kilowatt level, a sub-megawatt level. And those are some things that can happen if you have common rails. So how do you bring all of them together and accelerate this whole decarbonization effort where you have the businesses, the utilities, governments and regulators all coming together and all that required one unified digital infrastructure. And that's essentially the idea of digital energy grid. It's again a collection of various set of standards and protocols making this happen. And we already have some live implementations going. We do about 65 megawatt hours of transactions every day. On a live implementation of that grid in India, we have 50 companies forming an alliance to make that happen. And we have these transactions happening, and Digital Energy Grid is actually live and happening. And now it's a conversation we are taking globally and inviting conversations from multiple countries, and of course, a conversation with Brazil and the COP30 team as well. But that's essentially what DEG is.
Sujit, I just want to double down on how you're doing it, just to make it a little more relatable. Sure. You are using the Beacon protocol behind some of this. I think we are all familiar with the Beacon protocol from the ONDC perspective.
Yeah.
But can you very simply, because we don't have time,
yes,
just simply explain how the protocol is helping unify all of these things?
Yeah. So essentially, if you look at similar to what we're seeing in ONDC and with energy, you would have an energy producer at one place. It could be a big energy generation company or a local prosumer who has some excess energy on the rooftop. And there's an energy consumer. And if you have millions of them, if they want to have a direct conversation with them, instead of waiting for one big platform to bring everybody together at a population scale, which may not happen, if you want to create a natural conversation between them, Beacon protocol comes in the way of making this consumer-provider interaction on any economic resource happen. In case of Digital Energy Grid, you're talking about energy as a resource. You're also talking about energy-related assets like battery renting, EV charging infrastructure, all of them being accessible. So Beacon protocol as a general purpose transaction value exchange protocol is kind of the spine on which the Digital Energy Grid infrastructure is being envisioned, because Beacon protocol, little did we realize that we'll use it for energy, because it's built as a general purpose consumer provider value exchange protocol as a bunch of specifications, which is what is firing your ONDC and now some of those implementations on DEG.
So this has been a really short teaser, as it were, of how DPI thinking can be applied to just two areas of the climate conversation, both successfully and actually being implemented. We have a long way to go, but a very short time in which to do it. And we're hoping that this has been sort of a teaser for all of you to start thinking about this and seeing how we can apply this sort of thinking to various other areas. I mean, immediately we know loss and damage is a huge issue. When there's a climate disaster, how do we get money to people who really need it? And there's a DPI for that already. It's the G2B payments infrastructure. And so there are many different ways in which we can apply this, and we're hoping that by changing the conversation from what it has been for the last decade to this new way of unlocking abundance, we can actually show how DPI thinking can change the way in which we're having climate conversations. That's all we have to say. We hope by next year we'll have a lot more to say. I would like you all to join me in thanking both Guy and Sujit for doing all of this in such a short time.
Thank you for a timely conversation on DPI and climate change. Up next, we have a short talk titled DPI in Action. It's my privilege to welcome to the stage Mr. Nuruddin Boutayeb, President, Moroccan Foundation for the Promotion of Preschool Education. Sir, the floor is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I want first to thank Carnegie India for inviting me to GTS 2025, and I'm honored to deliver this keynote speech in this session, DPI in Action. It will be around Morocco and its approach to digital public infrastructure. Morocco has positioned itself as an African pioneer in the development of digital public infrastructure, adopting an approach inspired by the Indian model while adapting it to national specificities. This collaboration with India, initiated nearly 8 years ago, has enabled the implementation of two structuring projects and that are gradually transforming Moroccan's digital landscape. First, the Digital Identification System, RNP RSU. As early as 2013, Morocco began reflecting on the modernization of its social aid system, which was until then characterized by a universal approach, as with cooking gas, or targeted but often imperfect methods. The objective was to adopt a more precise targeting system, minimizing human bias, and enable robust identification and authentication of beneficiaries. In November 2017, a Moroccan mission traveled to India to study the Aadhaar system successfully deployed nationwide. During a meeting with Mr. Nandan Nikani, the godfather of the Aadhaar system, a proposal for collaboration emerged to develop a modern identification core in the form of a digital public good. This collaboration led to the signing of an MOU between Morocco and India in 2018 with making the Kingdom of Morocco the first country to integrate its identification system, RMP, around MOSIP. This pioneering initiative has since been adopted over 20 countries, more than 20 countries. The RMP was successfully tested in 2 pilot regions at the end of 2021, being deployed nationwide the following year. Today, this system has enabled the enrollment of more than 20 million people, 22 million people, the integration of 4.3 million households into the unified social register, the allocation of free medical coverage to over than 11 million beneficiaries. New targeted and aid programs are currently under study and can be deployed thanks to the RNP RSU infrastructure, thereby strengthening the Moroccan social protection system. The second project is the FMTPS LTMS Maharat platform to transform education through digital technology. During a visit to Bangalore in May 2024, the considerable progress made by India in the field of DPI since 2017 was noted. The DPI approach, which succeeded the India Stack concept, was particularly impressive for its results in the education sector with the Diksha platform. As president of the Moroccan Foundation of Preschool Education, FMPS, decisions were made to develop an LTMS, a learning teaching management system platform, based on the Sunbird Ed environment. This platform aims to develop the skills of the Foundation's 24,000 educators, serve as a large-scale proof of concept for the Department of Education and Vocational Training, and offer a potentially replicable model in other West African countries. An MOU was signed between FMPS and IIIT Bangalore COS, and an MVP is in the last stage of development with the support of COS, Google Cloud, Protean Tech, Deloitte, and the financial contribution of Co-Develop. This MVP will advantageously replace the e-learning solution previously used in SaaS mode, which was considered expensive and insufficiently adapted to specific needs. The future LTMS Maharat means skills in Arabic and sounds a little bit Hindi. Will offer a structured training path allowing each educator to take an initial placement test, follow a path marked by skills and sub-skills, progress gradually from the grade of junior educator to expert educator. Designed to evolve constantly thanks to the richness of the Sunbird Ed building blocks, this platform can be adapted to other professions by defining skills frameworks and developing specific modules. What next? Despite a relatively short preparation time, a conference was organized last January in Rabat in partnership with Google Cloud, the Mohammed VI Polytechnic University, and COS. This event brought together around 100 decision makers and IT managers from administration and private company. The conference offered an introduction to DPI approach, largely unknown in Morocco, especially recorded address by Mr. Nandan Likani, presentation of the Indian DPI journey by Mr. Ramesh, CEO of COS, a presentation on Diksha by Mr. Shankar Marwada, a presentation of DPI in a box by Google Cloud, and was followed by a lengthy question and answer session demonstrating the interest generated. In parallel with the conference, meeting was organized with 3 ministers, Agriculture, commerce and employment to present the DPI approach and especially the open network approach developed in India through ONDC, Honest, and Open Agri Network. Google Cloud has committed to conducting POC, proof of concept, in these three sectors, with the precise modality yet to be defined. Another action was the Sunbird Ed environment used for the Maharat platform was also presented during two workshops to 4 universities, and the objective is to launch a Sunbird Academy project to develop Moroccan expertise in this technology, thereby broadening the approach of the open source and DPG approach. UM6P, the university, has also expressed strong interest in developing a center of excellence in DPI after the center of excellence in Mozit that is already already developed, and meetings are scheduled to move forward with this project. Perspective and next steps: we have to strengthen foundational DPI to make citizen interaction increasingly presenceless, cashless, and paperless. We have already the ID layer, but we have to work on to accelerate the digital payment adoption in Morocco, and we can be inspired by Indian and also Brazilian experience. Establishment of secure data exchange via QR codes and DigiLocker. We have to develop sectorial DPI beyond fundamental infrastructure. Deep sectorial DPI could be developed in areas such as education and health, and the open network approach is particularly promising for including people excluded from the formal system, facilitating the transition from informal to formal economy, and reducing costs associated with multiple intermediaries. And finally, we intend to create an institutional vehicle to maintain momentum and ensure strong political support by the creation of a dedicated NGO, DPI for Africa, which is currently under discussion. The objective is to establish the structure before the end of this year with the support of Moroccan company and I hope Indian partners. As a conclusion, the DPG for DPI approach represents a particularly advantageous solution for digital transformation. More economical, elimination of license fees and reuse of proven solution. Faster, accelerated deployment thanks to the pre-built and interoperable components. More efficient, guaranteed scalability, interoperability, inclusivity, and digital sovereignty. This initiative aligns perfectly with Morocco's digital strategy for 2030, which aims to make the country the leading digital economy in Africa and to be among the top 50 in the United Nations E-Government Development Index. The large-scale development of DPI project will also foster public-private partnership and stimulate innovation. By adopting the DPG for DPI approach, Morocco is affirming its position as a leader in digital transformation in Africa while developing inclusive solutions tailored to its specific need. But in my opinion, the important thing is to remember that technical and funding matters aren't the problem. It is rather to find enough champions, risk-takers, and strong expertise in change management to conduct DPI project to success. I hope that after giving you an idea of what we did, what we are doing now, and what we'll do next, I will have the opportunity to talk about the how aspects that are more important. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, sir, for that stage-setting talk. I would request you to please take a seat on the stage, as this is a good segue to the next panel, DPI in action. It's my privilege to welcome to the stage Anish Kumar, Advisor, DPI-3, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India, Isaac Vasquez Montilla, Director of Public Innovation, Ministry of Public Administration, Dominican Republic, Gertrude Kadumbo, Chief Executive Officer and Board Secretary, National Switch Limited, Malawi, Rosemary Kisembo, Chief Executive Officer, National Identification and Registration Authority, Uganda, Farooq Yusuf Yabo, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Communication, Innovation and Digital Economy, Nigeria, Noureddin Boutayeb, sir, you're already here, Moderating the session is Shankar Maruwada, CEO and co-founder Ekstep. Can we have the video, please?
Thank you, Mr. Bitayab. That was a very inspiring talk. Welcome, distinguished panelists and audience, to this crucial conversation on DPI in action. I have witnessed firsthand the transformative impact of DPI at the scale of India, especially when it's designed with inclusion at its core, both from my experience at Aadhaar and also as CEO of Ekstep Foundation that works at the intersection of technology and transformation. That is why I'm excited today to have these distinguished panelists, each representing a diverse DPI journey. They'll be sharing their journeys, their lessons, and their way forward as they are all undergoing a DPI-enabled transformation. DPI represents shared digital systems that are secure, interoperable, and support inclusive delivery of public and private services across society. India's journey demonstrates that DPI can compress generational change into years, achieving in 9 years in financial inclusion what would otherwise have taken close to 50 years. The G20 consensus on DPI under India's presidency established that DPIs are essential for equitable development, particularly in the global south. We are also witnessing a historic shift where the global south is pioneering innovative digital transformation, often leapfrogging traditional systems. The creation of a global DPI repository now showcases 54 DPIs from 16 countries, providing a knowledge base for nations embarking on their digital journeys. DPI as a service, or DaaS, which was announced in the last Carnegie GTS, is enabling countries like Brazil, Malawi, Trinidad and Tobago to rapidly deploy solutions without sacrificing quality, security, or sovereignty. Despite impressive gains, there are persistent challenges in DPI adoption that need to be addressed. What concrete lessons can we extract from successful DPI implementations around the world? How can these experiences inform digital transformation efforts worldwide? What practical frameworks and policy frameworks can help nations with limited resources or technical capacity to implement DPI effectively? These are some of the questions we will be discussing. I look forward to our panelists sharing insights from their experiences as we explore how DPI can become a tool for inclusive development across the globe. Rosemary, if I may start with you, could you please elaborate on Uganda's DPI journey with digital identity? It contributed to governance efficiency and financial inclusion while addressing challenges like low birth and death registration rates. What's been your experience?
Thank you very much. Thank you, Carnegie India, for inviting me. I'm always excited to be here. I cannot talk about our journey without talking about Triple ITB Bangalore. I want to thank Professor Rajagopalan and the team, Krish and everybody for giving us the experience that we have had. Our journey with DPI began with a need. What was our need? We are a brownfield, meaning that we had an identity solution, but we had a challenge in 3 key areas. 1, interoperability. 2, scalability. 3, flexibility, or the ability to change at the rate at which our legal system was changing. And 4, expanse. I'll discuss each briefly. So, our vendor product was very good. It worked very well. It was secure. But every time we needed another desktop or another tool to add to our list of tools, would need a new license. Now, furthermore, it had been made 10 years ago, and each time we needed to change something, we'd have to call a team, and they would have to guide us through this. And in essence, we were really locked in. For change, we needed somebody. For every aspect of expansion or improvement or continuous, additions, we needed to have a vendor on board. It was not sustainable. It was not a sustainable model. So enter MOSIP. Our journey with MOSIP began really 2 years ago. And we only signed a contract 1 year ago. 2 years ago, we began the discussion. 1 year ago, we signed a contract with what they call an integrator. And our journey has been exciting. We started out with a small team, and it was an experiment I took, of 12 people who had very little understanding of technology. We interested them in the platform, said, get onto the platform, download it, it's free, you can access it, and begin the customization journey to the Registration of Persons Act of Uganda. It was a slow journey of 4 months, but by 5 months, people had gotten a grip of what they needed to do, and the customization journey began. So by the time we had an integrator on board, we were giving the integrator code to work with. From the DPG we had downloaded, we'd improved it to align with our law, and now we were giving them, please start from here. So for me, that's the first key success, I would say, in our journey. The other issue, what would I improve? Documentation of that DPG. Now, the other thing I would like to highlight, the standardization and information security and inclusion aspects of the DPG that we worked with. Consent became a matter of discussion. It's implemented almost in every aspect of the MOSIP platform that we work with. So in essence, the importance of privacy and protection of personal data became a topic that we were all aware of. It was in our previous product, I must say, but now it came into everybody's space. We had to learn with it and grow with it. What are the other things that I'm curious and glad to know that this DAS has taken off, DPI as a service. Our issue with that has been jurisdictional data jurisdiction across or out of our country. I'm sure there's a solution for it, but our journey has been exciting because of the interoperability, the scalability, the flexibility, and the standardization and information security that the product, that the DPG that we presented with has helped us. It is also going to, we are at piloting stage, but we can already see people plugging into the DPI to expand and strengthen fintechs. So even with the existing fintechs in the economy, the information security and the standard at which the DPG came at is driving, is driving technology up. Now, you don't just program; you have to program at a certain standard. So there is a chance for Africa. We have the smallest T, 10%. So in essence, you can a partnership in this area will really strengthen not just us but everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosemary. Mr. Farooq, Nigeria has gone beyond identity into payment systems, and you've been leveraging DPI to transform civil services into efficient, citizen-centric institutions. And you also tell us about your plans for data exchanges on your journey forward.
Okay, thank you very much, Shankar. And please allow me to first start by thanking the Indian government and indeed their partners for inviting me to this very important and auspicious event. There's been a lot of learning in the last 2-3 days. Now, that said, I would like to put this in context. Nigeria happens to be the most populous country on the African continent, with about 250 million people, out of which 70% is under the age of 35, meaning that the median age is about 19. And so we are in that space where we have a lot of useful population that needs to be engaged. Secondly, it's also important to point to the fact that our economy has been the biggest economy on the continent, and so our GDP requires that we have very robust solutions. And so the government of Nigeria has taken a deliberate position in terms of how do we move forward. And the way it has been done is to go by diversification of our economy across all sectors, to create new job opportunities, to be economically empowering the vast majority of the people that are coming. And one convenient way to do that is through technology. Now, our journey to DPI, I would say, has been a long one. Probably have started before we know anything about DPI. I think back 10, 15 years back, many Nigerian ministries, departments, and agencies, and even private sector have already deployed different kind of digital solutions. But this digital solution has always been in silos, isolated, lacking any very clear standards. Now, with the coming of the idea of DPI, which simply we see as capability to be able to use digital tools to create new economic opportunities in a very inclusive and far-reaching way across time and space. Now, with all of this, the question for us is, where do we stand when it comes to what has already been done in terms of our legacy assets and what we will be achieving if we adopt the concept of DPI as a model? And so it took the government leadership, especially within the digital economy sector, which I am working, almost the whole of 2023 and some part of 2024 to go around the world to engage from India itself to Europe to China to the US. And what we found was that the concept of DPI has two extremes. The first extreme being adopted by smaller countries in terms of numbers, where you have almost what you can call a straitjacket approach to integration and deployment of digital systems. On the other extreme is siloed systems, like you will find in Nigeria and in many other countries, including big countries. And in between are countries that have been able to synchronize and define rails like ID systems, like payment systems and data exchanges to be able to pull in the other strings and have a wider integrated system. And so what we have done lately is to try and place ourselves. And incidentally, we happen to fall at the last extreme, where you have all kind of digital solutions, but that are siloed. And so the question is, if we are going to go into the DPI space or DPI race, where do we start? And so a starting point for us in recent times has been to develop a strategic framework which we see as a long-term visionary and strategic decision that is going to help us to create a digital capability that will be able to provide solutions across economic, social, political, and even environmental problems. And in order to do this, we need to have a well-crafted long-term strategy. And that was what we did. Early in 2014, we launched the Nigeria's digital strategy, which has 5 pillars. The first pillar is knowledge, where we are currently running the biggest capacity building program in the world. That is the 3MTT program, where we intend to train 3 million young Nigerians in all aspects of technology. And this has been on in the last year. We've so far trained over 200,000 young people. The next item is for us defining the policy framework, and that is how the DPI concept came about. As a policy, as a strategy, the government decides that we will build a digital infrastructure leveraging on already existing assets and expanding from that. And of course, we also quickly recognize that for you to do this, you need infrastructure. The foundational infrastructure hasn't been there. As we speak now, we are running a project that is going to install 90,000 kilometers of fiber across all nook and crannies of the country, expanding our broadband connectivity to 95% by the year 2030. This project is already on, leveraging on the already 40,000 kilometers of fiber optics that are in place. And of course, we are looking at innovation, entrepreneurship, and capital as the fourth pillar, with trade being the last one. And so, as we speak, we have narrowed the DPI vision as a people-oriented vision, relying solely on live events. So, the current framework that we have come up with, arising from the strategy, is what you call DPI framework for live event support. So we recognize that the whole concept is to make people happy. And how do you do that? We define from the beginning of the journey, which is a birth, from our birth to our death, there are a number of issues that we deal with regularly. And these are the areas where we want DPI to help liberate and ensure that we are moving forward. So in essence, as we speak, Nigeria already has a digital ID system with over 100 million people already fully identified through the NIM system. We have also, over the years, as part of the Silo program, had the interbank exchange system, which is an instantaneous payment system that is already connecting both fintechs and all other sectors. So in essence, we already have the foundational building blocks for DPI, and as we speak, we are working to develop the data exchange, which is going to provide the integration across all the various legacy assets that are there. And this is going to place Nigeria within the next couple of months in a place where we had already leapfrogged in terms of our economic resilience, inclusivity, and sovereignty. And so we see DPI not as a product to import, but rather as a solution to be built, managed, and cascade into problem solving, happiness creation tools for our citizens. Thank you very much.
Ms. Gertrude, in Malawi, you have been experimenting with DPI as a service. You have evaluated it and you've decided to go ahead with it. Can you please share your experiences on that and inform the audience how such models can be scaled to other developing countries? Why is it relevant to other developing countries with limited resources?
Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to thank Carnegie as well as the Ministry of External Affairs in India for the opportunity to come here, participate as well as share our experiences and also gain some deeper insights in various areas, not only DPI. Before I answer that question, I just want to give a brief background on DPI in Malawi. And I'll start with where we started. So DPI journey, that was way before we knew that this is called DPI. We started in 2010 to be specific. And that started because of, I'll start with digital identification, pressure coming from the banking sector, especially because of some legal frameworks that have been enacted in the country. In 2006, the country enacted the AML as well as CFT policy. And this put pressure on the financial sector when it came to compliance. The reason being that Malawi had no national ID. So we had several documentation that we used to identify citizens. Some were more traditional in the sense that apart from passports as well as driver's license, we used all sorts of things, letters from village headmen, letters from academic institutions or employers and so forth. That put a lot of pressure on the banking sector when it came to verifying those identities and so forth. And then in 2010, two things happened. There were two legal frameworks that were enacted in the country. One of them was the National Registration Law, and the second was a revision of the Banking Act of 1989. These reforms were being undertaken, one for the Banking Act because of the digital transformation that was happening in the payment sector. One of them, the bringing in non-banking payment service providers like the mobile money operators. And the second was for the National Registration Bureau was now to put structures in place that oversee as well as coordinate the implementation of the digital identification system. And in 2017, that's when the digital identification system went live in Malawi. By the end of the year, Malawi had registered and issued IDs for almost 100%. And in addition to that, because Malawi did not have any legacy identity system, we leapfrogged in issuing digital IDs in the country. Now coming to the DPI block that is responsible for payments, we implemented what we call a national switch that promotes inclusive as well as interoperable digital payments in the country. Inclusive in the sense that in terms of participation, both commercial banks as well as non-banks payment service providers are integrated to the national switch. So we do have all the commercial banks, all the mobile money operators, microfinancing institutions, savings and credit cooperatives, as well as fintechs integrated to the national switch. This happened in 2015. Now go to the digital public infrastructure that is specific for trusted data exchange. This is still work in progress. But what happened is in 2016, there was a law that was also passed. This is the Electronic Transaction and Cybersecurity Law. And that law provided a legal framework under which our government came and established what we call an e-government unit under the Ministry of Information and Digitalization. And that work commenced with a lot of challenges. Until now, we are facing those challenges. Now, coming to your question, to your submission that Malawi is working on DPI as a service. This came in because of the challenges, some of the challenges that I'm going to mention. And one of them is that when it comes to digitalizing government departments, ministries, as well as agencies of government, each one of them, they're working in silos. There's a lot of fragmentation in the economy. And that is putting a lot of pressure in terms of how we progress, as well as in terms of financial resources and sustainability of the various systems that are being put in place. The second is to do with, these are solutions that are procured and they don't use open source standards. And for that reason, we have had challenges in terms of us achieving the data exchange because those systems are not interoperable and don't have capabilities to interoperate. And the other issue is to do with technical capabilities challenges. Really, I think that's how we found ourselves in a position where we have all these systems being implemented by different MDAs, although we have an e-government unit in government. In 2023, we started engaging with CDPI, and we also attended the IITB in Bangalore, and that was actually eye-opening for us because most of the issues that we're struggling with, they became so apparent to us. We got to understand that there are solutions out there that we can use. So for that reason, we have been experimenting. We signed a letter of intent with CDPI, and we went ahead, started looking at all these frameworks, especially for data exchange. The fact that from 2016, when that law was enacted, not much has been achieved so far. Of course, the government under e-government has gone ahead to implement a shared platform for all the government services and so forth, and also a billing system for the government services. And that also is supposed to integrate to the national switch for interoperability, specifically for payments. But then because of the issues that I'm talking about, to say most of these systems are not interoperable, this is a challenge to us. And that's why we are considering digital DPI as a service. Now, in terms of some of the challenges in DPI, how we are overcoming them, the issue to do with sustainability and so forth, in as much as DPI has been institutionalized in Malawi, but you find that the issues to do with sustainability in terms of financing and then long-term kind of sustainability, sustaining the operations and all that, it's a challenge because whether it's digital identification, whether it's inclusive and interoperable payments, these are solutions that the country got from outside Malawi, and any change, as my colleagues have pointed out, to say any functionality that you want to add on it, any change that you want to introduce and all that, it comes at a cost. And the issues are compounded because that dependency on vendors, then we haven't equipped our own people with the right technical skills for them to be able to develop systems as well as to maintain those systems. So there is heavy reliance on the vendors that are supplying those solutions. So DAS for us is the right solution. In terms of sustainability, for the digital payment systems that are interoperable in Malawi, there is public and private partnership that is in place. In as much as the solution was implemented with funding from the government, they sourced that funding from the World Bank Group. management of the operations or implementation and management of the operations, it's done by the private sector. So that introduces these operations are self-sustaining as well as the efficiencies that are needed. And the reason why this was done is there were some trust issues from the private sector when government was implementing these DPIs. And one of them, especially on the payment space, they did not trust government to implement as well as to operate them. And then because of those engagements and consultations with the private sector, it was decided that that would be run by the private sector, as well as ownership was passed on to the private sector. And for that reason, the national switch is more of a self-sustaining, those are self-sustaining operations. We haven't really done the same for the other DPI rails. That is, of course, because of state issues and all security issues and all that. I really don't see that happening. But ongoing with all this interoperability and all that, because when we are introducing interoperability or new use cases on the digital identification system, one of them is the account to the ID account mappers and all that. There's that collaboration between the financial sector as well as the bureau that is responsible for civil registration. And we also are leveraging on the existing infrastructure. We're currently working with government departments to digitize the disbursement of social funds, as well as to digitize revenue collections, that is both tax and non-tax revenue collections, by leveraging the interoperable and or inclusive payment DPI. And so that has tended to bring everyone together for us to work together. Slowly we are improving the trust issues that we have. But the technical capabilities as well as DAS is from working with CDPI in India. It is indeed assisting us, one, in resolving issues to do with technical capabilities, two, in implementing the trusted data exchange system in a more faster way than before. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mr. Isaac, Mr. Farooq talked about a DPI framework which was around making people happy, a cycle from birth to death. I was fascinated when we were talking about how DR has implemented a human-centered approach to DPI. I found that fascinating. Could you please share Dominican Republic's journey and dive into this human-centered approach to digital transformation?
Yes, of course. Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you very much for the introduction. In the name of the Ministry of Public Administration in the DR and the Dominican Republic people, thank you very much for this invitation. Thank you to Carnegie India and the government of India. It is a huge honor to be here with you guys. I'm really excited because this is like a dream come true. In first place, because this is my first time in India, and since I was a little kid, it was like a dream for me to visit this beautiful country and meet these beautiful people. And in second place, because I'm pretty sure that here in this Global Technology Summit, some of the most brightest minds are present here trying to build a better future for our communities. So I need to be realistic. Probably I'm not the best guru in the DPI's ecosystem, but I'm assure you guys that with my experience in the public sector in the Dominican Republic, I have a strong and a fresh view, perspective of how those systems can integrate with the government strategic to the benefit, to a true benefit for our people. For 14 years, I've been working with the government and the public sector as a policy maker in health, in public systems, in education, and for the past 5 years with management, all the administrative consultation in the government, and also with the digital transformation and innovation. And I found some in common for those 14 years of experience. And it's the need to move the in-from-person public services to digital quickly platform for the benefit of our people. And when we're talking about digital services, when we're talking about digital platform, must be focused on people's need. And when we're talking about the digital transformation, I think that the foundation of those goals, of course, are the DPIs, the DPGs, the building blocks, and the innovation. That's why in the Dominican Republic, we believe that digital public infrastructure is not just a technical foundation. It is the enabler of everything we want to achieve to a modern governance. In our view, DPI makes three essential contributions. First, it allows governments to design and deliver services that are faster and more efficient. Second, it makes the interoperability possible, breaking silos and promoting collaboration across all the institutions in the states. And third, it helps build trust through transparency, inclusion, and accountability. And these are not abstract goals. They are practicals. They are measurable and necessary. In my country, we see digital public infrastructure not only as a set of technologies, but as a path to improve lives. Our vision, guys, is simple and practice. Build a government that works better for everyone, with services that are accessible, efficient, but above all, human-centered. And for that, we are currently working on several key areas. The first, we are promoting a zero bureaucracy approach, a model where citizens no longer have to navigate into complex processes, visit multiple offices, or deal with unnecessary paperwork. We want to simplify services, eliminate friction, and deliver public value quickly and transparently through digital channels. Second, we are improving interoperability among all government institutions to enable data sharing in a safe, of course, and ethical way, reduce bureaucracy, and provide faster public services. But we know, guys, that technology alone is not enough. That is why, as Director of Innovation in my country, we put the digital inclusion as the center of our strategy. We want to make sure that no one is left behind, not because of age, not because of gender, not because of income or location. And to do this, we are focusing on digital literacy programs, partnerships with local communities, and the design of a simple, friendly platform that truly responds to the people's needs. Finally, I want to emphasize that for us, the digital transformation is not just a technical challenge. People, the digital transformation, it is a social and an ethical mission for our countries. It is about restoring trust in the public institution, empowering citizens, and building a stronger democracy through transparency and participation. And we need to take the success case, for example, with the digital transformation in Singapore, I have to bring the case, for example, of the open source in Estonia, and of course here in India. Then, in the present, they bring, for example, the DPI plus the AI as the bridge from the next 1 billion of Indian people. That's amazing. That's why in the Dominican Republic we are still learning. And we are open to still learning. We are still growing. But we are deeply committed that walking this path together with the global community towards a more open, inclusive, and resilient digital future is the best way for all. And that's why, and finally, for the first time ever in the Dominican Republic, we are coordinating the first DPI Summit Dominican Republic with the support of the CDPI, the support of the Inter-American Development Bank, and the United Nations through the UNDP. So, you are welcome to visit the Caribe in the Dominican Republic and share your experience. Thank you very much.
Thank you for a passionate definition and a description of what you do in DR. Mr. Anish, India is acknowledged as a global leader, and DPI is strategic to India's long-term growth and becoming Viksit Bharat by 2047. But you're also advising the ministry on the many ways of India helping global DPI adoption. Can you talk of why is DPI strategic to India and what India is thinking of helping global DPI adoption?
Thank you, sir. And very good afternoon to everyone present here. So, sir, it all started with way back in 2023 when India assumed the G20 presidency. So when we were about to set the agenda for G20 presidency, our top leadership decided that this time the agenda of G20 will not be only India's agenda, but it will be the agenda of the Global South. So we held a Global South Summit, Voice of Global South Summit, and from there this DPI things came, that India should do something to promulgate DPIs for the global adoption. So you rightly said in the G20 outcome, we created, the G20 forum created a global repository for the DPIs things. Social Impact Fund was also announced, and that the work is still in progress. But apart from that, since then we have signed MOU with 20 countries in the field of digital cooperation. And it's not only about signing the MOU with the countries, we are actually working on that front with many countries. We have very active engagement with countries like, I will say, Kenya, Tanzania, Ethiopia, Sierra Leone, to our neighborhood countries, towards our east with Fiji, PNG, towards west with Trinidad, Tobago. And when I say active engagements, these engagements are in terms of sharing our experience with them, training and capacity building needs, and in few cases helping the countries in actual adoption of those DPIs. And I will also say it's not about the countries with whom India has signed MOU. We are not only working there, we are also working with the countries where the MOU has not been signed. For example, we are working with Uganda, we are working with Peru, we are working with Namibia, and many other countries. So MOU is just a bilateral means, but it is not limited to the MOUs signed. And again, when we partner with other countries, it's not about only the three basic DPIs, the ID layer, the payment layer, and the data exchange layer. There are demands from the countries for the very specific, sector-specific DPIs or DPCs. For example, countries are needing India health stacks. They are also talking about our agri stack. They are talking about our education stack. So, so I can say there is a not only interest, but there is a willingness to adopt the basic DPIs, that is ID, payment, and data exchange there. But again, there are interest in adopting the sector-specific DPIs as well. So there is a, I will like to say there is a certain way in which we approach our global partners for the global promulgation of DPIs. And the same ethos was also stated by our co-panelist also. So we feel that it's not about the technology. It's not that the open source interoperable software codes and protocol you put in a freely downloadable website, countries will go and download it and adopt the DPI. So it's not the case. There are certain elements, certain prerequisites for that. Country has to be e-ready to a certain threshold. There has to be a political will. Probably there will be a training and capacity building needs for the line ministry or the institutions which will champion the DPI in that particular country. And the country needs to draw the legal, the policy and regulatory boundary conditions so that they can create. So like one of my co-panelists said, it's not about the importing the product, it's about developing the product without reinventing the wheels. So country needs to draw the political, legal and regulatory boundary conditions within which the DPI will work so that the digital space is not monopolized by certain players and the field is level for big and smaller private players to flourish their innovations. So our approach with our partner country that we provide a whole solution. We first share our experience with them, our digital journey with them so that the political class is ready. We also provide the training and capacity building needs for the institutions or the line ministry which will champion the DPI so that they feel confident. And once these set of things are ready, then we work with our partner countries to draw the legal requirements, regulatory requirements with them so that the DPI is developed as per their needs under their own sovereign control. And after that, the technology transfer things comes. And if there is a need for further training, further hand-holding, we also are willing to provide the initial hand-holding so that the DPI journey continues. I will also say that it doesn't mean that we are only working on a bilateral forum, country to country. We are also working with a trilateral forum where two countries coming together helping the third country. We are also working on the multilateral forum. And within India, we are adopting a whole of society approach. Where we are working with our think tanks, we are working with our institutions who are developing DPIs, we are working with the private players so that very innovative solutions that are coming can be exposed to the global south or to the global world. So we are taking a whole of society approach where all the relevant stakeholders are coming together and helping the world to adopt and to go for a DPI journey. Thank you.
Thank you, Anish. That was fascinating. A whole of society approach to societal transformation. Mr. Butaib, your keynote, you talked about the two big projects that you have personally led in Morocco, identity and now education. One is a foundational DPI, the other is a sectoral DPI. Can you please go into some elements of the how, maybe focusing on why collaboration was important, focusing on change management, and for the recent FMPS project, how you put together a unique funding model, a collaborative funding model. If you could, and into these three and any other hows, I'm curious to understand the secret sauce of how Morocco pioneered both its important DPI journeys.
Thank you, Chankar. Effectively, each country, I think, has its own path to address this question of DPI approach or going on using DPG for DPI. And it has its own history, its own digitization pathway. And I think that first, the first thing to do is to look around and to, for example, Morocco is too near from Europe. So we are focused US and Europe. And we have to see elsewhere. India is the best example. And we have to study carefully this Indian experience, not only by reading things, but come here and visit and see what is working and go on the field and see how it is lived by people.
And we did that in 2017, and it was very, very rich experience. And I think that we have to, there is something that is important to say, is that Indian subcontinent is very similar to African continent. There are developing challenges that are similar. Many dialects, many ethnies, a lot of problems, young people. So we can learn from each other, and you are front ahead, and you have to learn from what, and try to see, and we have to begin where we are the most comfortable and where the need is the most urgent. And it could be foundational DPI, it could be sectorial DPI, like Mr. Anish said, education or health or something like that, or it could be to solve some problem. For example, your approach to ONDC through open network. It speaks to me because you can use this approach to help the informal population to go to formal environment very slightly, by helping them to have this. But in every project, we'll face difficulties, and that's why we have to have a strong change management approach. And besides the political will, we'll have always opposition. For example, when we began building the ID system, we have an existing system which is built on an identity card. So it's normal. Why building another ID system? Because we have this one. So there is sort of difficulties to go through that. The regulation, the data protection agency also, and in that case, I think that, and in all other projects, our colleague Isaac from Dominican Republic is in the administration for 15 years. I spent 18 years in the administration of Italia, and for every project it's the same thing. We have to be patient, extremely patient. We have to never give up. Even we can stop and just let it until we have the green light from somewhere to restart again. We have to unite energies by explaining, by reformulating, reformulating vision, priorities, action, ideas, until you have enough people with you. Because if you are alone, it's not you have to bring the points of view together closer to see how to do that. For example, now I'm trying to give this point of view closer between the ID system and the other system. And there are opportunities to do that. So why having two ID systems if we can have one strongest one? And you have always to negotiate to go forward. You can't just say, it's my point of view and I have to go there. So, but not without forgetting the ultimate goal. Because you have a goal and you have to try to use tactics and to. And as I said, funding and technical aspects are not the most important. The most important is to do, to look for champions, to build favorable systems. Because this DPI approach is a long process and it's a slow process. We can't go very fast because we will find us alone, no one with us. So we have to, and we have to be a risk taker. I'm glad that my colleague from Uganda is working now with Mozip. When we signed the MOU, there is no line code on Mozip written, but we trust because we see what was done with Aadhaar. So it was just a matter to rewrite properly, better the code of Mozip and to integrate around it. So we'll not begin from scratch. We have brownfield. So we have to see how to take this brownfield and to push it toward the DPI approach with this all its principle: reuse, transparency, interoperability, openness, scalability, data privacy design by design, etc., etc. And that's what we did with the RNP system. And that we are doing now with LTMS. LTMS approach began with the fact that I came again and I saw what you did with Diksha in every state with different languages, with different challenges. So, and I understood also, but under Diksha there is this Sunbird environment with these building blocks that we can use to build something like a Lego. So we have not to be a very technical guy, but we have to understand what could be used by using these technological things. And now I am now the president of a foundation in preschool, a huge NGO. I have 24,000 educators around the country. And this 24,000, the quality and all the challenge is that we have quality educators. And so training, it's by training and evaluation. On training aspects, it couldn't be presential all the time. It will be too costly. So you have to go to e-learning training, to virtual training. But it could be just top to bottom, like we do now with this traditional e-learning platform. But our aim through this LTMS platform is to position the educator, where is he, and after that to build with him the pathway, to give him the module, the quizzes, and to help him to go from this first step, junior educator, to more experimented one. And we did it with the help of COS, but I think that the project was very interesting, and we had the pleasure to have with us Google Cloud and its partner, Protean Tech, Sanketika, and also we were pleased to have a contribution financial of develop. But I think that it's just the first step. We have to build an environment. I'm working on having with us universities to master this Sunbird environment, to use it as sandbox, to do something with that. Because as we did for Mozip, now there is a MOU between IIIT Bangalore and the university, Moroccan University, to be the center of excellence on Mozip. When we signed the first MOU, I asked to have maintenance for 5 years. The 5 years is now ending, and it will be taken by the UM6P University for the next years. We'll do the same for the DPI. We are now looking for a center of excellence of DPI. So building the ecosystem will take time, but it's the only way to do that. And looking for champions and this takes us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Butaib. Unfortunately, we are out of time. We had a fascinating conversation. One quick, if all of you could think and talk for 10 seconds, if there's one thing you could ask of this audience, and this audience comprises countries, technology companies, philanthropists and funders, universities, multilateral organizations, who have all been witnessing your journey and listening to your wisdom. If there's one thing that you want to ask of them, if you can just think in 1 or 2 sentences, what is that one thing you would ask of this audience? Maybe Mr. Butaib, and we'll go this way. Yeah. Just one thing. What would that be?
To help in capacity building.
Capacity building. Thank you. Ms. Gertrude?
Thanks a lot. For me, it's the technology companies. As you have heard that in Malawi, we have offshore solutions. Please do try to open up your sources so that you can give us capabilities to develop on the foundation, to continue developing on the existing foundational systems that we have implemented. Thank you.
Ms. Rosemary.
Thank you very much. This is the case for Africa. There are 1.17 billion young people. Even if that was $1 from each, you have $1.17 billion waiting. Furthermore, they are young. All those 1.17 billion are below the age of 30. They are young. They have an opportunity to be good actors or bad actors. The world is connected, whether we want it or not. We are connected through tariffs, through trade, through payments. So one bad actor on the African continent can bring down global trade, even before tariffs. So I think the opportunity is, let us hold hands with Africa. We have shown our adaptability rate is high. We have shown our learning rate is high. Venture capitalists, hedge funders, welcome to Africa. Technologists, India, you've held hands with us. Grow deeper with us. 52 countries are opportunities to build health stacks, biology stacks, pharmaceutical stacks, and an opportunity to take over the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rosemary.
Yes, thank you very much. I think the one word I'd like to leave us with is the fact that DPI is a means to an end. And we should all search ourselves as to what is our end, what do we want to achieve with it. It's a journey. We're in different levels in this journey. We need to find out where everyone is so that we can engage him at the level he is. Thank you.
Mr. Isaac?
Human-centered. Human-centered, I believe, yes. The inclusion and simplicity. The digital transformation must serve to the people, not to the system. So that's what we always ask. For example, is the service easy to use? Does it make your life better for the citizens? This is easy to use. Does it make your life better and easier? So we believe that when we put all the efforts into the human needs, of course we are going to have better results.
Thank you. That's again inspiring. Keep humans at the center, not system. Mr. Anish?
So I will say DPI are public enabled but private provisioned platforms. So private sector institutions should come forward, build innovative solutions on top of the DPI platform, duly incorporate the new technologies like blockchain, AIs, quantum safe computes, and push the country towards a very thriving and inclusive digital economy.
Thank you. I would have loved to summarize, but I don't think I can put it better than what the distinguished panelists did. A big thank you to the panelists. Thank you to the audience for a patient listening. I know we are between you and lunch, but most importantly, a big thank you to Carnegie for bringing all of us together and having this very crucial topic on the agenda. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, dear speakers, for a wide-ranging discussion on DPI in action. We now break for lunch. Please rejoin us in the ballroom by 2:20 p.m. so that we can begin with the afternoon sessions. We have a lot to look forward to on data governance, DPI, and artificial intelligence. Could I request the young ambassadors to please come towards the stage? Thank you.
laws, regulations, and governance structures in place which are impacting the sector today. This ranges right from something as cursory as the co-branded guidelines of RBI, which already put in place consent artifact or consent-based data sharing to partners in the ecosystem, to even the audits that banks undergo on a daily basis, on an annual basis, which is governing their data movement and the permissions they seek as a result. So yes, it's not that there is a zero impact, but it is not a complete 0 to 1 game. There is already a lot of systems in place. Consent is not an alien term in the financial sector. It is an understood concept. It is where a lot of governance has already happened. And I think there are already several advanced data structures such as account aggregator, which we definitely should talk about in a bit, which are already that the financial sector is already comfortable with to a large extent. There are some bits on information security and data movement that will still have to be put in place, but I think by and large, the financial sector is definitely one of the few sectors I would argue is mostly already in a good place.
So, I mean, I don't disagree that the financial sector is very well regulated, but at least from a data protection perspective, I feel that all the data protection violations that are inflicted on me today are by banks calling me to sell me a loan or to tell me that I'm eligible for some kind of insurance or something like that.
Sure.
My sense is that the entire banking sales industry is built on a business model that's designed to violate data protection. They buy large amounts of personal data and then they use the numbers to call me. I mean, you're not a bank, so I'm not it's not directly leveled at you.
I'm not batting to anybody today.
I'm just saying that the point I'm trying to make is that the way we do business traditionally is going to change once this law comes into force. And even a sector that is highly regulated, like the banking sector,
Sure.
In its day-to-day functions, I agree with you 100%, that they're completely compliant. But in some areas, particularly the sales and marketing, will probably have to make some changes. And my question to you is, how ready are the banks for that? How well has that percolated into the system?
Right. No, I completely agree with you. And I would put this in 2 to 3 different buckets, right? One is core banking functions and how data moves within the core banking function, how your transaction data, your payment data is evaluated, governed, and regulated is, let's say, one core piece that there is adequate scaffolding over. But the second part you're referring to, which is, let's say, broadly put, ad sales and marketing, I think 3 out of 4 people on this stage have a perspective on that and are in the middle of it. Just as globally, all marketing and ad sales has gone through a change since data governance laws have come into place, definitely. Any sort of ads that are made in the financial sector will also have to go through that. There is sensitivity around financial sector ads on other axes. For example, that insurance should not be openly solicited, that there are other reasons for that in place. Suitability, appropriateness of financial products has been in place for a very long time, whether it is in SEBI financial products, appropriateness, risk profiling, and so on and so forth. And then when you're saying putting additional factors into place on loans, assessing creditworthiness, the groundfold of that, which has been in place in the financial sector, I would argue is not there anywhere else anyway. In terms of the solicitation that you're referring to, which is, a loan call or a credit card call, I'm not going to say it's the more benign version, but is not completely uncommon in as much as an internet ad comes out to you. This is going to be an ad on a telephone. Annoying for sure. As we all know, there will be a way in which we can seek consent for that also, where they will say, oh, you've consented to having people reach out to you. But I think for all of these reasons, the harms of getting unsuitable products coming out to you, I think is the major harm or the major concerns of where your data is going to be used. And I think that the financial sector has put in a safety valve which is unheard of. Across many parts of the world, I would say they don't have such strong safeguards. So along those lines, it's taken care of. The nuisance value and the unsavory parts, I think it'll die down eventually.
Okay. Aman, I want to come to you once again with a similar kind of a question around how is the e-commerce industry aligned with this. But I want to do it particularly from the perspective of the fact that global corporations that are dealing with personal data as even some part of what they're doing have to do this in a sort of a unified way across the entire ecosystem for many reasons. You know, some of the things that we buy on Amazon India have come from different parts of the world where there are different data protection laws, and you can't be dividing this up into many countries. So there is a need for some uniformity across the world. And India's data protection law is not like a GDPR style law, but it is very heavily inspired by GDPR, and so we were quite pleased that there is going to be some consensus of principles, at least, across many jurisdictions. I just want you to reflect on that a bit to see if in fact that is true. Are there things that that we will still have to do differently in India because of the way the Indian law has been framed? And if you can think through some of the examples, perhaps around grounds of processing and things like that, to an audience that's perhaps not an expert in data protection, if you could break it down in a simpler way and explain how there would be challenges for a global corporation complying with DPDP.
Thank you. Firstly, thank you for having me here. Like what Rahul said, I've also had the pleasure of working on this topic for many years, and I can't think of a better topic.
Some people don't say it's a pleasure. I think it's divided in this.
The outcome is, I can't think of a better topic right after lunch. So and to see a fully packed room discussing data, which we seem to have been doing for a decade and a half. It is before I start, I do want to say that I think. Where we are today is a reasonably good place and a much better place than some of the places we were looking at possibly ending up in, right? This is 2017, 2018, 2019. So where we are. So I think, it is at that stage where it's almost a good problem to have, that because things have become clearer over a period of time. So I'll give you a very, Rahul spoke of examples, so I'll give you an example. When the Act came out, a lot of us in the industry said, look, this is progressive, this is different. It is definitely, when it started, it was GDPR++. Eventually, it became something which is somewhat similar, but definitely a different model than GDPR. When the details came out and the rules came out, suddenly the government announced that there will be a committee that will decide on what data subjects can be or topics can be under data localization rules. Now, in the Act, there is no mention of the committee. Suddenly there was a committee. We needed to figure out, what that meant and so on. So there are things that have now come up that have become very specific and clear. Like as an example, it requires e-commerce companies to automatically delete data for a data principal after 3 years. So let's say you've gone on Amazon, you bought something today, and come 2027, we are required to delete your data if you've been inactive in that period. Now, practically what ends up happening is we have enough use cases of folks coming back because they want to see if the warranty still exists for a TV they bought 5 years back, right? Or they just want to know the model. You don't remember it. You bought something. I had this thing, very conveniently as an example. I had a thing very recently where I wanted to check what book I bought in 2015, right? And I need to be able to go back, and it doesn't mean that I need to, we'd love you to shop every single day, but if you were inactive for a little while and then you were going back, then it just creates for a bad experience, right? So that's, I think, one. It's a practical example. The second example, and I think Sunil's heard me speak about this earlier as well, that, it is, we process a lot of gift cards. I hope a lot of you buy gift cards. And so there is this idea of vicarious consent, right? So essentially, it is a consent first framework that we have with DPDP, and what ends up happening is that when you're buying a gift card, if I'm buying it for someone, then I'm putting in their information, who's the principal there, right? And so it kind of changes, or there is a need to think about is that a legitimate use case and how would that play out, and so on and so forth. You also have a very practical India-specific example where it's one smartphone per household, and that smartphone is being used to book cabs for the parents and buy a book for the child and watch something on entertainment or go on social media. One phone, one device is being used for all of it. In that case, who's then the data principal, right? So there are very specific examples that need to be thought of. One thing that I won't go into, Rahul, but I think is something that needs to again be further thought of. Is just that in the way that we are moving towards AI models and particularly agentic models, that fundamentally has an ability to change the way we know retail today, right? And how when you come in and you interact with Rufus on, which is our assistant on Amazon, where does Rufus buy and what recommendations are coming your way and so on and so forth. And so that needs to be thought about again, because an agent is doing, it might be taking real-time calls on things or taking decisions on behalf of the principal on different sites and so on and so forth. And how will consent work there, right? So there are lots of practical examples that need to be thought of. Last thing I'd say is specifically, again, peculiar to e-commerce in some ways. A lot of us feel that e-commerce has been around for a long time. We actually haven't. Right, so in India, our marketplace has been around for about 12 years. All of e-commerce in India is barely about 15 years old. And what you have, or what that means, is that you have about 7-8% of total retail that's e-commerce today. Right, if you even include modern retail and everything else, that's 10-12% of the market. Right, what you don't want is folks to get. All of us have become almost indifferent to every time you have to accept cookies. We don't know what that means, but something pops up and we say accept all, right? And so how that experience comes in for users, how much time there is, what we don't want is the first time e-commerce user getting scared or spooked with number of things that they have to say yes to and so on and so forth. So those are all very specific sort of e-commerce examples, if you will.
So, I'm going to push back on some of these because, look, of course we want convenience and we don't want to, we want to be able to use Amazon's free web services to be a store of all the books that we've bought. But the law says that you are not allowed to retain data for longer than is required to fulfill its purpose. And when I took this idea to Europe, when I spoke to people in Europe and said that we're going to have a 3-year cutoff on how long you can retain the data, most people said, well, that's sort of how GDPR is supposed to work also. And I guess the pushback to you is if that's sort of the principle. The principle is, look, the customer has not come to see you for 5 years. Do we draw the line at 15? Do we draw the line at 25? Well, you've got to draw the line somewhere. That at some point in time, you've got to delete the data. Sunil is shaking his head because he knows that we always want to know stuff on. I'm going to come to you on this, Sunil, in a bit, because you have a very interesting service. And there is a reason why I think maybe I will have that data. But I'm going to come to it straight after this. But on this, could we not create a system where and I know that there are a lot of European websites that do this. They will say, you have not come to see us for 3 years. And if you don't come in a little while, we will delete your data. But I'm going to give you a chance to come back. Could we not do something like that to get around this? Because there are lots of websites that I signed up to, and I don't know, and I forgot that I've signed up to it, and it's still holding some information of mine. I would like a reminder that they still have it. Can we think of those sorts of things? And in a similar way, can we think of a little more effort on the part of the e-commerce companies to be a little more respectful of the data that they have on us?
Two things there, Rahul, and I'll let Sunil take this, right? So, but two things I'd specifically say. Number one, so in the rules currently it automatically says that, right? It does say that you are required to give a notice, so you don't delete things, and you're supposed to send notice 48 hours before, and allow chance for a data principal to be able to say that, look, hang on, I'm very much there, or and that's considered activity, and you can continue to keep it. What we are getting at is, look, it's a very legitimate use case. Also, I do think that there is value in perhaps a longer conversation on how much do you trust, and shouldn't the data principal have a certain amount of agency, right? And a data principal can be able to say that, look, I want that to be longer there, and not on the idea that I will respond to an email that might come, and I'll be on a lookout for that email during that 3-year period and so on. So I do think that there is use case there. The second idea, and again, all of us here would be familiar with it. I think the very notion that you're storing data for, many things, and the concept of sort of data minimization now is an old concept, right? It's not data for the sake of data, right? And it's not that you're keeping it just because, that allows you sort of a leg up and so on and so forth. I don't think that's the idea here. The idea is for us, we are a customer-obsessed, customer-backwards company. You come to Amazon and you are able to, the experience that it created for me, that I can see what I bought in 2015, and it sent me on a spiral, right? Like, because then I wanted to see what I bought every single year, and it became a timeline of my life about different things. But it is something that, as a consumer, the experience that it creates, that's what we are after, right? And so, to your point on, would we have to think through some of these things? Would we have to create some things uniquely Indian? Yes, we will, because that's not what exists everywhere else, right? And so, as an example, what does that mean for, there's a very large, and this is something that might be news to some of you. We have a very large exports business from India, right? So we do D2C e-commerce exports. It's an annual multi-billion-dollar business for us today. Cumulatively, we've done close to about $14 billion in the last 7 years, and we are projected to, or we are hoping to get to about $80 billion by 2030. These are D2C e-commerce exports happening from India to the rest of the world. Those sellers being subjected to a certain thing while the seller, the consumer is in the US and so on. So we need to rethink and have a degree of reconciliation with different systems and so on. And again, this particular point is very peculiar, which is the 3-year deletion.
So I'm going to skip to Sunil. Sorry, Sunil. This is not the plan, but it was just too juicy to give up. Facebook has, so just to be completely clear, I have not been on Facebook for over 3 years, and I've also deleted Instagram from my phone. But I did that relatively recently because I'm addicted to Instagram. If I don't delete it, somehow, so I'm going to still give you a little more time on Instagram. But Facebook, I'm off for a long time. But Facebook provides a very, very valuable service. And it has a repository of photographs, as you say. I mean, if it's Amazon gives you all the books you want, Facebook's literally got a repository of photographs of your whole life. And I know at least one very poignant situation, which is, when a loved one, particularly a parent or someone dies, sometimes the only repository of that person's memories is on social media. And so, as much as inside me, my data protection lawyer's stomach crawls when I think about keeping data indefinitely, the idea that I may not have access to that store of information is at least upsetting to me. How will a company like Facebook deal with this new requirement that is coming, which is a fairly hard implementation of the data minimization principle? Whether it is old-fashioned or not, GDPR still has it. About 120 countries have the same idea. It's not out of the rule book, but this reality is something that I think, so particularly your companies, the companies that you work with, Sunil, have to somehow navigate, and you also navigate it for customer benefit. Personally, as much as I don't utilize it, I know that I will miss it when the time comes.
Yeah. Thanks, Rahul, for that question, and thanks to Carnegie for having me again. Your example perhaps is easy to deal with because there is an exemption for publicly available data. There are conditions for that exemption, and you need the data subject to have made that data publicly available themselves. What this really does for us is it produces a conflict of law situation. Classic conflict of law situations is across jurisdictions or across statutes. And this is perhaps the first time that we have a conflict of law situation within a single law. So it's going to be very complicated to think that through. So let's take a different scenario, which is my dear friend Sunil Khernar, with the Indian Society of Agricultural Professionals. He has private groups on Facebook, really large ones, tens of thousands of farmers sharing best practices. And even if they weren't doing serious things like sharing best practices, and they were just sharing random memes, all of that is copyrighted material under the Berne Convention. They have rights that they may seek to protect. So I have a deletion obligation in one section of the law, and in the other section of the law I have a due diligence obligation for all the algorithmic software that might interact with personal data. So I have to write a piece of software, because algorithmic software is every software. There is nothing outside the scope of algorithmic software. And the risks are any risk to any right. So this is their copyright, the right to their intellectual property. And I cannot produce the deletion software to delete those accounts, because it will fail the other obligation that I have on algorithmic software. So I'll most probably turn up at your office and ask for advice on how to deal with these competing equities.
No, but that's not an answer, sir. You have to do both. That's literally the way it is. There's got to be some way that...
Under copyright law, it is their IP for, is it 60 years after the death of the author? So I have to hold it for...
You're not obliged.
Sorry?
You're not obliged to hold it.
Why?
Because it's their IP. They can copy it down, they can keep it.
Yeah, they have transferred it to me on a license, and I'm a licensee of their IP. It might be the only version of that IP they hold. The terms of service that they have with me is an expectation that I'm not going to randomly delete their intellectual property, right? My terms of service has no clause which says... So what you're doing really with your sort of vehement agreement with the European stakeholders on this is you're trying to homogenize the digital ecosystem. Ideally, a good law should allow for a variety of private agreements, and all it would do is provide the tests. So there is a private agreement between the user and the platform, and you're just testing whether it meets the data minimization test, whether it meets the purpose limitation test, and that's all you need to do. If you start saying 3 years and 4 years, then you're actually trying to shape technology and innovation in a very old-fashioned and perhaps even regressive fashion.
I want to argue more on this, but I want to take you to another point which is perhaps even more relevant to you, and that is just this whole issue of age gating. India has a very strict threshold on age gating. We think that a child is someone below 18, and that you cannot process the personal data of a child without verifiable parental consent. That's the core provision, and that provision has now been implemented in the rules with something which looks like an age token. We're not fully sure yet what it means, but if in fact we can come up with some kind of a digital solution for this very complex problem, we will be coming up with a solution that perhaps many countries in the world are looking for a very difficult problem. And the way I articulate the problem is that India may think that at the age of 18 we must introduce parental consent, but there is no doubt anywhere in the world, I don't think anyone on the panel will disagree, that at some age, whether it is 15 or 13 or 10 or 7, there is consensus that there is some kind of information that should not be presented to a child. And so the real problem in my mind is, how do you figure out who is categorically below and above? What is, and obviously Meta across its entire suite of products is dealing with this in many different ways. And there are many different age classes that you're dealing with. How do you as an organization think about this very, aggressive framing of the age gating requirement in India, perhaps more than any other country, and have the rules made it better or not? Because we've got a little more clarity in the rules.
Yeah, so I won't comment on the specific age threshold, because I think lawmakers have decided that is the right approach for the country. But I want to sort of draw a contrast between the previous topic we were discussing, where there is a very specific prescription, and the best practice in all regulatory theory textbooks, which is make your regulations technologically neutral, make them future-proof. And this is where the ministry needs our complete applause, because apart from the token, they've left it wide open. You can have an infinite number of compliance options. So that's a wonderful thing that they have taken that approach. And this is an area where having lack of clarity or lack of prescription is a good thing. Of course, there are other areas where that could possibly be a disadvantage. So tokens, of course, represent the best thinking today in computer science. So it's basically a zero knowledge proof. And that's, the government again should be applauded for doing that. If you look at the early work around the tokens, they decided to use verifiable credentials. That's a standard from the W3C, so fantastic. You've decided to adopt a global standard developed at a multi-stakeholder forum. Here the only wish would be, more as an Indian citizen, that the Indian government and Indian academia and also Indian corporations should go to all these standard setting bodies, and also that DPI standards like Beck-in should be taken to these standard setting bodies and made part of official work streams at these standard setting bodies. So what's the big advantage if everybody is using token? If a token leaks, then unlike if an Aadhaar number leaks, you know exactly whose throat to squeeze. So accountability is also addressed with the token. So I think what the ministry is saying, this is our preferred approach, use the best that we currently have. But if the state of art continues to develop, then of course do adopt that, and we give you the ability to do so. So that's perhaps the best part of the rules.
Can you tell us how our Facebook experience will change once the token comes, if you do look to implement it?
I'm too low in the hierarchy to even know what we are thinking at this point. So, and perhaps too early also. Yeah, we would most probably wait for the final rules, and then they would get cracking.
Rudy, next GTS, they'll have an answer. Asta. There's been talk about Rufus, and there's been talk about how data can help us. And you've done a lot of work on really unlocking sort of the value of data in a privacy-preserving way. And I'm going to ask you to just reflect on the Data Protection Act as it now currently looks, once we've got the rules and we've got everything in place, for achieving that objective. We have had panels that talk about the value of AI. We've had some closed doors that talk about how India is going to host the India AI Summit, and it's going to be a summit about AI impact. And we're trying to get to a point where we can take advantage of this wonderful wealth of information that we have, except the Data Protection Act puts some very strict safeguards around the grounds for processing the data for other reasons. And I think Aman reflected on some of those concerns, which is that today a data minimization standard and a retention restriction is an old way of thinking about it, which is not aligned with the way we want to go because of AI and all the benefits that come out of that. But I think from a civil society perspective, you have a difficult task, which is you recognize that there's value of data to many communities and the society as a whole. But at the same time, there are privacy and data protection safeguards that have to be addressed. So can you talk a little bit about that in the context, one, of DPDP, but also perhaps use this as a way to reflect on some of the work that you've done on data trusts and those other kinds of mechanisms that we're thinking about?
Yeah, thank you so much for having me, and what a fascinating conversation to just be on. I think that the question of like unlocking the value of data is maybe it doesn't belong here. I know that we went back and forth with the various versions of this document to put NPD here or not put NPD here. And
you have to explain what NPD means.
Non-personal data. So we had a non-personal data moment, which was 3 years ago, where there was a committee that was set up to understand how we could think about unlocking the value of non-human, non-personal, and non-personal was data that was, well, not personal. So I think that there was, and then it was postponed, and because we didn't have a personal data protection regulation, and we had not done a good job of defining what personal data is. And then again, in this in the rules and as well as the Act, we have done away with the sort of textures of what is personal data, because we've like lost those categories that we had of what is sensitive personal versus not. And then I think that what we realize through this is that the protection is critical. This is at the individual level. This is about the right to privacy, and I think that the rules as they stand now do a reasonable job, and as we were discussing, that this is an important framework for us to have. The value is in its existence, and I think that we can move on to answer some of the more difficult questions. I am also both excited and as well as a little bit skeptical about the role of the consent managers. And the reason I bring that up here in the conversation of data value is because what we've seen is that in GDPR, there's a right to portability.
Can I just ask you to explain for the uninitiated what exactly the consent manager is? I'm worried that we are talking a language that a majority does not understand.
So the consent manager, Rahul, you'll have to correct me if I've gotten this completely wrong, is a way to move consent from data principals to data fiduciaries. It has already been implemented in the financial services sector. It's called account aggregator. So you're a data principal, you want a loan from bank A, but you bank with bank B, and the consent manager allows you to do this in a techno-legal way, which is it's a consent layer that moves data and allows bank A to see bank data to bank B. So that's approximately it. And what the rules have done, it was in the Act now, and the rules is a big part, is that it has made consent managers a part of the rules as well. What is interesting in the context of data portability is that given that GDPR has the ability to port data, there have been instances where portability has been used, say, by Uber drivers in the Netherlands to port data from the platform to a data trust, which means now if there are 15, 20, 30 Uber drivers that have been able to use this individual right to port data into a trust, they can use that as a mechanism to negotiate with the platform. In the way that I read it right now, the consent manager there's a possibility to do that because we also have a right to delegate, and consent managers have fiduciary responsibilities to the data principal. So to me, that is an exciting framework to see how we can unlock the value of data. I don't think this exists anywhere else, which is that if we're able to use a reasonable informed consent with a fiduciary responsibility at the consent manager, get that data in a reasonable pool, lake, whatever situation, then you're looking at a place where you can actually start to unlock the value of that data, use it for public interest, use it to support the needs of your collective data principles. And that's the big thing that I think that we need to start thinking about, is that right now the DPDP is focused on individual rights, as it should be, and that's how we started thinking about this work. The way that the world has moved since this conversation started is that individual rights are actually a very minor point of exercising this. I think we need to think much more of what are the frameworks through which individual rights can be pooled or collected, and I think consent managers give us a little window of opportunity to do that.
Excellent. Thanks, Asta. Bhuvneshji, you're here. I actually don't mind if you sit in the audience for a bit, because I do want you to come up towards the end, and actually you heard these gentlemen and ladies speak about this many times. You know all their arguments, so I don't think they're saying anything new to you, but we do want to hear at this particular point in time, where are we with the rules and what is going to happen coming forward. So let him have a glass of water and rest. He's come in a hurry. Sanya, I want to just pick up on account aggregator, just to think. So now we're going to do a bunch of sort of quick questions. Is the account aggregator framework, that is one of our signature DPIs, has it got the protection it needs within the Data Protection Act? Are there any concerns? I know in the industry they feel that they are caught between two stools because they are both regulated by the RBI and now potentially by the Data Protection Board. So any such concerns in the industry around our signature data sharing DPI in the context of the new rules?
Sure. No, thanks for that. And actually, I'm going to pick up with a slight point of distinction from what Asta just said. One framing is that consent manager is the genus and account aggregator is the species, right? That is one framing of it. But there's a slight distinction over there. Account aggregator as a framework came into place prior to a Data Protection Act having existed and from the vantage point of the financial services regulator. What that ended up becoming was the account aggregator framework tried to govern movement of data between two entities, not necessarily as a function of the consent of the individual. Definitely there was, privacy notice requirements, and then there was a requirement of consent being the trigger with which data is moved. But the vantage point from which it is evaluated is the movement of data. If you look at the definition in the account aggregator framework, actually even the TPAP data, which is like a Google Pay, Phone Pay, their activity of showing you your bank balance statement on your last few transactions could get caught within the definition of the account aggregator framework, which we know makes no sense and is not the intention of the RBI regulations. That is part of the restriction of when you're trying to define a species without the genus existing. And that's how account aggregator framework came about. The utopia I see is that the account aggregator collapses within the consent manager framework, that RBI within its definition or within its wisdom can always require a couple of responsibilities over and above, but there should be a singular framework that exists. Apart from the elegance of the legal operations, also of course the major flaw or the restriction in the account aggregator framework is the business functions, which the consent manager framework does seek to address, if not completely solve. So in that world, that's what I would like to see.
I mean, I have never heard of the RBI giving up a fiefdom that it has, so it is a utopia. Aman, very quickly, just to go back to how this fits into your global operations. I know that there are new provisions that could potentially apply to cross-border data restrictions. Are you guys concerned in any way about it? Because it applies to significant data fiduciaries, good chance that you will come within that. Of course, it doesn't apply right now, but in a global business, are you concerned about Rule 12.4?
I think, and again, Bhuvnesh is here, and he's been very, very kind in both in private conversations but also in consultations, being very, very clear. And I think we understand the intent of where it's going. And so I think, look, a lot of the rules will become clearer in its implementation, and that's why we think that, while the government has said that, there is a 2-year time frame, I think thinking through perhaps a staggered implementation, thinking through, perhaps even longer implementation will just allow us to understand the exact ramifications of all of this. It is difficult today to emphatically say, no, we are not worried. Because the way the language is written, it is something where there could be potentially restrictions. We also need to see what the committee comes out with and talks about. There is that sort of and it has listed various reasons, but those reasons are fairly wide on what could eventually come under the ambit of hard localization. We don't know that as yet. So I think those things will become clearer once the implementation starts and once we have various ways. I think to the government's credit, what's been great is that they've been very open to both suggestions, but also just going in and having a conversation saying, this is what we are thinking, or this is what we understand. Is that what you are thinking as well, and so on and so forth. So I think that's where it will become a little bit more clearer.
Asta, very quickly, and Bhuneshi, whenever you're ready, just come on. Don't feel...
we can all go back in the audience then.
No, you sit here. Asta, just very quickly on Data Protection Board, any concerns around redressal, any of those sorts of things from a civil society perspective? Are there things that... I mean, Bhunesh is now on stage, so you can actually ask him directly for the things you want to change.
Yeah, first of all, carrying the whole burden of civil society is very hard. But from my perspective, I think what we're concerned, I mean, the messiness of India, I think, is what has been brought out, right? Like, how do we make sure that a digital first board really gets all the complaints in? Is it going to be cumbersome? Is it going to be accessible? Is it going to be independent? And I think we were discussing this before, is that I think that the first constitution of the board really matters in setting the tone of what is going to be, and how do we create the sort of tone and tenor of what's going to go forward. But again, like, I think questions of accessibility accessibility are really, really coming up, and I don't want to be in a situation where people have grievances and not able to bring it up because the board sits elsewhere and is only being mediated through digital means. So, yeah.
Sunil, anything that is going to constrain you as a significant data fiduciary other than the things that have been discussed? You're free to say no, then Bhuvneshji's job is done easier.
No, I think the other obligations such as DPIA and audit, etc., are pretty standard, and Meta does have similar obligations in other jurisdictions. But I wanted to sort of talk about something slightly separate, which was back to the exemption for publicly available data, and there we are a significant data fiduciary because we train llamas, and most recently Llama 4. I think the intent was to provide an exemption that would allow for ML training. I think that was perhaps the goal. Though in the details there can be challenges, especially for a data fiduciary to verify that those conditions are met when the data is from the publicly available internet. So a sort of small modification which allows the fiduciary just to test if the publicly available data has been legally made available rather than made available by the data fiduciary, data principal himself or herself. I think that would be the kind of small tweak. Of course, that is something in the parent statute, not germane today because we are discussing perhaps the rules more than the statute. Or we're discussing both.
We're discussing the data protection framework as it's a complete framework now.
Yeah, so if that were to happen, then some people believe that with Section 52(1)(c) in the Copyright Act and this exemption in the DPDPA, India would become perhaps the most friendly jurisdiction on the whole planet for you to bring your data centers and train your models. So we're hoping that's roughly where we will go if that is possible.
I think copyright is still a way out, but certainly this interpretation, and certainly if the government can clarify this, because this single thing from really leveraging AI is going to be really important. Bhuvneshji, we've had a long discussion. You've heard over the many consultations that you've had across the length and breadth of the country. I can certify that at least in the two that I attended, there have been no new points that have been brought up on the panel. So, so you know the answers, but I just want to want you to give us a state of play right now, because the consultation period is over. Last I heard, you had received some 6,000 or 8,000. I don't know what the final thing is. It may be 10 or 14, but if you can just tell us how many comments have been received, a broad sense of how the comments, what sorts of comments they were, and if you can, what reflections you have as to how they will be reflected into the rules.
Thank you. Thank you for having me over here. One thing, it helps us in understanding how the various stakeholders think. It's a great source of feedback, and at the same time it provides a platform about telling how the government is thinking about a particular thing. So it's a two-way communication. It really helps. So you've been part of it, and many of you would have been part of the consultation we had, the consultation in physical mode. And across the length and breadth of the country, we did one in Delhi first, then we went to Mumbai, we went to Bangalore, we did it in Kolkata, we did it in Guwahati, Hyderabad, and of course back in Delhi again. And smaller in-house consultations also, individual references, people coming over and talking one-to-one, a lot of industry people coming over. So I personally think that it is one of the most comprehensive consultation ever on any rule-making process. I'm sure you would agree with that, perhaps. That kind of an open process perhaps might not have been followed earlier, but this time it has been ensured. Even during the act also, I personally think the consultation was very, very wide. We received about 20,000 plus comments. And here again we have received more than 6,000 plus comments. And the nutshell is what we have discussed in most of the consultation meetings. So There's hardly any change. In fact, what we had requested the stakeholders in those meetings who had come physically to put it in writing and send it to us. And in case they had any suggestions, they could come back with the language also, and they wanted certain concerns to be addressed. So we have received that. And apart from whatever we received on MyGov, I think we received about 100 odd detailed representations, giving very, very detailed comments on every rule, the concerns they have. And we have gone through the process, analyzed all of those. I think we are ready, and a little bit of legislative process, the vetting and all those things should be about 6 to 8 weeks. We should be finalizing it. 2-3 things which come at every platform, and again being discussed here. I think I'd like to give examples for that and then come to the need perhaps, and hope you understand. Let's say there's a person who goes and stays in a hotel, commits a crime, and under the DPDP empowerment, next day he asks, please delete my data. That's the provision. Please erase. He's got the right to be forgotten. So how do you ensure that it doesn't happen? That at least data is maintained for a certain time, because there is an investigation which has to go, and that data has to be needed for investigation. How do you ensure? So you ensure it through the rules only. You have to create an enabling provision by which you ensure, no, the data, such kind of a data will not be deleted the next day, and it has to be kept. So you create a provision there. Then let me give one more example. Suppose there is a significant data fiduciary which is processing the data related to defense of India. Okay. Now you as a government, you want to put an additional restriction because it's a defense data, it's a very, very sensitive data, a strategic data, and you don't want it to be treated as a general regulation thing. And that's where you want to bring in and say that, okay, in these kind of a scenario, we'll have a committee, that committee will look into this. And of course, this committee is not going to do something, behind doors suddenly and come out with a notification one fine morning. No. Of course, the committee will meet, there will be a notification, just like the consultative process which has been gone into the rules. That kind of consultative process will be followed for that committee also. And of course, people will have the right to say and tell that, okay, no, this is my concern, or this is not my concern, this is okay, this is not okay, this is how we are concerned. And this is my global business, or this is my business, domestic business. So obviously, then it follows the consultative process and reaches a final conclusion. But you need an enabling process. If you don't put it today, then you come back and amend the rules. Right. Let me come back to third thing. Now, in most geographies, you would agree, we already have the examples from the GDPR and the other privacy laws across the globe. And even before these privacy laws were there, the sharing of information from the law enforcement agencies to other law enforcement agencies, or maybe personal data of people from one repository of data to the other government or the entity of the government, usually gets governed through something called MLAT. Yeah, isn't it? Is there. So what is being said is that if a foreign entity or a foreign government entity, it's only about foreign government entity, foreign government or its entity, is asking for the personal data of Indian citizens, which is available with a data fiduciary, it will be governed by the directions, which in any case is otherwise governed by MLAT. So, this is an enabling provision for creating something like an MLAT to be enforced. So, these are basically 1, 2, 3, all enabling provisions to be used in particular scenarios. If the provisions are not there, then there is a handicap. And of course, the sovereign right is there, and the sovereign has the right to create those provisions either through the legislation or through the rules. And the rules have to come from the Act, and there has to be an enabling thing in the Act. That's where the rules will come from. So I think I'll take a pause here. I'll stop here. Receive some responses from you or maybe anything else you want to ask.
The one thing you've been consistent about is these examples, and I think we've heard it. The only reflection that I will have, which is once again, I hope I am consistent about that to you, is that as much as the logic of the fact that you have put this in to enable future action makes sense to us, It's also broad, and as we look at it, we say, if you enable this, what else can you enable? And that's where everyone's getting worried. But I'm not going to agitate that thing again because we don't have much time. I want to go to the next and perhaps most important thing. You said 6 to 8 weeks. What's the next steps? Are we going to immediately see the Data Protection Board notified? Are we going to see some kind of a transition period for organizations to get ready? I keep telling my clients, including the ones on stage, you don't need a transition period. This has been around for 2 years. You should have been ready by now. But are you going to be more generous, or are you going to, what can companies expect?
Thank you. Thank you for raising that point. I think requires a clarity. Recall the first Delhi round of stakeholder consultation. Honorable Minister was present, and he had categorically remarked that sufficient time will be given. Sufficient time will be given. And when you say that you have been around, you have read the act, you have read the rules, and you should have been ready, it may apply to some of those who are sitting in this room, or maybe are the tech companies who are conversant with this in other geographies. But this law doesn't apply only to them. This law applies to MSMEs. This law applies to perhaps the single shop owners. A pharmacist who runs a computer and keeps the data of the individuals on that, it will apply to that individual shop owner also. So, and they are not ready. And none of them have a past experience of any other geography. They need to be prepared. They need to have solutions. The tech industry needs to, and the legal side also, both tech and legal together, need to come out with practical solutions, how it actually needs to be implemented by the data fiduciaries at all levels, not at just one level. So all levels, some people may be geared up before, some people may come up later. So one way is that you don't apply it to certain categories, you apply only into certain categories and make a distinction that, otherwise you give sufficient time for everybody to come on board. And you have to keep in mind, I think, the biggest data fiduciary is the government itself. And the government needs to be prepared for that. So, not only that, the MSMEs and the smaller businesses need time. The government itself also needs time. And we have huge databases spread all across, not only the central ministries, at the state level also. And we have been working in-house. So that means there will be definitely a sufficient time which will be given. Of course, that time will be utilized for bringing in the Data Protection Board in place. And whatever time is fixed, I think we should bring Data Protection Board a little bit in advance, so that the board is also geared up when actual implementation starts and it's ready. We have gone in-house and created the digital platform for the Data Protection Board. As we mentioned, this is going to be a completely digital office. So that part is being readied, and all other processes are in pipeline. And I'm sure, looking at the timeline that comes, we'll set up things as and when needed, and much before that it is needed.
Thank you, Bhuvneshji. Thank you, all the panelists. I just want to also commend actually everyone in the whole ecosystem, not just the government, but this has in fact been one of the most interactive and cooperative legislative efforts that we have done in the country, in my personal experience. And we are getting to a place where I think we're all comfortable with what we are going to see, and also confident that we will be able to, even if there are problems, which there will be, find a way through it.
And I'm confident that even in future also, anything which comes will go through similar kind of a process.
Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for this wonderful panel.
Thank you all for a well-rounded and thoughtful conversation on India's approach to data governance. May I request the audience to please settle down. We now move to our next panel, DPI, the new marketplace. It's my pleasure to welcome on stage for this panel Mr. Sanket Bhondwe, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India, CM Maladi, Global Head, Digital Public Infrastructure and Inclusion Programs, TCS, Rohini Srivathsa, Chief Technology Officer, Microsoft India and South Asia, Heba Shams, Vice President, Global Public Policy, Inclusive FinTech and International Development, MasterCard, Vijayanti Desai, Practice Manager, Digital Development Global Practice, World Bank Group, The conversation will be moderated by CV Madhukar, Chief Executive Officer, Co-Develop. Can I have the video, please? Madhukar, over to you.
Thank you very much. It's wonderful to be here, and we have an amazing group of panelists with us to discuss the role of the private sector in the DPI space. As the session has been titled, the DPI, the marketplace for private and DPI. So as I look at the landscape, and I've watched this a few times, I think the interaction between the private sector and DPI happens in a few ways. One is during the build phase, where I would, let's say, point to Tata Consultancy Services, which helps governments build infrastructure as a service provider. The second kind of infrastructure that we've seen is where the private sector builds, owns, operates the infrastructure, which is like a MasterCard is another example of that, right? The third kind of private sector role in the DPI space, we don't have representation here, but it is the startups who build on DPI, right? And the fourth kind of interaction between DPI and the private sector is the hosting and other whole host of services that DPI requires, and we have Rohini here from Microsoft to represent that. And so I think the mix of the panel is we have 3 people from the private sector and 2 representing the public sector, Vaijayanti from the World Bank and Sanket from the Government of India. It'd be good to see the different perspectives on the important questions of the interaction between the private sector and the government as far as DPI is concerned. So I prompted each of our panelists with one opening question, and we'll build on it as we go along with the rest of the questions. I have my first question to Vaijayanti. The World Bank has obviously been a big player in the digital space for the longest time, and a lot of your contracting happens when you give loans to countries with the private sector. So, how does the World Bank view the role of the private sector in the digitization work that goes on? Is the World Bank's view that the interaction of the private sector in the digitization journeys that we've seen in the past different from how you perceive their role in the DPI space? Would love to get your opening thoughts. And as you think about the role of the World Bank in the loans that you give for digitization, how much of the money do you think actually, if you give a loan of $100, how much money ends up in the hands of the private sector, approximately? Would love to get your thoughts.
Thank you, Madhukar, and thank you to Carnegie, and for all of you who are still here on a Saturday afternoon, almost evening. So in terms of how we define digital public infrastructure as the foundational digital building blocks for public benefit, and I think it's important that the public benefit as opposed to for public sector or by public sector. And it does require, as a result of that, a paradigm shift in thinking. Many of us who have been working on this agenda talk about the rails that allow for not only transforming countries' public sector services and service delivery, but also for allowing private sector innovation to build on top. And so as a result, it's a different way of thinking than the more traditional digitization projects where it's more inward looking and by government. And here it requires, and for it to be sustainably leveraged, is to not only think about it for public services, and public services might be the first usage that we see of DPI, but for it to be sustainable really does need to leverage private sector and the innovation on top of that. And and like you said, there's sort of different models of how we would think about the role of private sector, and traditionally it's as a vendor or operator, but really what changes things with DPI is private sector as a user. I do think that we need to spend more time. I think we talked about this. We don't often bring in private sector as much as we should when designing some of the foundational DPI layers, and particularly on things like the ones where government clearly has a role, like on ID and digital ID. And I think that more and more we should be increasingly thinking about that. But we see it in the usage. We see it, for example, here in India, and I'm sure we'll hear about it, the time that it takes to onboard customers for large banks for $23 to 15 cents, I believe, if that's the same, or for a SIM card from 24 hours to 4 minutes. Or in Brazil with Pix now deals with about, I believe 60% of payments, and about 8.5 million businesses are leveraging Pix. In Thailand, we know with Prompt Pay and the federated ID is also being used for a number of things of customer onboarding, fast G2B payments, and other digital services. So I think across the board, across countries, the usage is there. And I think we're going to only see more and more innovation, whether it's around data sharing, user empowerment of data. And so I think it's to see what's in store in the future. To your question about how much of the World Bank programs go to private sector, I don't have an exact figure. I do know that for example, for digital projects or for payment projects, probably about 80%, don't quote me on this, but about 80%, whether it's for software or for professional services or for some of the compute. So a vast majority, but that's the more traditional as a vendor operator. But what people might not also realize is that the bank has other ways of engaging other than, for example, through our development policy loans or our policy dialogue, where it's working with countries to change the regulations that unlocks private sector, whether it's around for payments, like opening up the market and for new market entry, or for thinking about the reforms that are needed, whether it's around business registration or new licenses. Even here for startups, we hear so much about being encumbered by all the massive number of licenses and things, and so the reforms that are required. So I'm not going to put a number on it because I think that doesn't show the true value of the role that we play when unlocking private sector value.
Thank you, Vajayanti. I'd like to bring in Hiba. You work with MasterCard and you've been interfacing in your current role with a number of multilateral organizations. What are you hearing from these organizations with regard to the role of private sector, and how do you view the role of MasterCard itself in this broader DPI conversation? It'd be great to get some perspective from you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me, and thanks to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and to Carnegie for hosting a wonderful event. People here heard me just say this is one of the best conferences I've been in for a while. So thank you for having us, being part of this great initiative. My role is really I'm leading MasterCard engagement with international organizations. And it goes beyond, obviously, DPI, but since 2022, I have to say that my conversation with international organizations has centered primarily on digital public infrastructure. And that includes the World Bank, obviously, which is playing a very important role in this area, and also the United Nations, UNDP, the Office of the name changed, it's a special technology envoy, envoy in technology, but I think it has changed recently, so don't quote me on that. And many others in the International Monetary Fund as well. So we've spent quite a bit of time trying to understand what digital public infrastructure is. I mean, the question of defining digital public infrastructure took a while to shape up, and the India G20 was instrumental to finally bringing together the ecosystem to coalesce around a common understanding of what it is. And I think the definition has been evolving and getting deeper and clearer as we went along. And the definition is important because, until we know what we're talking about, it's hard to negotiate an agreement around what we are doing. And the public piece of digital public infrastructure probably was one of the parts of it that galvanized a lot of heated debates. So when you ask me about what we have been hearing from the international organizations, within that context also it was taking a while for the international organizations to bring us on board into the discussion, because it was perceived for a while as a public sector-led effort. But the conversation has opened up more recently, and some organizations are better at doing that. I would give credit to the World Bank in the sense that it has always been better than other organizations at bringing the private sector to the table and consulting, and they do a lot of ecosystem assessments and so this has been happening very well. Maybe on the United Nations side it's taken more time to get to that point, but I want to specifically point to a very important report that came out of the World Bank on the 11th of March about digital public infrastructure as an instrument for development. And the way that the report went into defining the role of the private sector, I would say, is fantastic. And as it gets socialized, it will open up more space in that regard. And it states it very clearly that the private sector is central to the digital public infrastructure agenda. It's central to the success of the agenda. And we have seen that. I mean, now that the technology is robust, that there is global endorsement, that this is a very important piece of the journey towards digital transformation, that it is important for many countries that are at an earlier stage or have more limited capacity. I think that the way this report positioned the ecosystem will contribute a great deal to enhancing and deepening the dialogue around the role of the private sector. Your second part of the question was, where does MasterCard fit in? So MasterCard, when you look at the payment layer, obviously the digital public infrastructure payment layer comes in as a new player in an ecosystem that we have been in for a while. So in that sense, and it depends on the market and so on, we may be in a sort of a competing providers relationship where MasterCard and other payment networks are offering a payment option that competes with a DPI payment option. So this is one relationship that exists, and with it comes a certain package of dynamics and policy choices and policy conversations. At another layer, we are also potentially, and in some markets we already started doing that, being a service provider atop, like a fintech, because MasterCard is a fintech at the end of the day, providing overlay services. And in other situations, and that doesn't mean in different situations, sometimes all happen at the same time, we're a collaborator. Like I can see, for example, our fraud management or cybersecurity. This is typically a collaborative process, takes a lot of alliance and cooperation, public-private cooperation and ecosystem cooperation. So you can see situations where this is happening as a collaboration in terms of strengthening the entire ecosystem. So, I don't know if that answers your question, but our relationship to the DPI is multi-layered, and we see ourselves as like contributors to the success of the ecosystem. And also we see a big opportunity. Like, I'll leave you with one piece of data that we were discussing before the session is, since 2016, since the introduction of Aadhaar, the number of credit cards have doubled from between 2016 and 2020. The number of credit cards in the ecosystem in India have doubled. So in that sense, we're beneficiaries of DPI as well, and I can add that to the different ways in which we interact with the DPI ecosystem.
Thank you. A very useful context there. I want to bring in Sanket as the government representative. I think it'd be great to get his perspective. I think if you look at the DPI landscape, right, there is a certain class of DPI which is, I'd say, typically digital ID, which is government owned, government built and managed by the government, operated by the government. There is UPI, where government has a major and the regulator has a big role, but it's really a combination of technology in the markets, and the combination of smart regulation, smart technology and markets, in that triangle has to work. In the case of account aggregator, for instance, it's mostly a technology and marketplace play and with very light touch regulation, right? So there are shades of DPI where government involvement needs to be more, needs to be less, and so on and so forth. I'd love to get your perspective, Sanket, on how the government has viewed some of these. And I feel, as I look back, as somebody living in India, government has made some deliberate policy choices over the years. And some have landed well with the whole population, some have landed well, not so landed well with the private sector, for instance. And so, how has the government been thinking about this? What have you been hearing from the private sector as you engage on all of these questions?
Thank you, Madhukar. All my fellow colleagues. Thanks, Carnegie, Rudra and team. So, see, what the question you asked, that's the beauty of the Indian policymakers. Like, I will start with my earlier assignment. It was the physical infrastructure, roads. So basically, let's go into the fundamentals. Any infrastructure, if you take the physical infrastructure, so it's like the design, build, own, operate, or the design, build, own, transfer, or the design, build, own, and any other process. Because the private sector have its own expertise, it can finance with the cutting edge technology, a lot of benefits. In the same way, the examples you gave of UPI, of account aggregation, or even DigiLocker, let me tell you, so there is not like everything will fit in one box. We have to be very flexible. So now when this started, it's not like it started yesterday or overnight and one fine morning we are talking about this. No. It's about a digital India, which is almost a decade old campaign we started. And in 16, 17, we saw the UPI coming and, you know, the COVID during the COVID times, the DigiLocker recently and all. So basically every DPI, we need to understand, first of all, the pulse of the market and even the nuts and bolts of the field. Because it should be citizen-centric, user-friendly and accessible. So you can't, again I will say, you can't put all the eggs in one basket. We have to be very thorough, very flexible and very, you know, I will say, customized what is needed. That is where our Ministry of Electronics and IT, we played an important role to bring the private partnership into this. We have fantastic examples of UPI, where Google and PhonePe have used our APIs and done wonders. We have the other example of even, I will say, Aadhaar integration with Jio's eKYC, and see the verification cost. Almost 90% of the cost of verifications have come down. I have many other examples. We see the space program. Yesterday I was listening to Nandan Nilekani sir and he was mentioning about the space system, and see many of the startups coming up, building up the 3D designs and all. And that's the wonder. We have the PME Vidya, I'm looking into BISAC. So we have one of the most economical satellites where I'm giving it to Sri Lanka, Myanmar and all these South Asian states for education, for training, for skilling, and I have almost 300 operational transponders. What I want to say here is that we have to be flexible, and see, the private sector is very important, first of all. What my colleague was saying, I was just listening carefully. So MasterCard and all, they're also, again, I will say, for example, they're very important payment gateways. I'm handling DigiLocker as an open data exchange platform. And the next step is a digital wallet. And a digital wallet, we are talking with EU and ITU in UN and all. A digital wallet can't be complete without the partnership of, again, these important gateways. So I think that again G20 gave a fillip. Yes, G20 gave a fillip. So why? Because see, our foundational principles are very strong. The fundamental principles of to make it open, secure, scalable, and accessible to all. And again, our foundational DPIs like UPI, Open Data Exchange, and Bhubaneswar was just here, and we were talking about the data governance and other. I think that's wonder. I think a lot of things are being done. Let me tell you. Today, we are also thinking of a future network of a resilient one, where government have a role to play, and I am doing something. So today, I have my own 7 platforms, indigenously developed and designed. Like we have our own app store, own email ID with a private partner, own intranet, own document management system, our own single sign-on, our own cable landing station. We are planning everything because it should be end to end. We can't just say that this is a bottle or this is a glass and these are separate. No, we have to think from end to end. So this is what the government is doing, and the government understands, appreciates the partnership of private sector, and with them we always see that it's a win-win situation.
Thank you, Sanket. Rohini, lastly to you. Microsoft is all over the world and has had an important evolution over the last 30 years, and especially after the cloud business have started. Your partnerships and engagement with the government is only going up. And it'd be great to get your perspective on how you've seen the DPI story evolve in India, but also how you see this playing out around the world.
Yeah, thanks for that question. Let me first start with a couple of observations about how synergistic a hyperscale cloud is with the DPI thinking. That might provide some conceptual thinking here. One, when you talk about DPI, we are talking about qualities like scalability, minimalism, building blocks, interoperability, security. These are fundamental tenets for a hyperscale cloud to work on a global scale. So there is surprising amount of synergy between a DPI thinking and a cloud. Second part I'll present is that as a hyperscale cloud, we think of the cloud as a platform. And our founder has defined a platform as an entity where the people who use the platform get many times more economic value than the value of the platform itself, which is very synergistic to how DPI thinking is. That people who use DPI and create economic value has to be many, many times more than the DPI itself. The reason I bring that up is because I think the ability for governments to look at the hyperscale cloud as a partner in the journey is super critical, because it allows you a running start to understand that the infrastructure part of whatever you want to deploy is by definition, by design, scalable, interoperable, and by the way, open source friendly. Microsoft is one of the largest contributors to open source, including some of our most recent innovations in agentic frameworks like AutoGen. They are open sourced. So it is a bit of a misconception. I want to understand that, understand the nature of how a hyperscale platform works. Now I will give a couple of examples, particularly in India, where, as you mentioned in your opening remarks, the role Microsoft has played. So we heard yesterday Nandan talk about AI as DPI, and he mentioned Bhashini. Now, our research, Microsoft Research, worked with AI for Bharat at IIT Madras over many years to build these language models that they then became part of the National Language Translation Mission and our Bhashini today. So we felt that we brought the thinking of what does it take to collect data, what does it take to create data pipelines at scale and create AI models. So that has been one example of being part of creating a DPI. Second example I would give is some of the largest platforms in India, like eShram, which is on informal workers, registry, and eSanjeevani, which is a telemedicine platform which works at tremendous scale and fidelity. These run on the Microsoft Cloud. So the ability for you to run your solutions on a platform that is by design meant to be scalable, secure, and configurable is by definition that synergy. The last part, which is I cannot overemphasize, is the point I made about what is a platform and what is the value that's created on the platform. We are seeing that the ability for startups to build on the cloud, especially digital native startups that are digital first, cloud first, AI first, is going to change the way in which value is created in the Indian economy using these DPIs. I was at a startup event a couple of weeks back, and we presented a point of view there that today, if in India the software market is about $20 billion, in 2030 it is expected to become $100 billion. That number is based on the fact that many of these startups are able to leverage the digital public infrastructure, not just the identity, data exchange and payments, but some of the upcoming ones like ONDC, like some of the ones we discussed earlier today, to create and solve new problems which would otherwise have required creating plumbing from the grounds up, which would by definition be economically unviable. So I work with startups every day in Bangalore, and to me, that fundamental aspect of economic unlock that startups create using DPI is the most important part of DPI that people have to understand.
Thank you, Rohini. I want to turn to Chandra Mohan. As the TCS is one of the largest global IT services firms, and as a company, you played an important role in India's DPI journey in many ways for the last decade and more. What are your sort of reflections and takeaways from the India journey? But also, I know as a firm, you have much work going on around the world. And what is your experience in learning from what you're doing in many parts of the world on DPI?
Yeah, thank you for having me here. Our experience has been, we are being part of building several government programs. The way we transformed the passport in India is a classic example for the last 15-20 years now. If you have seen a passport, taking passport before and now, Indian citizens would have experienced the way we have transformed. What I have seen in the recent past, when we are taking the DPI story across globally, we do individual programs in UK, we do railway programs, we do DigiLockers across the world and all that. What I have seen is after the G20 happened in India, there is a very clear sequence. G20 has said that there are 17 SDGs defined, and everybody agreed that without a DPI kind of a tool set, a technology, achieving those goals is very difficult, right, in the shortest possible time. Once the DPI has been identified as a tool set to achieve those goals, now we see a lot of traction from the government agencies also. See, it is what we observe is that it is not necessary that the government has to do everything. Most of the Indian government has played a very good role in the evangelization of the DPI, in also setting up a policy framework, creating institutions like NPCI, like UID, like ONDC, to create institutions given independent and autonomousity for them to innovate. And they naturally become a tech-savvy organizations. So what we see globally is that I think what important point is conceptualizing DPI required, which is foundational as well as sectorial DPIs. But once the DPI to be built, which is at the end of the day objective of the DPI is to give a citizen stack, a convenient citizen stack on the ground. It is also followed a very good methodology, learning from India, which everybody could take it a general methodology. I was sharing that information is that it actually gone to the manufacturing methodology. If you see the UPI story, I'll take one example of UPI, how it is actually resembled to the manufacturing. The switching and settlement is done by NPCI, infrastructure, right? If anybody wants to send money from A to B who are in different banks or different financial institutions, the central switching and settlement is done by NPCI. That's an easier task to do, to be honest with you. It's a technology component. Technology is always easy to do. Now the biggest part is the distribution of that service onto the ground. The banks have played a very important role in distribution, both in terms of creating an ecosystem of capturing the transactions and also acceptance on the transaction account, like authentication, authorization of the account, making the account credited, debited, secondly reconciliation, customer grievances on the transaction. They are become the distributor or a processor of the transaction. Now there is a dealer down below who is actually the TPAPs, third party application service providers, who played larger role in terms of taking the transactions, creating the merchant ecosystem on the ground. And in fact, the success of UPI is actually laid on the foundation of Prime Minister Jan Dhan Yojana. If there is no account in the bank, you can imagine how UPI would have been today, right? So if I take this example, there is a foundational work that is done on a PMJDY program, that is Banking for All. And there is a distribution network which is created to make sure that it is properly go through the proper regulated entity. And there is a TPAP, which is basically fintechs and startups and who actually innovated the way of redefining the experience. And when we see this whole, this same journey applies to Aadhaar, the same journey can apply to any other, even DigiLocker for that matter. The consumption is done by a lot of businesses. The private parties have a larger role in terms of driving this transformation. And whenever we take to one of the countries this experience, see, it is not that the India DPA can be just copy paste into some other. It is not possible because the DPA implementations have a lot of implications on the culture, the geo positioning and the population there, the education levels, digital literacy, a lot of things influence that, dynamics and all. What is important is this common framework where you actually create an infrastructure which can be created by the government or a government appointed agencies who are tech savvy and a private parties who come into it and then actually play the role of distribution and then consumption infrastructure. So if you ask me, the Google Pays or Phone Pays or the world is basically a consumption infrastructure who created an infrastructure for consuming the services. But end of the day, transaction is done by either UID or by NPCI or somebody else. And I think with this learning, what we played a large role in terms of the inclusion of the people. See, second very important factor which I feel is inclusion is not charity. Inclusion is possible business model. I am the classic example. I started working on financial inclusion in the year 2007. Everybody asked me that you are a global banking guy, why you are doing a rural banking, right? But actually today, I am talking about now 17 years from there, I have a sustainable financial inclusion business model where I can survive as a business unit within TCS. It is all about how do you create the business products and services suitable to that segment and price it to the segment that the segment can afford it, right? So it is important that when we are as a private entity trying to do the inclusion on the ground, important is to obviously to change the lives of the people on the ground, but you have to always have a sustainable program to run it for a long run. That means unless it is profit oriented, you created a model which can actually sustain for a long, no businesses can run on it. So I think from a private partnership with the government, especially the progressive governments which we have in India, I think we see a lot of synergy between public and private in terms of delivering those citizens stack to the ground.
Thank you so much, Chandramohan. I wanted to pick up one of the points you just mentioned. I'll come back to you for this question and would love to expand the discussion. I fully agree that there is no one-size-fits-all solution in DPI, right? But one of the things that technology has done and continues to do is standardization of many things, right? So if you go back to at least my time, back late 80s, early 90s, companies would build their own email, right? Their own word processor and so on and so forth. But what we've seen over the last 35 years is a standardization and so back in the day, even companies would say, look, but I'm unique and I need something different, right? But what we've seen in the last 35 years is a lot of harmonization, standardization that's happened while companies have adapted, right? Countries are still struggling everybody thinks they're unique. Yes, they are unique in many ways, but what I think the question I have, and this may be useful for many others to respond as well, what is it that can be standardized, that can scale, and what is it that needs to be customized, right? That's a fine balance. Last year, Carnegie released a paper at last GTS called DPI as a package service. Essentially with the idea of recognizing that, just to give you some statistics, there are 70 countries in the world that have a population of under 1 million people, right? Now, I would find it very hard. We were talking to my friend Pete from New Zealand here. Cook Island in their neighborhood has 15,000 people, and he said it's fewer people than in this building. So how do you expect a Cook Island or any such small country to build ID and payments? And so what's the especially having you've seen the tech sector for many years yourself, what's the degree of standardization that's possible? What needs to be customized? I think you have some reflections on that, would be great to get.
I think the foundational DPAs which we are talking about, which are standard, like giving identity. So we talk about giving identity to humans, right? Giving identity, India, we never spoke about it, giving identity to cattle, right? We have Pasu Aadhaar, right? Giving identity to institutions who are giving employment called Udyog Aadhaar, right? Identity as a subject is standard. The way in which you communicate, the protocols, or the way in which you transmit data, the technology is standard. The features could be customized based on. See, I tried to do financial inclusion after doing in India with a great story that 70% of India's Prime Minister Jan Dhan Yojana I could contribute. We went to Bangladesh. The complete story is different there, right? Because of the local religious, cultural, various aspects which are there. What I'm trying to say is that what is standard is obviously the technology part, which can be standard provided you build it on open standards and the way in which you make it interoperable, secure, privacy by design. These are the common principles across the globe. There is nothing, no changes in that, except rules of the game might change from country to country, but they are all configurable. But the point is that how do I make it adopted on the ground is the biggest challenge. And that's where the private players plays bigger role. So government will not be able to take it to the ground. Government can say that I want to have a direct benefit transfer scheme. But how do you take it onto the ground is actually is an ecosystem play. It includes the sponsor banks. It includes the destination banks where the guy maintains an account. It includes the interoperable agency, like where we have done Aadhaar payment bid system in NPCI. But it is all about you create the standard technology framework and protocol to reach to the ground. That's very important. But the customizations and parameters are more to do with the how you deliver onto the ground and what makes it successful. Unless you understand the local dynamics, adoption is very difficult. You can build great systems, but essentially unless you have the local nuances, like example, language is an example, religion is an example. Right, some customs which you have to follow. So those are the things which will go on a customization. But I think broadly, if you build a technology with a open architecture and open protocols and frameworks, and I'm sure they are reusable across with a little tweaking here and there. Yeah.
I get your point and fully agree. I just want to play devil's advocate and maybe bring in either Heber or Rohini to say, look, there's only one Microsoft Word around the world. There's only one MasterCard around the world. You don't customize, I don't think, a lot for any country. Let's play devil's advocate and spar with Chandramohan for a minute, if you will.
Yeah, let me since I work for a company which actually has the whole gamut, which means if I look at our modern work, it's a product. You don't customize it by and large. We've got business applications which you could customize. Of course, every customer rightfully believes they are unique. As soon as you start to customize, you are going down a path of making that product only for you. And therefore, any innovation that happens at scale on the platform, you are away from it. You're going to have to constantly reinvest in making sure that you have caught up with the customization. So it's a very healthy tension. I believe system integrators, I'm sort of really being specific, I think system integrators have a very unique role to play here to create that or manage that healthy tension between what is a product versus what has to be customized. And I will add another point in there called configuration. There are ways to create products or deploy products which only require configuration changes, not code changes. So the ability to ensure that you are delivering to your end customer in a way that is able to benefit from the fact that product innovation will move at a very fast pace, and how can your customer keep up and leverage the platform and product innovations as fast as they happen, rather than having to constantly invest in customizations. There is one middle ground called configuration, and system integrators have a really strong role to play here in creating that healthy tension between the end customer and the platform.
I'll go quickly to Heba and then come to Vajayanti and then Sanket last year.
No, I mean, contrary to common perception, there is a lot of customization that happens in every deployment, because every ecosystem is different. Who are the main players? Are they banks, fintechs, telcos? Also the economics are different in every context. So I was myself surprised to realize how much every deployment in MasterCard involves quite a bit of customization. It might not be technology per se, but a lot of in terms of how you configure the ecosystem and define the rules and participation and so on involves quite a bit of customization. So yeah, we would love to be able to have like ready-made, but I think countries are pretty different, and that's something that comes out in a lot of the recent discussions.
No, fair. I was just trying to create a bro war between Chandra Mohan and the two of you, but didn't work out. Vajayanti and Sanket, and we'll go to the audience.
Yes, I agree with the prior speakers that in many ways it's just not the technology. So DPI is much more than technology, and so so some of the things, it's sort of the frameworks, the principles, the good practices, the lessons learned, and I think that's one of the benefits of the deployment of a DPI in now multiple countries, over 70 countries, where it's what we love is this iterative approach. So you have the high-level principles, the good practices, the frameworks that but then get deployed at the country level, has to be customized because you have different laws. You have different institutions and institutional arrangements and different sort of leaders, as well as the capacity in country. And so what we've seen is that there are some elements, for example, the good practices and approaches for enrollment or issuance of ID, and the lessons across that. But laws will have to be different and things like that.
I think it's a very interesting discussion going on here, and on part of the government, Ministry of Electronics and IT. We keep on doing, we are rolling out, we're talking to many foreign countries for, helping them in these digital IDs, for national DPIs and all. So basically, again, I think the technology is the answer. And there is now between what the views we are listening, we have to maintain a fine balance. There is a fine balance, how much, where to customize, to adapt, and between the cross-border collaboration, I will say. For me, let me tell you one good thing, what we are doing, because the work of digital ID was mentioned and the standard of TSO, technical standard. So, India will be soon coming up with the global technology standards for digital ID. So, today I have some 2 billion codes, 1.4 mine, and 60 million are friendly countries where we are rolling it out. So you have listened about MOSIP and all. So almost 25 countries they are working. In 5 countries there is a rollout: Ethiopia, Philippines, Morocco, national rollout. So what I understand is every country is different, every region is different, every place is different. The culture, the local part, the political part, the social part, the economical part, the geostrategic geopolitical equation and all. So it's very different. We have to see that if we are implementing and rolling out something, I don't know if it should be a product or what, but anyway, the fundamental principles to be open source and all are very important, to be interoperable. And that is where India, Ministry of Electronics and IT, we are very successful, and that is why our foundational DPIs like DigiLocker, the Open Data Exchange, the Digital ID, they are sought. I think many things are there, but technology is the answer, and you just can't say that one thing will fit into all. No, that's.
Thank you. I want to, before we open up to the audience questions, I know there are a lot of expertise in the room, and I'm sure we'll have a lively discussion. I want to invite Imran, who's a member of parliament from South Africa, to talk a little bit about the G20 work and where DPI is coming up with the G20 work in South Africa. Imran, please.
Thank you, Madhukar, and thank you to the External Affairs Ministry of the Government of India and to Carnegie India for this wonderful opportunity of being here. And this is my first visit as an MP. I've been here before, so whenever I come to India, it's like coming home. India and South Africa have a very strong relationship, both culturally. As a matter of interest, 2.74% of our population are people from the Indian diaspora, representing 1.7 million Indians. I think it was the largest Indian population out of India and probably still remains. And I think secondly is also that India and South Africa share a common colonial past, a past of exclusion, and then a post-colonial past, where we need to build inclusive economies and we really need to get back into society. India has been far longer than us in this journey, I think about 77 years, and we are just 31 years into this journey post-democracy. So we got a long road to freedom. Interestingly enough as well, some context into G20 is that South Africa is the fourth of the developing countries that hosted the presidency. And that has been advancing this agenda of global south and development countries. And I think it's crucially important that the audience understands the geopolitical circumstances, that we know what's taking place here. I mean, in 2022, I think it was Indonesia. In 2023, India, and I know the DPI took center stage in amongst the resolutions that took place. In last year, it was Brazil. And 2025, it's South Africa. So we have this huge mantle of responsibility of advancing the agenda and the growth and the re-emergence of developing countries and the global south. And what's also very unique about this G20 is that we are the only African country that's part of the G20, and it is the first time that the G20 is being hosted by an African country. So we also have this additional responsibility of ensuring that Africa is not left behind and that the interest of Africa. And therefore, I think maybe I'd pause and say that I was very deeply humbled and excited when I saw African countries like Morocco, like Uganda, Malawi, and Nigeria share with us their journey through DPI. So finally, just to conclude the context there, is that interestingly enough, what happens is after us, and that is why it was important for us to show this chain that way we're carrying this presidency of the global south and developing. Next year it goes to America. The presidency goes to America. So we can understand the geopolitical circumstances we are in. Whether or not America advances the gains that have been done over the past 4 years remains to be seen. So needless to say, as the last of the developing countries in this four, we want to certainly use it as an opportunity to advance the interest of developing countries. Now, we've identified 4 areas that we really want to focus on under what is called the G20 Digital Economy Working Group, which is a working group that is meeting and will meet until the November summit. I was on a call last night with the Director General of the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies, and she had chaired the DUG, the Digital Economy Working Group, for the last 5 days in South Africa. So we've identified 4 areas that are focus areas for us. The one is digital connectivity. The second is DPI. The third is digital innovation ecosystems. And the fourth is the regulation of AI. These are the key priority areas that the working group is focusing on. And hopefully we'll find when we meet in November, this group would have refined, interrogated, and come up with certain resolutions that will take this G20 forward. Now, why is connectivity crucially important for us in Africa? Because it is the basis of any digital transformation. I mean, I heard yesterday something very simple but profound, that AI is the terrace and digital connectivity is the foundation. So needless to say, if we don't get digital connectivity in Africa and in development countries right, we are not going to get off the mark. And digital connectivity talks to 2 challenges. One is infrastructure and the other is cost. And that's an area we want to deal with. We want to deal with the issues of cost, particularly around our mobile network operators. What is the cost of connectivity? And we're finding in South Africa particularly, the costs are huge in relation to the rest of the world. And finally, I think as I pause, for me, so I'll be very excited as we look forward to welcoming and hosting the G20 summit in November, where our group will try to address, just in terms of AI, interestingly enough, at very huge conversations that have been taking place within Parliament and the Portfolio Committee where I sit in, is around AI. And one of the lessons of my learnings from here, amongst the many, and I think one profound learning, I think it was Shankar in the very few first minutes, because I've come here to understand DPI and how can that help my country to really get this entire challenges of interoperability, because we have similar challenges, like we have a huge cash economy, we have a huge rural base, we have a huge influx of foreigners that have come in. How do we get them to be meaningful contributors, taxpayers, to the national fiscus so we can have sufficient revenue base to fund infrastructure? So I think DPI and starting with a digital identification is the basis. So I took that, there was a learning I took yesterday, and that was the issue around DPI must talk to an outcome. Understand the meta friction, I think that was the term. So it is something that I've been dreaming about last night. I've been trying to itemize what is that common denominator, the problem that my country is facing, that digital ID. Let me understand that meta friction. So as I land, I would really be excited to be hosting the rest of the world in November, and really we welcome yourselves and the audience here to join us in November. And thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Imran. It's great to get the insight. I know the South African presidency is a few months in already and would love to figure out how we can continue to engage. We have a lot of questions in the audience. If you can put your hand up, we can go from this side of the room and yeah.
Hi, my name is Rahul. I'm an independent consultant at the intersection of tech and geopolitics. I've had a long career in the digital and technology world, so I understand the technological model of DPI pretty well. What I'm particularly keen to ask Sanket ji in this case is, what is the commercial and the relational model that India is using, and sorry for sounding transactional for the times, to put this model out in the world? Right? And I've had a word with a couple of MEA folks, but I'm not getting the exact answer. I don't know if there's one that can be shared publicly.
Yeah, there's second hand there and the third hand here.
My name is Dr. Sarvjit Dudeja. I want to understand the way we are talking about DPI and digital economy. Are we moving to our cryptocurrency or this type of currency in the world? Even President Trump is also encouraging cryptocurrency during his campaign. He was encouraging instead of dollar. So what is the situation in the rest of the world?
Thanks.
Thank you. One question is, address the panel, particularly to Ms. Sanket. We're talking about the connectivity, the connectivity, digital connectivity countrywide, as far as India is concerned, a large geography and large population. Now, with the coming in of the AI, with multiple languages coming up, and related derivatives from that in terms of transactions and services, what kind of a challenge is that for the government? Because BharatNet, I'm reading, doesn't cover the entire country. So what kind of challenge does that present both for the country as such and also to the other users of that facility? That's one question.
Yeah.
The second one is you talked about the small countries like Cook Island with small population. Now, it could even be, I think, it could even be thought in terms of commercially viable kind of an enterprise where you create that and there are a lot of benefit derived from that, because obviously this leads to monetization of their activities. But more than that, because the fact it provides the facility or the infrastructure for mobilization of the community, there are a whole lot of other challenges which actually can be addressed through this kind of community mobilization, and thereby creating the, let's say, the buffer against the shocks, external and internal shocks.
Sure.
Actually, the economy actually also gets better. Thank you.
David Roos at the back.
Thank you, and first of all, thanks Shruti and all the Carnegie team and the government of India for hosting
Can you speak up a little bit, David?
this excellent summit. My question would be, frankly speaking, I think we hear a lot, technology is not the problem, but technology is the answer. And then we spend a lot of time talking about technology. So my question is maybe to Joint Secretary Mr. Bondhu would be, what was the most important policy plumbing that you've done before 2016 to allow all of the DPI marketplace? And what would be your first recommendation to a country who has not done yet that kind of heavy lifting on the ground?
Thank you. I think those are great questions. You want to start off, Heba, or do you want to react to anything at all? In no particular order. If anyone wants, you've got direct questions.
All bombarded on me. Thank you so much. But fine, I'm very happy, because this is what is needed. To see, for the first question, I think the technological model of DPI. So, we have started working in more than 50 countries on all these foundational DPIs, sharing them on the Open Data Exchange and all. It may be the DigiLocker, it may be the digital ID. And let me tell you, when I talk about a digital ID, we all know, or maybe let me tell you that many of the countries, the digital ID was not successful. So why India? Because there are some silent features in our own model, the authority, the Aadhaar and all that. Now coming to your right question, and what I have listened is about the commercialized, the commercial or the realized model, right? So interestingly, what I see or I feel, and I am working as because I am looking into DPI as a subject matter in government of India. So the government is very serious. It brought the India mission, and it gave the DPI as a subject to me to look, because it's like the Ministry of Finance, MEAB, all are working together as a team. So here we are not seeing as of now any commercial gains or something sort of that. No way. It's more the trust model. What I feel, it's a trust, and as of now we think that our New Delhi leaders' declaration of G20 is very much clear how to go about it with the fundamental principles for the global south. So I think that is your short answer. Coming to the third part about the connectivity and the AI, the languages and all, I think sir asked me. So yes, that is a challenge today, not only for India. It may be for Europe, it may be for Africa, it may be for a state like Uttar Pradesh, it may be state for Northeast and all, because it's diverse. But the beauty lies here to get them all together. A game changer example is Bhashini. You mentioned AI, and I have Bhashini. So Bhashini, I have like 35 language models now, where from text to text, voice to text and all we are working. Also with the 6 UN languages, like Russian, Arabic, Chinese, English and all. That is one answer with an fascinating, inclusive and accessible DPI like Bhashini, and I think that should suffice. Coming to the third part, also you mentioned about Togo, right? Infrastructure, yeah. So I think I will also relate it to the last part. Like earlier, what was that? How was the ecosystem built? My friend there had asked, and what I understood, that pre-2016, obviously, see, there is some base infrastructure. Overnight, you just can't come and make some roads and bridges and all. There is some old brownfield project, and then you expand it. If you take the physical part, in the digital, even then we need some. For example, let's take telecom. There is some connectivity like 2G. We can't directly go to 6G or 7G. But yes, India have leapfrog. India have leapfrog. See the UPI experience. See the Bharat stage experience, my friend, is like the European pollution norms, and we directly went from Bharat stage 4 to Bharat stage 6 and many more. I have some more examples where India have really leapfrog into the technology. But yes, the main what I felt you were asking is, we had a basic infrastructure where it was all built, but the last decade, since 2014-15, when the Digital India campaign took over, we can see the results and the success of the Indian digital transformation story. Thank you.
We're at time, but if anyone wants to add some last comments, please do. I'm sure.
I think my experience has been in the successful DPI adoption. Creation is easier, adoption is tough. Okay, is that you identify the right use case to drive the DPI story. If you take Aadhaar example, I have seen on the ground in the villages. Okay, my practical experience is from the ground. If you see that the DBT program actually driven the Aadhaar, people have understood that if I don't have a mechanism to identify myself, how government will actually give me the benefit. Similarly, when you look at DigiLocker today, if you just put a DigiLocker and say start using it, nobody will use it. Suppose if the university says that I will recognize the certificate connected to DigiLocker, or I will recognize your identity connected to DigiLocker, that use case drives the adoption. I think what is important, I have seen, whether you can take UPI example also, demonetization, UPI coincidentally happened similar time, then COVID took place. And smartphone revolution took place in India. So I used to think if a transaction has to happen on a touch phone, which is not hygienic to do, how people will move to touch phone. I used to like BlackBerry. But the point of the matter is the situations and the incidents and the use cases driven that. One is smartphone penetration, affordability of the data connectivity, then the Jan Dhan Yojana, then UPI infrastructure, then you have the demonetization and the COVID. I think there are several factors influence the adoption. Of course. So the use case for any DPI to sustain long term use case, strong use case is required. That's my.
Did you want to add?
Just quickly to add, we now are engaged in 70 countries, about $2 billion invested just in ID alone, and we do see countries learning from one another. So many have come to India and been inspired. We know the global public good of MOSIP that was initially inspired by Aadhaar, but is a broader global public good and has been adopted by a number of countries. In several of the countries we're engaging, so Morocco, half of the population is now registered. In Philippines, 90 million people registered. In Nigeria and others. And so, but I agree completely that it's the use case adoption. And to go back to the theme of this, I think we often are focused on the 1, 2, 3 use cases of government services, of public sector services. And I think more and more we need to start thinking.
Practical thing. So basically when you do it, it's more, what we are doing is the proof of concept and the pilot. Because the pilot is the base and that helps in the national rollout of any DPI where you want to scale it in any foreign nation.
So I think just to go back to saying that I think bringing in private sector innovation and use cases should also be at the heart of the initial 1 or 2 use case adoption.
No, we're at time. Did Rohini or Hiba want to Closing comments? Anything?
No, I wanted to address the point the gentleman made about technology versus technology. I think, there's a stage to it.
Yeah.
The comments that were made in terms of driven by a use case, driven by a real problem to be solved, one starts with that use case, then there are initial technology building blocks that address helping them. Then when you scale, at that time you may have different technology elements that come in, but it is to start with, it's a use case and bring the people together and making sure the policy makers and the mind share is there. So I think it's that journey that one has to think about.
It's a lot of learning. I must ask you to then wrap it up for us. Heba, please. Yes.
Thank you. So I'll go back to the theme. I think, we've gone a long way in terms of defining the DPI, understanding what it's about, building the public sector role. And last year we filled a big gap when again the Safeguard Initiative was launched, and now it's in its second year of iteration. I hope that in the South Africa G20 that it will launch deeper work on the role of the private sector and really better understanding of how to bring the private sector in and what are the business models. And I think this will complete the circle and get us to that.
On that very constructive note, thank you very much. A big round of applause for all of our panelists.
Thank you all for a dynamic and market-focused discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, you may have noticed that Carnegie India is trying to make the Global Technology Summit more sustainable. If you notice this badge that I'm wearing and that all of you are wearing, this part of the badge is made of cork. And in this endeavor to make GTS more sustainable, we're this year proud to partner with the Gen C, a carbon footprint calculator platform tailored for the events industry of India. Together, we're reimagining what truly sustainable events can look like. From material recycling and repurposing systems to real-time sustainability tracking, we're committed to walking the talk. This initiative isn't just about minimizing our footprint. It's about setting a new benchmark for environmentally responsible events in India. To that end, we now have a coffee break. Outside the ballroom in the pre-function area, you will notice there are certain kiosks that are put up that will help you calculate your carbon footprint. I would encourage you over the time that you have in the coffee break to engage with these kiosks and actually, interestingly, calculate your carbon footprint. Thank you. Here in a few minutes, and I would request you all to please take your seats. Thank you.
Request everyone in the pre-function area to come inside. We already have Secretary Krishnan with us and we want to start the next session. Thank you.
Secretary is here and we'll be starting any minute. I'd request you all to please settle down and take your seats. Thank you. It's my great privilege to welcome to the stage for a keynote address Mr. S. Krishnan, Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India. So the floor is all yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I understand we are almost at the last leg of the Global Technology Summit this year, and I think it's very heartening to see so many members in the audience still wrapped in attention late on a Saturday evening on what has been at the end of what has been a fairly intense 3.5 days of discussions on a range of issues on global technology. Today, I've been asked to speak about what India plans to do and how India plans to work on the AI summit that our Prime Minister had offered to host at the time of the Paris AI summit. Many of my colleagues have been part of various panels and other discussions in the past 3 days on a range of issues. Most issues about AI and India's approach to AI would have been covered in many of these discussions. The one thing which is very clear about AI is that we have news every week, sometimes news every other day, and we need to keep catching up. And part of the way that we have approached it in the past little more than a year since the India AI mission was announced in March of 2024, and before that, when India started off on having a national strategy on AI with a paper from the Niti Aayog and so on, has fundamentally been that we've been flexible in our approach to this. Right from the beginning, we decided not to be doctrinaire, not to be dogmatic and say that safety is the biggest concern, we have to regulate, we have to look at these issues. We felt right up front, and this is something which the Prime Minister, and right from the top, this was a feeling that this is an opportunity. It depends on how well we use it, how we seize it, and we have to look at what the challenges are and see how we address our challenges in making most of this opportunity. So from that perspective, I think we've been open on this entire issue, and we've also followed what the global governance has been sort of looking at on the AI issue. We've been in the forefront of that. In 2023, we were the chair of the GPAI, of the Global Partnership on AI. You would recall that we hosted 2 summit events here in Delhi, both of them which brought in a lot of energy, particularly of innovation, with lots of startups and others getting into the act in a big way. It is with the same spirit that we've approached the 3 AI summits that have been held so far. The first one, the AI Safety Summit at Bletchley Park, late in 2023, subsequently the summit in Seoul, and of course the summit earlier this year in February in Paris, where India was invited to be the co-chair. As you can see, the theme of these summits have moved from safety to action in the Paris summit. Now we believe it is time to start talking about impact. It's been almost about 2 to 3 years of this journey, and I think many people are impatient to see actual impact of what AI can do and what AI can deliver and what can actually happen. And when we say impact again, I think we need to look at it in a positive framework in terms of what it can actually deliver. The expectations and hopes in terms of what AI can do for India, a country like India, and likewise the rest of the global south in terms of raising the overall productivity in various real sectors of the economy, in ensuring that there is greater efficiency and effectiveness in governance, and thereby sort of significantly improving economic growth and promoting prosperity is the one angle that I think, is foremost in India's mind, and how we can actually be disruptive in enabling this through innovation and startup-driven approach is what India is seriously looking at, and I think this is an approach that needs to be looked at in the rest of the world as well. Initially, of course, there were a number of fears about the overall costs, whether it's affordable for a country like India, whether we can actually get the compute capacity together, whether we can get the human resources together to actually build models, whether we can create applications which can be sort of deployed in the field, and so on. But if you look at the India AI mission and the 7 verticals there, I think it addresses the entire slew of issues. There is something in it literally for everybody. In terms of enterprises, researchers, and others wanting access to AI compute, which is a primary requirement. Clearly, there is a vertical which addresses that, and already we have about 15,000 GPU worth of compute already available, plus more to be added in due course. Likewise, if you look at what is happening on the models front, we should very shortly be announcing which one will be the first of the India Foundation models to be built. There is work going on there. If you come to the issue of data, and data is a critical element of what needs to be done, we launched the AI Kosh as a platform where about 300 plus data sets are already being shared, and more are being added as we speak. And if you come to the issue of applications, and which is where I think most of the action will lie in a country like India, we again find that there has been tremendous enthusiasm, more than 900 applications for the first round and more than a similar number in the second round. Currently, most of them are confined to areas of governance which the government is interested in, but increasingly we believe it needs to be thrown open to look at other challenges which address society at large or the economy at large, and we'll have to see how we take it forward. So all of this means that we have addressed each of these segments. Likewise, in the skilling segment, we have to look at it all the way at the top of the line in terms of having, very, very competent and capable PhD candidates who can work on many of these research projects, and which is what has driven most of the AI research around the world, and we are supporting that, all the way down to ITI, polytechnic level students who can help with data annotation, and there could be a large number of jobs there. And the real story, I think, for India's ITES industry, in a sense, it's for them possibly another Y2K moment in terms of ensuring that most of the applications which are being developed are effectively laid out and delivered and actually deployed in a number of organizations, whether they are government organizations, enterprises, firms, and so on. So that would be a huge opportunity for them. So in that sense, if you really look at what it all offers for India, and through India to the rest of the world, given our overall DPI story, eventually, probably, as the Prime Minister indicated and as the Minister for Electronics and Information Technology also spoke about earlier in Parliament, the issue is really, I think, eventually to have a DPI layer kind of interacting with AI and enabling that to actually be used more widely so that there's even more innovation, not just at the application level, but at the agent level, agentic level, in order to take it to the next stage of how it can be applied. And this is clearly something that we can share with the rest of the world where it is needed. Data center capacities will have to come up. India is a good location where this can be created. Likewise, the compute capacity where it comes up will need to be shared with other places in the world where it requires to be created. We've had discussions with the United Nations as well to see how this could be enabled. So in that sense, India not just wants to use AI as something that it can do for itself, but wants to sort of take a leadership position on behalf of the Global South in seeing that it is deployed across the world. So these are the efforts that we are making, and I think the key element of the way the government is working on AI is that it's a complete collaborative approach. No part of the India AI mission actually works in isolation of either private sector, academia, or civil society. We have continuous engagements on each of these verticals, and it's been a collaborative effort in which we would like to continue. And it's that theme, in terms of bringing in more and more stakeholders, that is the theme we would like to take into the AI Impact Summit, which we would host early next year, and ensure that multiple stakeholders become part of this, and we should be able to actually showcase all that has been done here and in other parts of the world in terms of impact by then. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for that powerful keynote which sets the stage for the panel titled India's AI Summit, The Road Ahead. Please welcome to the stage for this panel Sunil Abraham, Public Policy Director, Data Economy and Emerging Tech, Meta India, Henri Verdier, French Ambassador for Digital Affairs, Nitarshan Rajkumar, Vice Chair, EU's General Purpose AI Code of Practice. This session will be moderated by Shalini Kapoor, volunteer, Ekstep Foundation, and author, AI for You. Can we have the video, please? Shalini, the floor is all yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. It's definitely Saturday evening, and I'm sure everybody wants to go home. We have debated, talked, learned, networked, collaborated, and made our plans for next week as well of what meetings to continue. But yes, right now we have the esteemed panel with us. So let's discuss about the AI Summit for Impact, which is going to happen next year, and do a bit of brainstorming or thinking in a bit of unstructured way. We don't want to be structured like, end of Saturday. So I think I'll do a quick round first with each one of you, which is, go back in some time and then quickly go ahead in some time, right? Sorry, this is not the questions which I had sent to you. Yeah. So you go back, you are sitting in, and almost all of you, I think at least 3 of you were also in the Paris Summit. So you have to go back and you have to think in the Paris Summit, and definitely the first question is to you, Krishnan sir. You were sitting there and you were thinking about India. This is what I will not do, and this is what I will do.
Interesting. I think what we will do, I think there are 2 things we will certainly do. I think one thing is collaborate and make sure that in each of these areas that concern us, we work with as broad a cross-section as we can actually collect and put together. I think this is something which is fairly apparent from across the world. I attended a G7 plus a few other countries, a meeting in Rome last year, and I think the emphasis there was very clear that unless all of these like-minded countries, democratic countries, collaborate and put together enough capacities in every sense of the word, whether it is compute, whether it is model creation, applications, skilling, all of that needs to come together in order to enable the delivery to across the world and to make sure that it is democratic and inclusive. And that's clearly India's position on that. It needs to be democratic, it needs to be inclusive, it needs to get everyone in, and whatever we can do on this bit, we will certainly do. So this is what we want to do. Now, what we will not do is throttle an opportunity. So that is something we are fairly clear about. Interestingly, many people initially it was even the word regulation was a not so good word. But fundamentally, people assume that regulation means that you'll promptly throttle innovation. But I think as we are thinking about it, we had put out a consultation paper which had been prepared, a report which had been prepared by a subcommittee headed by the principal scientific advisor on AI governance and what approach we take. And we got some very interesting inputs on that paper. And some of it actually showed us that the regulation that we are thinking about shouldn't be just about regulating and putting guardrails on AI and don't do this and don't do this, but actually find ways to enable it. And there could be certain regulatory measures we need to take to make the path for application of AI or development of AI, deployment of AI much easier. So I think there were some very interesting suggestions around that. So that way we are fairly clear that we don't want to throttle the opportunity.
Great. Not throttling the opportunity, and also I think what you're talking about is that for AI adoption to happen, you need to have the right framework so that people know, like, when road safety was created, pedestrian did not know, the car driver did not know what to do, but a certain bit of rules kind of enabled more highways to happen, more pedestrians to come over safely. So thank you, Andre. You have to go back into the past and imagine the future and say what is it that you definitely do not want to get repeated, and what is your expectations?
But that's not the question. The question is, something was born in Bletchley Park. Korea did build upon this. We did build upon Korea. India will go further. So the question is not, you cannot repeat the French summit. By the way, there is something you cannot do. That's to propose to India to co-chair the summit, because you chair the summit, so you cannot co-chair the summit. So we did try to do something. So in Bletchley Park was convened around one important question, that is are there existential risks? I think that now every government knows that they have to consider this question and to be prepared mentally for this. So Korea did speak a bit more about innovation. We tried to propose a broad conversation regarding opportunities and risks. That's not by coincidence that President Macron and President von der Leyen did announce engagement. That's because we wanted to show that we believe in this technology and we want to develop innovation. But we wanted also to, our conviction is that innovation doesn't automatically lead to progress. Innovation is innovation, for good or bad. If you want innovation to become progress, you need good policies, you need governance that is not always regulation, but sometimes regulation. You need investment, we need common knowledge and common resources and open source and cooperation and competition. And so you have to design something. And probably the conversation in Paris was about this. And I feel that we did succeed at least to frame this conversation. So now we have to invade this framework and to work and to propose and to find solutions and maybe to pass the mic to my neighbor. Maybe I want to commend the Indian project to focus on impact, and it gave me a title. That's just to say that there are existential risks, but there are also existential needs, and we need to address existential needs. If we don't use AI to improve by, 10% the agricultural efficiency in developing countries, we are criminals. If we don't use AI to build better education systems, we are criminals. But for this we needed to start from existential risks because they do exist, and then to propose a broader conversation, and then to focus on, so that like in rugby, in France we play rugby, so we pass the ball to the other one.
Yeah, so design and how we do it well is important. So I'll come to you, Nitarshan. To look into the future, we always have to look at history. And you had really good feedback from what happened, what did not happen. We would like to hear your insights.
Yeah, and I should start by saying that I'm speaking in an individual capacity. I have a bit of a luxury in being able to do that. I'm not in British government anymore. So this is purely my own views and reflections. What happened at Bletchley was that, in the months coming after ChatGPT, there was a realization that this is a technology that's moving faster than any that we've encountered before, and that government needed to act differently to how it's responded to other challenges in technology. It needed to be much faster. It needed to get ahead of the problem, potentially some of the most extreme problems, the existential or the catastrophic risks. And so, in the short span of about 4 months, Rishi Sunak and the team that we had pulled together this global summit where we invited leading countries, leading companies working at the frontier of AI to sort of acknowledge that the risks were serious. We'd never seen this before, where the countries had acknowledged collectively that the risks were real and that we needed to take action on them together, that it was a shared problem for all of humanity. And so you saw that in terms of the US and China being on the same stage and signing the same documents, making these sorts of acknowledgements. That was an explicit aim for us to set the groundwork, set the norms that this is something that all of humanity had to face together, rather than independently parcel off and try to, or just not make any progress on it all. So getting global agreement on the risks being real was important for us. And we were also really focused on building state capacity. So at the summit, we announced the creation of our AI Safety Institute. And we saw that many other countries as well have followed in that path. The United States has one, or a dozen other countries have one as well. There's an international network of AI Safety Institutes as well. Yeah, everyone on the stage, I suppose, has an AI Safety Institute in some form or another, which is really focused on the technical evaluation of the risks, right? If we don't understand what the risks are in a quantitative level, decision makers, senior political leaders are not going to be able to take the right actions. So we were really focused on just understand what the risks are. One, acknowledge that the risks are real. Two, do the technical work of measurement, of science to understand what the risks were, and then get the rest of the global community to take that forward. And sort of the third thing that we wanted is a forward process, right? You can have a one-off event to talk about safety, but we also wanted a forward process at the political level for talking about AI, and that's continued in this form in the summit series. And it's also continued in terms of an international scientific report. So not just building political consensus around what the risks are, but building the scientific understanding of the risks, again, with a much broader set of countries, including involvement from the UN, to mirroring what we've done in climate change. So across all of these things, it was about kickstarting a conversation that was not happening before at an international level, and that we were very worried would just never happen if there wasn't sort of a strong political impetus or a shock to the system to make people start talking about this.
Right. Thanks. Interesting. So I'll come to you, Sunil. I know you weren't there at the summit, but your organization was. So, do let us know that, if it is impact and it is for public good, how does open systems work? And how do you think we can expect the private players for AI for social good and contributing in this summit for all the citizens?
Thank you so much, Shalini, for the question, and thanks to Carnegie for having me again. On the question of impact, and especially in the Indian context, I think we've already seen several examples. I won't go into what Nandan Nilekani talks about, which is the use cases. I'll stick to some of the scientific advancements that have been made. So what the team at Sarvam did is they looked at all the available proprietary and open models and realized that for Indic languages, we as Indians were paying a token tax. The tokenizer wasn't efficient enough. And in Llama, it was 6 times the efficient tokenizer that they developed was 6 times faster than our tokenizer and 4 times faster than the OpenAI tokenizer. So in OpenHati, you can see core engineering contributions being made by the Sarvam team. AI for Bharat took another model of ours. Meta has a huge range of open source projects, more than 900 open source projects. Seamless for MT, and they trained it in 12 Indian languages, and now they have a much more performant text-to-speech and speech-to-text model called Indic Seamless. Unfortunately, Meta did not provide that model under a commercially compatible license, so it still can be used mostly by government and not by others. And most recently, we've been watching the expression of interest for indigenous models. And I think it is clear from the design of that EOI that they don't want to have derivative works from globally available open models. So we're going to watch the open winners a little more closely, and we're going to wonder how many of them are going to use PyTorch, which PyTorch is an open source project from Meta. And what's interesting about that open source project in particular is Meta became more radical on open source than any of the other big tech companies that I know. They took this crown jewel, if you may, and they donated it to Linux Foundation. So if somebody has a sovereignty anxiety, if they're using PyTorch, they need not have that anxiety because the trademark, the copyright of the code and the trademark no longer belongs to Meta. It is handled by Linux Foundation. So I think there's a lot of impact happening. It's all invisible. I'll give one last example of Indian government policy. CSIR has an open access mandate. That means the $500 million that is spent by CSIR every year will produce open access journal articles or be published in faster moving sciences onto just archive. And that is $500 million worth of training data for all models. So open source lifts all boats, just like our projects helps everybody. The contribution that the Indian government makes of $500 million, just from CSIR, I'm not counting the other funding from the Indian government. That's $500 million worth of training data being contributed by the Indian government to the whole planet. So there's a lot of impact happening. We're just not sitting and doing the bean counting yet. I think some of us should start doing the bean counting and checking and quantizing this impact.
Yeah, I hope you are not being asked those things internally. Okay. So let's, I think we have kind of, understood what we want out of the summit. And I'll come back to the audience in some time and kind of, take inputs to you. Secretary Sir is here, so, some input from the audience would also be welcome. Let's get into some fun. Let's do some rapid fire. And I'll start with you, Nitarshan. At the summit, something for all or a large-scale challenge which is contributed by all?
Could you clarify with that? Could you clarify what you meant by that? Like AI?
Is the summit going to be something for all?
Yes.
Or is it going to be a large-scale challenge contributed by all? What do you choose? You can choose one.
So if I understand what you're saying, right, like I think the way we did our summit in Bletchley Park was we had a very small set of people and countries and companies that were invited, which I think is a different approach to where the summits have gone for like various reasons. But we were focused again on like risks that were emerging at the frontier from a small set of companies, from a small set of countries. And in some ways that maybe mirrors other areas of historical technological challenges like nuclear weapons or climate change to some extent, where the responsibility maybe, or like the risk that's emerging comes from a small set of actors. So that made sense when the focus was on safety. And I'll leave it to the others to talk about the shifting focus to opportunity, but there, like, everyone wants the opportunity, everyone wants the upside of the summit. And so for the Indian summit, I suppose if the focus is on like impact, if the focus is on the broad distribution of benefits, then like having a broad set of people involved and like feeling like they have a stake in this conversation is going to be quite important. But for the safety conversation, maybe in some ways we want everyone to acknowledge that the risks are there, but it's the actions of a small set of people that's actually going to matter. A small set of companies, like on the order of 10 companies in the world currently today, that will affect what the safety issues look like for the next handful of years.
I'll come to you, Krishan sir. Do you think summit should be something for all, or we take one large-scale challenge which everybody contributes in, and you can choose one?
I choose something in between, I guess.
That's not the option.
Honestly, something for all is I think much as we would love to offer something for all, it may not work. But then, given the scale of challenges and everything, it can't be reduced to just one challenge. So probably, in a sense, it'll be more than one challenge, and thereby, everyone contributes and gets something out of it.
Sure. Yeah.
I mean, just one other thing is I think whether people think Bletchley was a success or not, if one were to interpret it as a success, which I obviously do, it's because we had a clear focus, right? It was like we were really trying to make progress on a very narrow set of things rather than trying to solve every single problem that existed in the world around AI. And like the problems of AI are as multifaceted as the problems of climate change or like the problem of global governance in general, right? And so that's like an almost intractable, infinite set of problems to try to solve. And because we were able to make progress because we picked a small set of things that we initiated conversations on, that we initiated like international processes and institution building on, that we wanted to make like concrete progress on. So it feels like for like the summit process going forward, even if there's like a broader focus on opportunity or on like distribution of benefits, it still might. I mean, I'd love to hear others' views on this too, but it still feels like you need to pick like 2 or 3 things that you want to make concrete progress on in those areas, which could be like the commercial deployment of data centers, right, for the rest of the world, and access of AI to the rest of the world in like some really measurable, concrete form, and then just like do as much as you can on that, rather than try to solve everything about global AI governance as a whole. But
okay, good viewpoint. And the next question is for Sunil and Andre. 100 agents for all Indian citizens, or one large LLM for India?
Yeah, that's easy for me to answer because there is a official position on this from Mark Zuckerberg himself. So he doesn't want to stop at 100. He said, let a million flowers bloom. So that's the vision that he has for the world. He wants a million models. He doesn't want one ring to rule them all. He thinks that's some kind of dystopia to have that kind of centralized control. So I wanted to go back into history and sort of go into the future that is already technically there, but perhaps not there because we haven't solved market incentives and some last sort of policy stumbling blocks. I go all the way back to 1440, the year 1440, and the city of Florence. The richest man, Cosimo Medici, was a lover of books, and he's 30 years old, and his book collection is just 8 books, and he grew up with 3 books. Today, we have a world where all the knowledge of the world could be offline in a 3 GB weight file or 1 GB weight file on a mobile phone of a villager in North Karnataka who does not have proper internet connectivity, and he can choose the novel of his choice, Munshi Premchand, and have it read to him in Kannada and in the voice of his favorite film actor, Dr. Rajkumar. So that's every single Indian with a mobile phone is potentially richer than Cosimo Medici in the 15th century. So that's the future that ideally we should build for, and that future won't happen if we put a limit of just 100 AI models and so on. That's why going closer to Mark's vision of million is a much more effective route than sticking to 100. Sorry.
Yeah. So there's a lot of information, and that's why I think the AI models are also moving towards reasoning, because the reasoning part is something which is the dearth of knowledge and the plethora of, like, there's so much information available that's not the bottleneck anymore. Andre, do you think and this is a question to you, do you think the summit should focus on economic impact of AI or citizens and their benefits with AI?
So, briefly, first, why do we need such summits, by the way? We need this because we are living an arms race. That's a race. Companies are racing, governments are racing. And in this context, if we don't have a common consensus on some principles, it becomes a race to the bottom. Because, for example, in Europe, we will be, you know this, we'll be very attached to human dignity, privacy, safety, maybe a bit more than the Valley, but if we adopt alone those principles, we destroy our industry. So we need the planet to be on the same line. And the unique, universal body is the UN. So whatever we do in our summits, we need to try to feed the UN processes, to strengthen the UN processes. That's why I feel that that's great if every year there is a meeting of head of states with a lot of researchers, civil society, companies, with a focus on some important point. Because we have this global conversation and we put the light on an important point. And at the end, we join the UN process and we negotiate, even with people that don't think like us, and we negotiate. So that's important. So it does answer to your first question. It does answer a bit. By the way, it depends on the priority of the hosting government. It doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, there is a global digital compact, there are negotiations, there will be the political body within the UN system, and we still have the GPIs that we did create together, etc. Very briefly regarding the question about 1 or 1,000 or 1 million, for us, and I feel that India will share this view, that of the utmost importance to be sure that at the center of this revolution there is enough commonality, open source, common knowledge, science, and not just a privatized knowledge in 3 or 4 companies. We cannot afford a world with a domination of few models. It will ruin every value chain, because they would take control of every value chain. They will force revenue sharing. So whatever happens, we will stand for the existence. I don't deny the interest of, if you want, of some proprietary model, but at the center, like in science, you could not find new patents without public science. You need public science to make patents. So, and that's why we did launch the current AI Foundation at the Paris Summit to have a vehicle to finance. Not one more open source LLM. We don't need to. You have yours, but to help tactically where it is necessary. Maybe we need to develop new technology for secure access to health data, protecting privacy. Maybe we need some data sets. Maybe we need some tools. So it will be a contribution to the world of open knowledge regarding AI.
Yeah, I think you also brought a good point of consensus building for the public good, and then how we need to work towards that. So yeah, that's a very important point. I think you were also hinting to the vow, or I would say the investments which we can take for the summit, and I believe there were some investments announced, and Nitarshan pointed it to that the Safety Institute was announced, and at every summit there have been investments which have been announced or metrics being discussed. So let's talk a bit on that. Secretary Sir, how do you think you see the investment? Do you think investment announcement or metrics of the India mission is what should be shared in the summit, or are you thinking that this could be another place to get incentive investments decided on some common theme, and we should do the call out because it's like still 7 months away? So what's your take on the investments in this space?
I think there are 2 or 3 things on investments which are important. See, if you chase investment numbers for the sake of chasing investment numbers, you get announcements, they may not get implemented. So I think we should be a little wary on that. I've run investor summits, and where our focus is much more on conversion, saying how many of what is announced and what is stated actually gets converted into on-ground investment. So from that perspective, this is all about impact, and I think it will be a good occasion to take stock, not just in India but across the world, of what has happened so far in terms of impact, and what do we expect in the next stages in terms of what is it that we would see as real impact, and what would be the commitments made towards actually achieving the desired impact. I think that is the way you need to really look at it, and that would be really one of the areas that we would be seriously focusing on. The investments are an aside, because they just, a number gets thrown out. Then I've read very learned commentariat on trying to compare completely numbers which it's not even apples and oranges. It's not even comparing different types of fruits. They're comparing something else with something else altogether, saying this number is so big and this number is so small. I think that's not the way it is. The numbers and investments are very, very contextual, and very specific to what they are meant to be. So I would caution against an approach which just focuses on that, and I would look at what we have done so far and what we aim to do next.
Okay. Andre, would you like to throw some light in terms of the Paris summit, especially the investments which were announced, and what has been the follow through of them? How are they turning into? It was an action summit. How are they turning into tangible goals which people are doing, and where are they today?
Okay. First, I take your point, and we didn't decide to invest because of the summit. We decided to invest because we want to have a seat on the driver's seat and not on the passenger seat. So that's our story and our industrial policy. But we decided to announce the investment during the summit. That was because we wanted to show that we believe in innovation, that we are not just speaking about regulation. Maybe that you cannot regulate if you don't innovate. That's an important thing. So we wanted to prove that we are making both. Maybe because I thought that you were preparing a question regarding innovation and regulation. So I did prepare an answer, but in one sentence. I think that regulation is not the enemy of innovation. And I want to ask the room, can you, quote, tell me one innovation that was born in the Wild West? Was something important conceived, any innovation in the Far West, in the Wild West? No. Innovation needs science, policies, infrastructure, research, and needs some politics. So that's a small contribution. Where we are, that's quite simple. President Macron did not announce a governmental investment. He did announce some private investments in the French economy, mostly in data center or infrastructure. So they are delivering because that are private decisions. President von der Leyen did announce 200 billion euros in European investment. We are working hard between the 27 to discuss, to prepare, but we are working. So because the negotiation started in Paris and is currently ongoing.
Yeah. Innovation needs a lot of politics, or some politics. That's a takeaway.
Maybe, of course, obviously, you can have bad regulation.
Yeah.
And you can make mistake. You can also make bad investment. But I never read anywhere that investment was the enemy of innovation. That's.
Yeah. Thank you, Sunil. I'll come to you. There was a lot of discussion in the last 2 days that, and there are a lot of private players who are very keen to invest in the summit, and they're keen to run tracks, run use cases, challenges. So, how do you see the investments, or for the public good, for the citizens of India during the summit?
Yeah, I'd like to sort of get to the monitoring and evaluation piece of the investment life cycle. And I've seen some analysis where the health of the Indian AI sector is measured by the number of patents that we have in AI. And there, I'd like to provide a small critique to that approach. If what we were evaluating were telecom technologies like 5G and so on, then counting the number of patents makes a lot of sense. Even if we ignored Prime Minister Modi's embrace of open source at Paris, and we said we're only going to do it proprietary. And even if we counted the patents for a proprietary AI ecosystem, that's the wrong measure. Because the royalty that the patents earn is more important than the number of patents themselves. Because you could just have a patent, but nobody is using your patent and nobody is licensing your patent. So I wanted to sort of connect this to how the Indian government could shape the market in a very significant way. And governments across the world do shape markets in a very straightforward manner through procurement policy and procurement behavior. India has, of course, a much more sophisticated approach to this, which is We invest in DPIs. DPIs are built on DPGs or digital public goods. Open source AI is just another DPG, so that part is fine. But we could update the procurement approach as well. There is the old 2014 government policy for open source in government. If we updated that policy and either had a mandate for open source in certain places or a preference for open source in certain places or some kind of test for people in government to decide, should I go with open source in this use case or not? That would be an incredible way in which the procurement budgets of the government would shape the ecosystem, would incentivize open science. So Meta giving a small grant to IIT Jodhpur and funding a set of PhD students to produce research, that's always going to be outshined 1,000 times by what the government does. And that's why I'm hoping that the Indian government can continue on that path of DPIs and sort of look at its procurement of technology a little more closely and perhaps update the 2014 policy. Thank you.
Sure. So I think I'll have one last question before I open it up to the audience for questions. If you can just look at the AI summit as like 7 months run up, and then there is also post that time. What would, and I would go to Krishan sir, to you first, that what could be the Mangalyaan moment of India AI summit? And I'm not calling it DeepSeek for a reason.
Okay, now that's a tough one. I mean, I think to anticipate or to expect what would be that moment. But I think the one area in technology that India seems to have led in, as Sunil was just talking about, is creating DPIs. And if we are able to sort of intertwine AI with what happens in a DPI and either create a DPI which has AI also as one of the resources which is available and can be used more widely, that in a sense is a potential Mangalyaan moment. But if you ask me honestly, I wouldn't like to wait seven months for it.
Yes, the time is now. Absolutely. So,
what we can predict is that probably something unattended will appear before your summit. Probably something we don't prepare.
Yeah, great. So I'll open it up to the audience now. Please feel free to raise your hands, and there will be mics reaching you. And you can choose the question whom you have, or you can make it general. I think the first hand was raised at the center, yeah. And then we'll come to you, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Krishnan, we are talking of future AI ahead, and our main manpower is in agriculture, railway, and defense. How we are going to deal these three main manpower with AI inputs? Whether we will have a like drone or in agriculture, tractor are being AI driven. Same is in defense services. Do we are really prepared to input our AI in full swing, or just it will be slow type?
I think in each of these sectors there are efforts on currently as to what would be the most effective deployment of AI. In agriculture, Krishi AI is already being applied. We are working with a range of stakeholders. The Agriculture Ministry is working intensely on it to actually look at range of data sets to figure out what better advice can be given to farmers, how you can actually leverage all this information, run it through a model, and then tell farmers and give them very specific advice related to where they are and how yields can go up. Similarly, our armed forces are also working on how AI can help them increase effectiveness. Likewise, in every other sector. So I think the work which is happening in this field is significant. And the other interesting thing is that even within government, I mean, forget about what is happening outside government, there's a lot of curiosity. But we did find that even within government, there's a lot of curiosity and willingness to learn about AI. on Karmayogi Bharat, the IGOT platform, which is the training platform, the most popular course is yoga at the workplace. And the second most popular course is AI. So most people have done, I think at last count, close to 1 million people had taken this course on AI at the workplace.
So there is reality. AI is, people say AI is hype, but yoga is reality. You better exercise and keep moving. We had a question here, yes.
Thank you. There was a mention earlier in the discussion about the realization that AI actually also has an existential threat dimension. And the National Intelligence Council of the US, they actually have a kind of what they call the concept of existential risk, and AI is one of them. My question actually is this here, that if AI is such a thing that is being talked about, why there are different processes? G7 runs its own process. The Bletchley process started there. The UN Secretary General also has a panel on AI, and there was a global compact on AI. Is there a contradiction as to why different processes are necessary if the aim actually is to recognize or realize that AI, if it goes haywire, actually poses existential risk? That's my one question. The second one is that, I think Secretary talked about data center in India. Now, as one sees, it's coming out in the papers. One, of course, is because of global warming and India being impacted by that. So already there are predictions about the shortage of power supply. And data centers, wherever they are being set up, they are huge consumers of energy. And even the US, they're actually finding that it's not enough. So are we in a position today, or it becomes a vicious cycle, are we in a position today to actually meet that demand which the data centers will actually have? At the same time, the challenge of global warming, and considering the coal actually still our main source of energy generation, whether we are getting into a kind of a vicious cycle. Thank you.
Yeah. So let's take the first question first, and maybe Nitarshan, you can take it, because it was an evolution. The summit was an evolution, and maybe you can talk about that.
Yeah. In some senses there is a contradiction, but that's because people have different worldviews. And our worldview was one of extremely rapid AI progress being quite possible. This isn't even that outlier of a view. If you listen to company CEOs, all of them think that they'll have systems that are as capable as expert level humans on almost any task by the end of the decade. And so there's profound consequences to that. And it's not just about existential or catastrophic risk. Even if we manage those, society is going to transform in enormous ways. And it's a lot easier to coordinate and take action when you have a small set of actors, especially the ones that are maybe closest to the frontier, right? That are able to shape the direction of the technology. And, maybe many others have different perspectives on how the technology will progress. And so they think that the existing processes, which can happen in parallel through the UN or other fora, slower moving processes that are consensus amongst a much broader set of actors, is an appropriate way to go. So there's a contradiction in worldviews, but it's fine that both of these things are happening simultaneously, right? They inform each other. At Bletchley, we launched a scientific report as well, chaired by Yoshua Bengio, and that included a much wider set of countries than the ones that were invited to Bletchley as well, and again, including the UN. So there's a sense of finding ways to get convergence between the rapid, opinionated processes and things that are more traditional, broad consensus-based processes as well. But my worldview is definitely we'll see extremely rapid progress, and so things are going to the existing systems, I think, are going to have to act much faster over the next 2 to 5 years as well.
Yeah, sure. Please go ahead.
Maybe I can add that your question is a very interesting and genuine question. So I will genuinely answer. The international order is not perfect, and by far and large. So today, as you did notice, there is no such thing as a world government. So we are quite 200 sovereign states, and we try to negotiate a bit. So if we decide that we want to forbid something, for example, I said yesterday, I think that we should ban AI that can evolve alone and duplicate themselves. That would be a good security. let's avoid to have a model that can self-evolute and modify. And so we need to forbid to this company to do this. This company might be in the US, so we need the US administration to forbid this in their internal law. So we need them to sign a treaty, for example. But can you negotiate a treaty with China and the US and Russia and Europe? So that's long. And usually what diplomacy for other topics, nuclear, bioweapon, etc., first we need to frame a consensus, to frame even the debate, to build consensus on some solutions, to progress slowly, to find allies, to build coalitions. You cannot decide tomorrow this is forbidden. Because there is no world government, world police, and world justice. And that's what we decided after World War II, to respect the sovereignty of sovereign states.
Sure. Yeah. The second question, yes.
The second question on data centers, I think, again, a good question because it is a matter of concern. It's not a straightforward equation. And data centers, honestly, even before the AI thing came up, with cloud computing and everything else, there was a lot of pressure to add data centers. And initially, I am aware that there was a lot of resistance to setting up more because they guzzle a lot of power and they don't provide much employment at all. So there was always this feeling saying, why should we put up a data center where we are? But I think if you have to take advantage of this technology, it is something which needs to be done now. So which means we have to figure out ways of doing it. And India has an advantage in terms of having a lot of green power, but green power necessarily is not very firm power. So I think from where we had more data centers at locations along the coast where you have the submarine cables ending, you really need to move data centers to locations where power is available, particularly green power is available. And two, we have to figure out ways of storage of green power. I mean, that becomes very important. And three, I think, it can't be a 0 or 1 binary. That is, you're very green or you're not green at all. I think somewhere in between, because you see one advantage with data center and the use of power for this purpose is that I think they can afford to pay premium rates. So if there are slightly more expensive solutions, including possibly using to some extent, say in certain cases, gas, because then gas is probably 60% cleaner than coal. So before you completely transition to other forms of storage, then at least, nighttime power or off-season power can come from gas and they can pay. So there are solutions, technological solutions which can be worked out, and my ministry is in consultation with the Ministry of Power and other ministries to try and address this issue. And an even bigger issue than this is also the infrastructure of substations where it's available to connect up data centers and so on. So a number of issues need to get resolved. Yeah.
Thank you. We have a lady at the back. Yes.
Hi, everyone. Okay, great. Good evening. Thank you for an excellent panel. Lots to sort of take away and think about, especially in terms of public-private partnerships. Mr. Krishnan, my question is to you, sir. It was very encouraging, very affirming to hear you talk about collaboration and cooperation at the summit. And my question is just, we see a role for government, and I think we, to a large extent, see a role for the private sector. How can the civil society and, think tanks especially contribute to that conversation in the lead up to the summit, at the summit, in a way that is meaningful and can, form part of the solutions and the framework that comes out of the summit? Thank you.
I think, as I pointed out, we wanted it to be multi-stakeholder, so it's not just government and companies, but also civil society and academia. So we will clearly sort of make that space, and we will sort of set up mechanisms by which that consultation takes place. To be very honest, my ministry already does a lot of that. I mean, we are pretty open to. Sometimes I feel that we are probably spending more time consulting than But no, I mean, on a more serious note, I think we love to hear, and it's good to get the feedback on a range of issues. And since you mentioned civil society, let me make an appeal to you that AI governance is something which has come up now, but very related and linked to that is internet governance, for instance, which is in a multi-stakeholder format. And the participation from the Indian side, and in a multi-stakeholder format, the only way that you have more people in the room is by having multiple stakeholders representing a country like India. With 1 billion internet users, we hardly ever seem to find enough organizations in civil society, academia to represent. So probably there is a lot of space that you can actually take up, and presumably that will happen in AI governance as well. Thank you.
Very encouraging. So we have one lady here. First, yes. Yeah. And then we have one at the back. We'll take that and then we'll come again. Yeah.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Oh, it works. Good afternoon. My name is Shiko Gitao. I'm from Kenya. And my question should be quite obvious, right? This is the Global South AI Summit. Yeah? And I'm quite excited about it. In fact, I was in Paris when they announced that it's coming to India, and I was quite excited about it. And I'm feeling like all the questions are going to you. What are the actions you're going to take to have a more collaborative, inclusive summit that especially will touch on the Global South challenges? And I mean, not hating on the other summits. I mean, we talked about safety and action. But when you speak to Africans, what safety are we talking about when you don't have the fundamentals of AI? What action is being taken when some of the announcements actually left out the reality of our continent? 2 days ago we were saying, and even this morning we were talking, somebody saying the realities of India and Africa are pretty much similar. I always tell people, I was in India when I made up my mind about going back home. I was working for Google, excited about my life, but India convinced me to go back home and solve Africa's problems. So how is this summit going to have a significant moving of the needle in terms of impact on how the rest of the world perceives the Global South and its contribution, or its impact on the AI conversations and impact? Thank you. Oh, I have an offer. I had noted in my head. So part of that offer, I always say when I go to somebody with a challenge, I always say, what's the offer? I'm part of a group of people who are very bullish about what AI can do on the African continent. I'm willing to bring this group of people to support in building a working group for the African continent on this summit. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that offer, honestly, and I think we would love to have you and the group at the AI Impact Summit in early next year. I think that will make a significant difference. I think from India's side, I think our commitment to the Global South in terms of making sure that this happens for the Global South is very strong. Our Prime Minister made sure that the G20 was expanded to include the African Union. That's a key element which happened. The second aspect which I think is very important is that this year the G20 is being chaired by South Africa, and we are in close contact with them to push forward both the DPI agenda and now the AI plus DPI agenda. That's important from India's perspective, and we believe that it can make a significant difference for the Global South. And the Social Impact Fund was also announced, and we are working on it. And incidentally, I had an excellent interaction with senior civil servants from the Kenyan government a couple of months ago when they were here, and we were figuring out ways in which we could collaborate on the DPI story. But clearly in the Impact Summit, the intention is to demonstrate impact wherever it is, and in particular, and the impact needs to be in two ways: one in governance and what impact it can make, and the other in terms of the broader economy, in terms of economic impact on the real sectors, including things like agriculture. So we would love to engage further on this to make sure how we can bring a broader constituency of stakeholders into this, and each summit grows bigger, and our target and no summit can grow bigger without participation from Africa in particular. And we would reach out and make sure through the Ministry of External Affairs and make sure that there's adequate, in fact, considerably more participation from the African continent.
Thank you. I'll take one last question because, the time limit.
Just before I conclude, I may not have another chance to say this, but I just want to invite all present in this room to the summit next year because we might run out of time before.
And thanks for being inclusive. And I think I have to be inclusive to the back side of the room. So just one last question from the gentleman in white shirt.
Thanks so much for the opportunity. And I really want to thank all the esteemed members of the panel for sort of charting out a very inspiring vision for impact. And just to sort of, I wonder if this is best posed to Secretary Krishnan or to Nitarshan, but the question goes something like this. And to extend Sunil's example of the villager that can use AI to listen to their favorite author in their language, there is also a flip side to that where a scammer could use the same model to clone the villager's daughter's voice and scam them out of money. And I wonder if impact defined thus can be approached from both a human flourishing point of view and also a human security point of view. The question for Secretary Krishnan would be something like, how can we make technical professionals in India who want to work on these problems, how can they get involved with India's AI mission? And to the Nitarshan, it would be something like, what's the best way to research on these problems outside of frontier labs, which are, generally more well-resourced?
Nitarshan, why don't you go ahead?
I'll almost steal the first question a bit, actually. So, I mean, the way that we, and for that specific thing around like scamming or like crime, that's the sort of thing that the UK AI Security Institute also looks at in addition to catastrophic and existential risks. But the way that we set this up in the UK is that we created something that was, treated as a crisis situation or an emergency situation. So we modeled the creation of the AI Safety Institute on the vaccines task force from COVID. And then we had this body, we brought in outsiders, including myself and people from venture capital, people from industry, and we had this body report directly to the Prime Minister. So it instantly became like a highly prestigious thing. The Prime Minister, like Rishi, spent time recruiting people, right? He spent minutes of his time like just, talking to people and being like, you need to come join this thing. And we were able to convince people to leave DeepMind, to leave OpenAI. We had people who were going to go to Anthropic but chose to go to the AI Security Institute as well. So it was very prestigious. It wasn't competing on pay. It was competing on mission and public service, in a sense that like you would actually have impact because you were at the center of the power structure of the British government, and you knew you'd be taken seriously, and you were being given like exceptional civil servants to work alongside in like really like cohesive blended teams. So that was like really critical for the success of getting the right talent, people who could be making like tens of millions of dollars elsewhere to go into government, right? Extremely unusual in and of itself. And then giving them like the flexibility and the latitude to find the right problems and be empowered in pursuing them. And because the starting conditions were so good, that's why the AI Security Institute in the UK is like continuing to be a success. And I think those starting conditions are essential. Like if you don't have those, you're not going to be able to have the impact that you want.
Now, clearly, I mean, impact involves both positive and negative elements of impact, and therefore we have to address both. And safety of individuals, safety from being scammed by all of this is an important element of how we are addressing the whole cybersecurity question as well. Within the AI mission, there is a vertical which deals with safety, and we do call for proposals on an ongoing basis, and we receive many proposals, and clearly it's a very popular effort. So I think the next time that this is called for, and the AI Kosh, the portal has all of the details, and you should participate, or the institute that you're looking at should participate. In addition, there are also details of research and other projects on the safety aspect which have already been awarded. There are about 5 or 6 projects which have been awarded, and if you would like to contribute to one of those, it should be possible, because those details are also up there. So, I mean, we are not in any way underplaying the risk, and we believe that awareness and knowledge about the technology is probably the greatest defense that you can have, and that's something which we work on as part of not just the AI mission, but part of the overall capacity building program that the ministry runs.
Sure, thanks. Responsible AI, governance in AI, they are definitely my favorite topics. But again, I'm reminded Saturday evening, so maybe we'll talk it again later. Let me summarize. Today we talked about the AI summit, which we are going to have in February, the theme being impact. Some of the key things which came up is, number one, we should not throttle the opportunity. We have to seize the opportunity. Inclusive for citizens of the Global South, so that all are included and are heard, and we jointly create a plan. Let the million flowers bloom. We heard that. And investments, which is conversion of investments and make things fruitful for the entire Global South. DPI to the power of AI, and that we should take the opportunity to make that happen. So those are the themes, takeaways for us. And I thank you, Secretary Sir, thank you Sunil, thank you Andre, thank you Nitarshan for being there and enlightening us on the way forward. Bye.
Thank you, dear panelists, for an inspiring and relevant session on the road ahead for India's AI Summit. No. Our next session is titled Powering AI, Sustainable Futures. Could the audience please settle down for the next session? For this session, I would like to welcome to the stage Urmi Tat, Manager, Public Policy and Government Affairs, Salesforce India, Vikas Kumar Singh, Vice President and India Head, Government Affairs, SAP, Mahavir Singhvi, Joint Secretary, Nest Division, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India, Srinivas Varadarajan, Chief Executive Officer, Vigyan Labs. This session will be moderated by the Chief Coordinator for the GTS and a dear colleague, Shruti Sharma, Fellow Technology and Society Program, Carnegie, India. Can I have the video, please?
Thank you, Sahib, and thank you so much, everyone, for joining this discussion today. And thank you for the great audience who's still patiently sitting here on a Saturday evening. We will make it real quick, and we promise that this discussion will be very exciting and informative. We have spent the last 2 days talking a lot about artificial intelligence, including AI infrastructure, compute, funding, India's AI mission, talk about AI and cybersecurity, and India's role in leading this space. But I think one thread of conversation that's still missing from the various conversations we have had over the last 2 days is about AI and sustainability, which is why we have this panel towards the end of our Global Technology Summit, just tying all the things together. So we just heard our previous panel talk about priorities for India's upcoming AI Summit. I think it would be good to discuss how sustainability features into that. But why is this discussion important at this point in time? It's because as artificial intelligence rapidly transforms industries, economies, and societies, it also brings with it a less critical dimension, its environmental footprint. From the energy consumed in training large language models to the carbon-intensive infrastructure powering AI systems, sustainability must become a core principle in the way we innovate, govern, and scale AI. This session and the way it's going to be designed will be split into two halves, where the first half of the conversation will talk about how do you make AI innovations, AI applications more sustainable, but the other half of the discussion will also talk about how do you actually leverage AI for sustainability. With that, we are joined here today by Mr. Mahavir Singhvi, who will offer a more global policy perspective on how India can lead the sustainability conversations on AI. Vikas from SAP to explore the private sector's role in balancing innovation with our climate responsibility. Urmi with insights from Salesforce pioneering work on sustainable AI and how AI is already being used to support climate resilience on ground. And last but not the least, Srinivas Varadarajan to help us understand the technical and infrastructure level shifts like green cloud, edge computing, terms that I also need to know and learn a lot about. And but with that, Urmi, let me start with you. The definition for responsible AI, also we heard this term during the last panel as Shalini wrapped up the last session. The definition for responsible AI is now evolving to also include sustainability, emphasizing not just ethical and fair use, but also energy efficient and environmentally conscious development. Salesforce is has been one of the few companies to roll out sustainable AI policy principles. Could you share insights on how your company is measuring and addressing the carbon footprint of its AI services?
Thank you, Shruti, and a very important conversation. I think the idea of encompassing sustainability into the definition of responsible AI comes from the inevitable truth about climate change. I think the statistics are quite self-explanatory. You know, data centers consume about 1.5% of power generation today, and by 2030 it's set to be 4.5, and some statistics even pose it to be much higher than that. And I think the risk that we end up running if the energy consumption compounds at this stage is a high level of inequality that might occur because of the kind of consumption that and the dispersion of energy consumption around the globe. We've been on this sustainability journey for a decade now, and we really recognize that sustainability is one of our core values, along with innovation, along with customer success. And the way we really see climate change and addressing climate mitigation is through a multi-pronged approach, because addressing it is ultimately a multifaceted arena. So one of the ways we do this is by offsetting our own carbon footprint. So that could be in terms of buying carbon credits. It could be in terms of buying renewable energy certificates to offset the energy that our AI models use to train. And the other is, supporting ecopreneurs, people who are working at the very forefront of climate change, and to give them the tools like Agentforce and supporting through philanthropy to kind of help them to reach to get the reach that they otherwise would not have done. And the other is through regulation and policy. So this is where the sustainable AI principles come in. This is where we try to engage with governments, to work with them, and in order to incorporate sustainability into policy frameworks themselves. And one of the ways we do that is by measuring impact. At the Paris summit, we unveiled the AI energy score. So this was a way of measuring power consumption, a benchmarking way of measuring power consumption of AI models. So we've declared that we will be we will have full disclosure under this model. So we will be disclosing our exact carbon footprint through this. So how it works is that there is a portal where developers can submit their AI models, and there is a benchmarking tool which then scores these AI models according to some very basic AI tasks like text generation, how much energy consumption is being used in text generation or image generation or summarization. And then the idea is to kind of come up with like an energy star for white goods, to have like a energy label for AI models. And of course, the key to success of any kind of standardization is adoption. And, and companies or governments kind of aligning on full disclosure. This is still something that is very close to us and we push for. And the idea behind all of this is that, if we're not thoughtful about our actions at this stage in terms of incorporating sustainability into the very design of AI models, it might be too late in the future to remedy this.
If I can push you a little bit more on this, where do you see the sustainability conversation going in the next 5 years?
I think there's a consciousness, especially among businesses, because there's a huge responsibility on big businesses because of their outreach, their access to capital, to do more in this space. It also is something that even makes business sense if you're able to see a long-term vision. So this is something that, it drives customer success, it brings customers, in the long run it contributes to revenue. And it's just about popularizing that vision amongst companies and pushing all stakeholders to do this. I think otherwise the inevitability of what we're facing will be quite stark.
Great. I think it's a good segue for me to bring in Srinivas into the conversation. So Urmi did mention something about data centers taking a lot of energy consumption. She also mentioned how big businesses are thinking about measuring sustainability and how they're thinking about all the sustainability efforts more consciously. You've been part of Vigyan Labs, which is transitioning to like green data centers, or you're adopting newer and innovative ways to make AI innovation more sustainable. We have heard things like edge computing and the way it actually works to improve AI applications and make them more sustainable. So could you just unpack the term maybe edge computing for our audience, and also talk about why is it just the big businesses and why, and how do you even get the smaller businesses to think about sustainability from the very beginning?
Yeah. Just to go back a little in time, because when I just started designing Aadhaar, the whole infrastructure, right? It opened my eyes that IT infrastructure could be a massive guzzler of energy. So when I wrote the specs, I wanted a PUE of 1.2. All the vendors said, everybody in the world said it is impossible, right? And I spent some research of Aadhaar is over. It's a big problem. Nobody in the world had solved. Why can't we solve it, right? I saw that, I think last decade back, we saw that energy is going to be a big guzzler in the future data center world, AI world. And we were one of the pioneers who used AI to actually solve the energy problems. We started. And coming to Salesforce, right? I have some connection, deep connection with you guys. I built the first agentic AI and met Mrs. Arundhati at the time. I told her I can save 30 gigawatts of energy for you. And next few weeks, I got a call from her saying that, how can you help SBI? I think within 3 months we went live. Till date, we have saved 100 gigawatt hours of energy for State Bank of India. That's what she saw the future sustainability. I think that was a big first point for us. That's where our sustainability energy started with Mrs. Arundhati at State Bank of India. And then we continued that journey to innovate continuously because we saw that, digital infrastructure globally is not just data center endpoint computing, the endpoints, the smartphones, the towers. Together it consumes 6 to 7% of energy today, which will probably become 10 to 12% in the next 4 or 5 years. We started applying AI long back because turning off a light is easy. Turning off a computing resource is not easy, a lot more complex. So we had to use today we have agentic AI running about 5 million machines in the world, probably the biggest footprint of our AI running in the world today. And the impact we have made is we have saved about 2 terawatt hours of energy just by using AI globally. And our research continued as we started saving. Customers came to us like SBI, can you save more, can you do more? and been continuously researching. And globally, we look at, you look at the SDG goals, right? What are things? Land is a common issue. Water is the issue. Energy issue, right? Because still energy, today still large amount of energy is coal and oil. Energy is still a small percentage. We started looking at all these things, and after other, he started working on building data centers around the world for many countries, Philippines, Morocco, every country we went around. We started challenge. Getting land is a problem. Getting energy is a problem. Water was always a scarce resource. And sometime in just before COVID, I thought, while we are innovating in AI, why can't we create a model data center in the world, which is completely run on solar? My goal was not to use water, run at a PUE 1.2, cut down the energy consumption drastically. And we said, let's create a modular edge small data center, micro data center. I called it. We pioneered the concept of micro data center. We can make the footprint very, very small. It can run a massively workload. We did it, just a couple of years back. We built a green building, earthquake-proof building. We redesigned. I'm not a civil engineer, but learned everything. We built a building with 70% less cement. Used special construction material. The building is naturally cooled by 6 degrees centigrade, which reduces energy consumption by 30%. We removed all switches in the building, only sensors and AI. And we removed false roofings. Pretty much we eliminated, okay? Today, just to give an example, how much energy we have reduced, my goal was clearly not to consume more than what you can produce. We have a 60 kVA solar panel, rooftop building. How do you redesign everything so that you don't consume more than what you produce? On a sunny day in India, typically on a 60 kVA panel, you can produce about 300 to 350 kilowatt of energy. So we had to redesign everything, redesign the electrical panel, UPS, bus bars, everything in the system we had to redesign, including the servers, part of it. Today, I'll just tell you, give a number, we do about 6 to 7 billion messages a day, month, slightly less than UPI. We have 5 petaflops of GPU, few hundred terabytes of RAM, then 10,000 plus virtual machines running. The total energy consumption is just 15 kilowatts. And our goal is that as AI, and we have demonstrated that you can actually build a sustainable edge data center. Because the world is distributed, and country, I think, we talk about distributed energy. But when energy is distributed, why can't compute be distributed? And what you need is just a small piece of land. Sunlight is plenty in this country. You don't need water. And we create a model say that we can create hundreds and thousands of distributed edge computing. It's highly sustainable. You don't need grid at all. You don't need water. Go into a place where there's a barren land, nothing grows. And that's what I see, where we can look at how do we replicate this around the world, make the AI highly, because we use AI. We are probably one of the pioneers. We use AI for everything. The electrical systems, the panels, the chillers, servers, every component has AI, agentic AI running. Because manually it's not possible to, do what we talk sustainability is humanly impossible to do control. I think you need a control system which is AI.
What does it take to maybe include sustainability into any AI conversation or any AI innovation that happens in India? So how do you kind of integrate sustainability?
I think we need to have metrics, right? Metrics, right? How many, example, I use the metric, how many watts per token, right? Example, we just built a chat GPT one using the open source AI tool. We just, any of you can look at Mysore.ai with the low-end GPUs. We run the whole Mysore.ai LLMs run with less than 1 kV of power. And we started to put a metric, one is PUE. Mandate PUE, I think 1.2 is achievable. Mandate industry, the government mandates 1.2 PUE. Reduce the water consumption. And let everybody benchmark by watts per token, right? I think we are able to do, I think, almost less than a milliwatt per token. And keep reducing, right? And I think everybody is mandated to declare the carbon footprint of their AI infrastructure and benchmark, right? Watts per token. How many watts per token? Then I think it will set the precedent for you.
Let me come to Mr. Singhvi. So we've just heard the two big players in the industry talk about AI and sustainability. given your expertise and also your, since you're heading the next division here, can India lead the global conversations on making AI more sustainable without compromising innovation and inclusivity?
Thank you, Shruti. Let me first thank you and Carnegie and Rudra for inviting me here in this interesting conversation on AI and sustainability. I think sustainability is important, very important, and in fact, what I feel is that you should have kept it earlier, because we should have talked sustainability first and the rest of the things should come later. But anyway, now we are talking about it, and that's very important.
Talk about sustainability.
So I think it's very important in a way to have sustainable AI because as being pointed out by both the previous speakers, that AI is highly energy intensive in terms of power consumption. There are other resources like water, land, all these things are required. How do you make the optimal utilization of these resources so that we can make it really sustainable is the question. Now, before I go to how India can do it, whether India can do it, can India lead the conversation on sustainability in AI, I would like to give some facts. Perhaps most of you are aware of that, but just for your information, I was just going through a report by Goldman Sachs, and he said that a chat GPT query needs nearly 10 times more as much electricity to process as a Google search. So you can imagine the kind of power consumption which goes into just having a search or creating some sort of an answer on using your artificial intelligence platform. Similarly, I think there is another data which says that training ChatGPT took 14 weeks and around 42 gigawatt hours of electric power. And that's the equivalent to a Delhi electricity consumption of around 28,500 households in the developed world, or about 70,000 households in the poorer countries. And there is another statistics which says that to generate a 6-second video clip on an AI model, it requires 8 times more electricity than it takes to charge a mobile phone, or nearly twice that needed to charge a laptop. So all these facts, it points out the kind of intensity of energy which is required to run AI models, and therefore it's very important to talk about sustainability in AI. AI, as you know, can solve a lot of problems pertaining to climate change or the energy efficiency and so on, but at the same time, it itself is an energy guzzler. So we need to strike a balance. Now, coming to your question, can India lead the conversation on AI? I think there are some distinct strengths which we have, and I think we have already shown that to the world, and we have been talking about it for quite a long time. And these, I would say there are 3 strengths particularly. One is the scale, the second is innovation, and third, I would say, that moral choice or the moral compass which we have. So let me explain all these things. When we talk about scale, we have 1.4 billion people. That is one of the largest, and digitally trained population which we have in our country. And we just don't consume the technology. We also test it. And we have shown it while, having technology platforms as DPI or Aadhaar or UPI or CoWIN. And all these, case studies have shown that how digital infrastructure can be inclusive, efficient, and at the same time sustainable. I think we can apply the same principles to AI. We can have a modular, low resource, open access platforms. That's where I think the sustainability would come in. So I think these are something we need to look at. So India has already shown the way forward, and we can certainly, lead the conversation on these aspects to have AI more, sustainable. These are the models which we can look at to provide guidance to us how we can go forward on this. Second is the innovation. I think you just spoke about how India is very apt in, and I think has provided a lot of frugal innovations, using low resources, using less power and less energy. You know, all these things are very important when we talk about this innovation, and these are, I think, very important because we need to have, you know, the kind of deep seeking movement. Yesterday there was a lot of conversation on this. So I think these are certain things which perhaps give us some kind of a strength. We have a lot of startups which are working in this direction, and therefore I think we can provide, you know, sustainable model to develop AI as we go forward. Third is what I call is the India's moral compass and the moral choice which we have, and you know, the principles of Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, or even the life, you know, the mission, lifestyle, you know, this the Prime Minister's vision of the life mission. I think that's also again provide a kind of guidance to us as we go forward on this. We can push for ethical frameworks, emphasizing transparency, accountability, and at the same time environmental responsibility. So responsibility, when we talk about responsible AI, I think environmental sustainability is inbuilt in that. So those are the things I think we can certainly talk about when we you know, look at leading conversations on AI. And if you look at the Paris AI Summit, the Prime Minister in his speech talked about making AI sustainable as we go forward. So I think we are already taking a lead on this. We have been talking about this at the various forums. We have been taking leads in the various kind of platforms in globally, even G20, or in the Global Partnership on AI, the AI Action Summit. And I'm sure that in the going forward, when we host the summit, sustainability, it would be an important issue, particularly on AI. So that's, I think we are well positioned to lead conversation on sustainable AI in future.
Thank you so much, sir. And I think this is a good segue for me to get Vikas into the conversation to address some of the business AI applications. So I think Mr. Singhvi did point out, you know, how AI applications are consuming a lot of energy. We have heard about data centers, how they are consuming a lot of energy. So because addressing this energy consumption challenges of AI, especially for business applications, it requires innovation. Something which we also heard Srinivas talk about, but also adaptation and collaboration across government, academia, researchers, policymakers, industry, and the customers, right? My question to you would be how, because you're representing SAP, first question would be, how do you think the private sector can actually balance AI innovation and sustainability? And how do you interact with different stakeholders across the value chain to kind of enhance awareness around sustainability? And the reason I ask this question is India has put out a call to develop their own LLMs, right? So if we are actually in the beginning of that innovation curve, how do we make sure that we start building sustainable solutions from the very beginning?
Thank you. So thank you, Shruti, once again. Thank you, Carnegie, for this opportunity.
If you can just put your mic
Yeah. So thank you, Shruti. Thank you, Carnegie, for this opportunity. So I'll take a cue from what Urmi started off, what Mr. Srinivas said, and what Joint Secretary Mr. Singhvi talked about. So for now, actually, sustainability is no longer a fad or a trend word, basically. I mean, it's a global force that all of us are, it's a reality that all of us are living it day in, day out. Businesses can't be, you know, siloed or kind of be separate from this particular thought process. I mean, if you take the case of SAP, I mean, what Urmi just talked about, I mean, Salesforce, anybody else also, at least with the larger companies, I mean, let me assure you that for SAP, it's sustainability by design. It's an inbuilt process. I mean, there can't be anything that we do which is not sustainable, because it, I mean, as large companies, we do understand that whatever impact we create today is going to impact our business tomorrow, and we can't be ignorant of that particular fact. So it's a sustainable. And second is that what Mr. Singhvi said, or sorry, what Srinivas said, is that, you know, the same AI that we are today debating about its footprint is also the same AI which is helping you reduce those footprints. So that balance also will have to be there. So if I take you back a little bit, into the technological history. I mean, it's almost, if you look at the the history of chips for that matter. I mean, how from large it came down, and today we are at where we are now talking about GPUs and NVIDIA and everybody. I foresee something similar happening in this particular area also. The AI today, which may be looking like not a very green thing to do, will be the same AI which will train us to become more green tomorrow. I mean, as a proponent of technology, I definitely am confident about that. So having said that, I said that you touched upon a very good point, Shruti. So at the core of everything, you should always remember that digital and sustainability has a very strategic linkage. I mean, you cannot talk about sustainability without bringing in a digital element onto that. Typical thing being, unless you know how are you going to improve, that insight actually comes in from the data that you have. AI cleans that data and does that insight generation much more faster, which then takes you to the whole, the output of actually taking a decision, which is not just, bottom line oriented in finance terms, but also how much in green terms. Thankfully, research after research is now showing that being sustainable is actually a better financial decision also. I mean, so that part I'm just not going into that, but to reach that particular position, it is important that you collect the data, you crunch that data, and you get those insights that you're asking for, and AI actually does that. Coming back to company-specific, Shruti, so what we do is obviously, I mean, there are some low-hanging ones, which Srinivas talked about, how as a country we can do, or going in for renewable energy to run our data centers. What Urmi talked about, wherever we feel that we have not been able to meet those, balancing footprint, we actually go out and buy the certificates. So that, I mean, that's an option which is available in the market today. So we exercise that option wherever we want to do that. So those are the low-hanging ones. Typically from an operational perspective, things which are very, very simple and which Srini probably you'd like it, in a large company like SAP, we have already started monitoring, using the non-peak hours, those kind of things. So small things which add to that. End of the day, Shruti, I would like to really put this forth, a very basic fundamental. End of the day, energy is a cost for me, mind you. I am obliged to reduce that cost in case I want to do, a good job as far as my market capturing is concerned. One. Number two, the same data that we are generating. So already we are creating internal benchmarks, the way Urumi talked about. Internal benchmarks are being created as to how much of LLM, how much of energy, how should you really run that through to get the output. We are also calculating what is the net impact of creating that, running on that LLM output. Customer, what you talked about, very important, because when we actually deploy an SAP solution which has an embedded AI into that, we are actually calculating the usage of the customer also. So we are knowing that by producing something at X level of energy, usage was not, let's say, was only 50%. Probably I need to rethink that. Did I do a good job by spending X amount of energy to do something which was not utilized? So that capturing we are already doing, and retraining, always constantly retraining our model. So those are the kind of things that we are doing. Even at the customer end, we are actually, for us, which I'll come to probably the second part, we are now really propagating solutions which we call the green ledger or the SAP sustainability tower solutions and everything, which we are helping showing. And these are not just solutions which are into plant side, manufacturing side. We have solutions for CFO, how a CFO can be more green. We have solutions for a CHRO, how can a CHRO in his decision making be more green? How can the procurement team be more green in their solutions? And all those are actually embedded. So coming back to your question, what we do, we are obviously tracking data centers that we have direct control on the energy consumption over there. We are tracking that and trying to improve that. Data centers which are not mine, we are very heavily dependent on hyperscalers. We are actually getting the data from them as well. So anything that we report has a scope 3 emission reporting inbuilt into that. So to that extent, we are even controlling that. Customer data also we are getting it. So we are trying to cover the entire value chain to figure out where the footprints lie and how we can improve that.
This is really helpful, and I think just going back to what Urmi said and just what you said now, the key takeaway that I'm taking from this conversation that it is easier, and I think the bigger companies have kind of, they are more aware of these sustainability issues. But as India is growing its AI innovation landscape, there will be some small and medium enterprises which will develop some foundational models, which will be developing more AI applications. How do you make sure that you involve those small and medium enterprises into this? And do you foresee any challenges for them? Because the way big businesses or big companies are, they're very structured, they have bigger teams, but not as many for the startups. So do you have like any advice or anything for startups that are in this space?
So one is that benchmarks are getting constantly created. Anybody who's doing that, I mean, obviously, thankfully, most of the compute is with Government of India. I mean, for those kind of people who are not really in a position to afford. So we are in a very healthy situation where the government being conscious of the sustainability and the climate goals and the climate, obligations. I'm sure that part will be taken care of at the government level itself. So we really are not leaving it free for all kind of a thing. But second thing is, I would probably go back to Urmi. While the SAP benchmarks are pretty internal at the moment, I'm not saying or putting words in Mr. Singhvi's mouth where we should try and come out with benchmarks and everything over there. But some standards definitely would help over here for people to evaluate themselves. Again, an evolution which I'll go back to is the evolution of the BE star rating the way it happened. I mean, it was not very well accepted in the beginning. It has its own, people were not going for it. People were still going for cheaper options. But over a period of time when people realized the return on investment and the cost benefit analysis of going in for a 5-star at a slightly higher cost vis-a-vis a 3-star or a 2-star, probably that kind of maturity would definitely come in. Hand-holding, definitely yes, you should do it. I mean, because there is a huge involvement of academia, a huge involvement of researchers who, are struggling with their language models. Obviously, for them, it's more important to really come out with that big bang, something wow kind of a moment, not look at sustainability as the first focus. We have to make that into an inbuilt practice. For that, probably a collated approach where the government, benchmarks being created by us so we can help sit together, create those benchmarks, get the institutions to come down onto that. The data center players themselves have a lot of role to play in ensuring that they have to do. I know for sure because prior to SAP, I also had a long stint with Lenovo and we were constantly trying to move away from what Srinivas said, move away from lesser water consumption, move away into more energy efficient, stacks and everything. So those kind of things. So it will have to be a coalition of sorts, really, and not just an India coalition, but a global coalition of sorts to really create those benchmarks and hope that people are working within those guardrails or parameters where we are doing. So that's my, foresight on this.
No, that's super helpful. Urmi, do you want to come in on anything?
No, I completely concur. I mean, as you said, there's this, there's the big businesses which definitely make, they know that this makes revenue sense for them in the long term. They know that this is something that attracts customers for them. As maturity on this issue develops, you're kind of judging your own benefit in terms of energy consumption and what you're saving and cost savings in order to select the model that works for you. And I think with small and medium businesses, they do require a level of support to also, come to the same level as bigger companies. In one of our sustainable AI principles, we have advocated also for financial support. This could be maybe in the form of tax breaks or incentives that actually allow companies to come to the same level. When it comes to using sustainability. Perhaps this is something that they want to do, but long-termism isn't something that is ingrained when you start a business, and it does need a bit of hand-holding there in order to achieve the goals that bigger players can do. So I think this is one of the things that perhaps we can discuss further.
Sure.
So just add to that, there are a couple of researchers here, but I would like to use this platform. What will happen is the market will also, determine this. In our case, my customer, it's not just giving an AI-based embedded solution. The customer has to then, end of the day, do the ROI at their end also. Is that how much of, hardware requirement, how much of energy consumption is happening at their end to get that benefit that I may have probably gone and sold ahead. So the customer himself or herself is also doing that analysis all the time. The market will also do that analysis, but yes, whether the startups and the young researchers, when they reach that stage, probably that's a question I don't have an answer at the moment, but probably we can.
No, I'm totally agreed to that, and I think it would also need a lot of awareness among customers to kind of calculate that energy consumption in their end. But Srinivas, let me bring you in back into this conversation. So the general consensus around the panel seems to be that it is not a one-person job. We need to have different stakeholders together to kind of, the government, policy, industry, academia. What is your opinion and how do you envision AI sustainability to be embedded across the AI value chain? We have heard from both Urmi and Vikas, but do you have any other additions?
Yeah, I think sort of concur with them. It's a general consensus among the team here. The only one thing I think I changed our stance, because India, finally it's kitna milti hai, standard goes up. So we have converted AI to actually in terms of reduction in the cost, operational costs. That number speaks for itself. So when you just talk about cloud or a private cloud or a data center, you talk to customers about reducing your operational expenses, because one of the biggest costs of running a data center, example is IT, is your energy. People don't have metrics. Today people traditionally India run at 1.5, 1.6 PUE. When you just show them you can run to 1.2 PUE, you're going to save a huge amount of money. Just to give a thumb rule, right? A capex cost of a data center versus OPEX. In 5 years, your OPEX is equal to capex. So we have been able to cut by capex by almost more, OPEX by more than 50%. And capex also significantly less because we use a different technique. So cost saving is everybody looks for. I think when you translate your sustainability into a financial metric, and people readily accept that. And that's what I've seen. When you talk to CFOs, I say, I cut your cost by 50%. Nobody says no, right? By the same time, you're sustainable. So I just started using the word profitable sustainability. It's like help your planet, help yourself. And that's a story that seems to work everywhere. Yeah.
That's a nice way to put it, profitable sustainability. But let me come back to you, Mr. Singhvi. So we've just heard the panel talk about collaborative approach. We've heard about profitable sustainability. How, according to you, can policymakers, industry leaders, researchers implement strategies to ensure AI development that aligns with global climate goals?
This is a very, I think, good term which he has used, profitable sustainability. I don't know, but I think that makes sense actually, because at the end of it, everybody has to, win. There should be a win-win situation for everyone, and that's very important, particularly in terms of sustainability. When we talk about how can we align with the climate goals, I think, as all of them have pointed out. For the policymakers, it's important that they provide some guidance, some sort of benchmarks, some sort of standards or so to follow up by everyone. I think that perhaps may be a guideline to start with, to make, to examine themselves whether they are meeting those or not. And I think that is something very important. I don't want to prescribe here anything, but that's my personal view. I think that standardization at the end of it helps to a great extent in terms of, going forward, particularly on the sustainability aspect. Similarly, I think he talked about greening the data center, and I think if you look at the draft data center policy also, which was framed some time back, that also talked about green data center, and some of the state governments in their data center policy to attract investment, they have mentioned about issues pertaining to sustainability apart from other the kind of facilities or the incentives they are giving to attract investment for the data centers. I think at the international level, I think there is a need to integrate AI policy into the climate governance also. So whenever we are talking about climate governance, issues at any forum for that matter, I think now AI sustainability should also become a part of that. And that's very important because AI is going to be there forever and as in the near future or in the distant future as I can see it. So I think we need to have some sort of discussions on all these forums where, climate negotiations or climate discussions are happening. So that would give some sort of, kind of attention to this issue of AI sustainability and the sustainable AI as we go forward. We also need to strengthen global cooperation on this. We have been doing it ourselves, and as we, I think perhaps in the previous session also, perhaps Secretary must have told that we would be hosting the next AI summit, and we look at this issue particularly, very closely in that summit, and we'll see that as we go forward, more and more discussions happens on this, and that's very important to bring some sort of attention to this issue. And this is the responsibility at the end of it for everyone. Everyone should recognize that whenever you are using AI, you are somewhere contributing to the maybe emissions at some level. So I think you need to be frugal in your approach. You need to be responsible in your approach. How much AI you need to use, so that you can also contribute to the maybe climate, the challenges which we face. So I think these are some important things we need to keep in mind. So that's what I want to say.
I think the upcoming India's AI Impact Summit is a good way to start the benchmark conversation, something that is born out of this conversation as a policy impact, just putting it out there. But I think we're going to switch gears a little bit, and we've talked a lot about how do you make AI innovations more sustainable, but let us talk about how is AI actually helping achieve sustainable development goals. So let me turn to you, Vikas, again. How do you think and what is AI for sustainability, and how can the private sector and government use AI to meet their climate commitments?
Sure. Thank you, Shruti. So, as Srinivas also pointed out, the same AI has a huge role to play. I'll come back to my first point that I said, that there is this very, very deep strategic linkage between digital and sustainability. So the data that you are collecting at every stage of doing business, right from your supplier, from their sub-suppliers, to the whole supply chain, procurement, manufacturing, packaging, logistics, every point you are generating data. And that data that you are capturing is actually capturing the footprint that you are accruing at each and every stage. So basically, in a very simple term in SAP, we call that you record, then you kind of report, and then you take action on basis of that. So CEOs, as I told you, but sustainability is no longer some kind of a trend. It's actually a global force. Every business is conscious. It is adding to their bottom line. That part is also well established. So that data which you need to really take that decision to go sustainable or go green, or howsoever you want to say that can come only, and it's a huge amount of data. You can get that data and use that efficiently to process that data. You need AI. To give the insights out of that data, after that processing, you again need that AI. And the same AI has to constantly keep improving on itself to give you a better insight next time. So that's exactly what's happening on business AI side. That's exactly where SAP solutions, which are already embedded with AI now, are actually throwing open. In our terms, we have something called a green ledger, where we say that the same ERP that is giving you financial data is also giving you green data. We have something called sustainability towers that we call. Those are the terms, but probably I'm sure Urmi would have something similar, and Sini does that day in, day out. So that's where it is. The same AI, and for government also, in governance, how you're running large citizen-centric programs, you need to constantly crunch that data to improve on that data. So, for example, state of Andhra Pradesh runs on SAP. We have something called Comprehensive Financial Management System. Now, that large data which was lying in silos, guzzling energy, everything has now been coordinated by the state government. And now, at a drop of a hat, if I may compare the Chief Minister as a CEO, every morning he has insights on where his revenue is going to come from, where does his projects lying and everything. So, and that is actually, so project delays where they are happening, what's happening in the health sector. So there are multiple use cases, as I may say, once you get the data right, clean that data right, apply AI on that data and start getting insight. So it is not just for businesses. I mean, we have e-commerce who are using that for their logistics. We have, groceries who are using it to reduce their wastage. It can be multiple. I mean, use cases can be multiple. So definitely has a huge play. It's one of the largest, best doing business arms of SAP also, by the way, in case that is an indication how important businesses are taking this actually.
Great. I think, Urmi, if you would also like to give us a sense of, some use cases of how AI is actually being used for sustainability and to improve sustainability.
Sure. So as Vikas said, using, greening AI and using AI for green are sort of two sides of the same coin. There are, lots of interesting use cases where we're trying to use agentic AI in order to deliver real-world solutions. So one is, there's this startup called Good 360, which is using agentics to sort of optimize disaster relief delivery. So it kind of tracks the routes and patterns that all their delivery trucks take in order to deliver foreign aid more efficiently and optimize those traffic routes. So that saves energy, that saves cost. So that's one good example. The other is we're also working with the government of Andhra Pradesh with Producers Trust in order to use predictive farming, use agentics for predictive farming. So farming can sometimes be a very unsustainable exercise, lots of data, 70% of water consumption comes from a farming sector. I think 40% of the produce also goes to waste at times. And what we're trying to do is to use agentics to connect buyers to sellers in a more appropriate manner. So there's a greater efficiency. We're trying to deliver instructions in vernacular and also to align cropping patterns according to the weather, according to local conditions. And you know how agentics works here is that instead of using one LLM across the board, the data is sort of broken up into these smaller packets and then assigned to specific models to accomplish specific tasks. And that's a very energy efficient way of delivering these kind of services instead of using a larger language model to do so and having its energy wastage. And there's also several startups in the space who are really using AI for good. There's, I think it's Fano AI, which is this startup that uses deep learning to predict patterns for wildfires even before they occur. So it's very, in terms of disaster relief delivery as well as disaster prediction, I think these are some of the areas where we can see widespread usage, and these are scalable as well. So something that can be used, that's something that we see, in the US can also be modified to local conditions and local context, and the solution can also be applied to India as well, and maybe from India to different countries as well. So it's a way of kind of connecting the world through AI for good.
That's quite optimistic, and we're left with about 7 to 8 minutes. I would like to bring my audience into this conversation. So if any of you have questions, please raise your hand. Can we have the mic, please? Please introduce yourself and keep your questions brief. We'll take a set of 3 questions maybe at a time.
Hi, I'm Deepak Maheshwari with the Center for Social and Economic Progress. So number one point is that sustainability is way beyond just energy. Energy is important, but energy is not the only thing. So we should look at materials and other stuff also. That's one aspect, which somehow was not discussed today. Second thing is you mentioned about the suggestion for the impact summit. So I think there we should talk about impact of and on sustainability, both ways. And the third thing I just wanted to suggest was that while we are talking more from a technology ecosystem perspective right now, it would be nice, perhaps in future or even now, to engage with Ministry of Power or Ministry of Environment, MOEF, CC, etc. So what are their policies talking? Are they talking about using of AI in their respective policies? Because it takes two to tango. Thank you.
Great. Can we just have the mic?
Thank you. My name is Yogendra Kumar, former ambassador. My question is basically, there are two questions I have. One is that we also in the previous session heard about the data centers and what kind of a demand they make on the energy requirement, which is huge. Even for the US, one reads about these things, that even they find it very difficult to cope with the rapidly growing demand for this. And we heard also just in this panel about the micro data centers. So I'm wondering, between the two of them, micro data center and data centers, I mean, how is the modeling to be developed as far as we are concerned in terms of, scaling up our LLM and all those kind of things that we've been talking about? That is one question. The other question is to Ms. Urmi Tat. And, you talked about the agentic, the predictive farming. And that is linked to, climate change. Now, climate change, as one sees at the moment, actually its localized impacts are highly unpredictable. So, what kind of modeling you're developing in a situation which actually, by itself, intrinsically unpredictable? That's what kind of exercise this actually entails. Thank you.
Okay. Can we have the mic, please?
Hello, everyone. Vikrant, this side from EY. So my question to you is regarding that, as Mahavir Singhviji said, sustainable is win-win for all. So the thing is, whatever we are putting it in terms of resource allocation, whether it's coal for energy, whether it's all rare earth mineral for making semiconductors, which is powering AI, and then we supply or fit these semiconductor in data centers, and so much amount of money has been putting into this. So how do you see this trade-off as this now? Is it going to get paid off? One question. And if it is going to pay off, when it is going to be done? Or we just have to wait and see approach. So just to draw an analogy, almost 5 years ago when 5G was being developed, and there are many reports you can see right now in vendor ecosystem that 5G will bring in so much amount of money and all. We are in 2025, we do not see 5G a lot all over the world.
Okay. Would someone like to take the first crack at the first question, the micro data centers and...
Can talk about, two things, right? One of the important things, what we try to do micro data center is, look at today is how to minimize the footprint. Because what is important for running data center is land. Land, water and energy. Okay, so our concept of micro data center was to minimize the footprint. Because one of the biggest challenges in data center is about energy and heat. So we try to eliminate some of these aspects. Micro doesn't mean you cannot run very workloads. See, there are few cases everybody in the world does not have to run training. Majority will do inferencing, right? Inferencing doesn't require a massive amount of infrastructure. A micro data center, I would say, you can have about 50 to 100 racks. You can do in a quarter acre of land. It's completely solar powered. You don't need water. And as a country as such, India is a high density of population, and we have so much of diversity. Sorry?
Can we do without data centers?
See, we need computing power somewhere. Okay, computing power somewhere. Data center could be, we just coined the concept of a data center, micro, nano and pico. A pico could be one rack itself. We are able to run, one of the customers, I said, one fairly large language model, we are able to run a rack, about a 2 kilowatt of power. So, as a country of diverse as we need, different conditions, different languages, culture. a distributed model is the way to go. We need a large central model for certain things, but for our regional, we are a country of 1,000 districts, thousands of villages and taluks. A small taluk can do with a one rack, that's it, They're self-cooled, solar powered, you don't need any energy from the grid. It automatically can be autonomous, AI-driven, and that's probably one of the way to go in this country.
Urmi? Thank you so much for your question. I would definitely add that anything that is predictive is never 100% the word of God. And what we can basically do is to make it as accurate as possible, pulling it from making data sources as integrative as possible in order to give you the most accurate results. Currently, there are schemes running, for example, I think there's predictive farming practices that some universities are attached to. They do send the most accurate data that they can to farmers in order to influence their cropping patterns. So what our technology does is make that a lot more accurate by creating these data sets, pulling together different data sets and making the process a lot more integrative. So it's about giving you better tools, incrementally improving the kind of technology that you have.
So I'll just add to that. I'm not an expert on the agri side, which Urmi talked about, sir. But in case I can give you an example from business AI side of it. So a very simple example, which will probably put things into perspective. These local data sets are also important and getting inbuilt into that. So if an AI solution that SAP may have for let's say the steel sector would not be the same that we would have, say, for confectionery sector. Because those set of data which are unique to confectionery will be utilized over there, the ones which are unique to steel. So there is an element of small building blocks actually coming up. You can probably restrict that. I fully agree with you that, large, probably, and why us? The whole Indian Meteorological Department is actually, their prediction is going for a 6 because of very localized this thing. So, I mean, you have a point definitely over there, but that's how probably it's getting built up. And it's a work in progress. It's never one day.
Srinivas, quickly, last question.
Yeah. Next question, I think somebody asked about ROI data center, just like 5G and 4G. What I've seen, you look at today, unfortunately, a lot of data center people think is a real estate play. You build large ones. Historically, data center people, the ROI has been 7 to 8 years. Unfortunately so. Except the hyperscalers, nobody had made money. So we looked at reinventing data centers, micro data centers, the ROI is just 2 years. You don't need massive one. You can build a micro and modular one, 2 years with ROI, because your operational costs are significantly lower. You run on solar power. You don't use water. So we have seen ROI of just 2 years for a micro data center.
Thank you, and I think we are right on time. Thank you so much, everyone, for this engaging and insightful conversation, and thank you to the audience for patiently listening to us. Thank you.
Could I ask the audience to please settle down? Thank you, dear panelists, for a forward-thinking and important conversation on a sustainable future for artificial intelligence. Now, for the final panel of this year's Global Technology Summit, we present our marquee session, Sambhavna. Next is what? For the session, we have an eminent set of panelists. I would like to welcome to the stage Ambassador Philip Ackermann, Ambassador of Germany to India and Bhutan, Ambassador Philip Green, Australia's High Commissioner in India, Eben Feigenbaum, Vice President for Studies, Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, Ashok Malik, Partner, the Asia Group, Rosa Balfour, Director, Carnegie Europe, Tanvi Madan, Senior Fellow, Center for Asia Policy Studies, the Brookings Institution. This panel will be moderated by James Crabtree, Distinguished Visiting Fellow, European Council on Foreign Relations. Can we have the video, please? James, the floor is yours.
Good evening, everyone. My name is James Crabtree. This is the last panel of an excellent two-day summit, so I'd invite you all to give my panelists a round of applause to make sure that you're very good. We appreciate you coming with full energy to the final panel, which will bring this event to a rousing conclusion. We're thinking about the future. We're going to focus mostly on geopolitics. The essay question that I've given my panelists is to think about the next year, all of the topics that we've talked about in the summit, where exactly are we going to go, and we're going to dive straight into it. And I'm going to start with Evan. Evan, you've just flown in from the United States. To be honest, most of the mood music around this conference has involved your government as opposed to the Indian government and what it's been up to. Tell us, how much worse can this get?
Does it involve my government or involves my president?
Your government.
The president. Okay, so the first thing to say, the president of the United States tends to suck the oxygen out of almost every conversation. And that's no different in Washington. He sucks the oxygen out of a lot of things because the administration and the political landscape is very much driven by his personality, but also action point globally and geopolitically in any case, because the major conditions that underpin primacy, which we like to flatter ourselves that we still have some kind of primacy, much less hegemony, are either eroding or have eroded. One is being a safe haven financially, economically, commercially. And if you look what's been happening in the markets for the last several days, there's a broad, as we were discussing on a panel this morning, moderated by Ambassador Singh, who I see here, there's been a broad liquidation of U.S. assets in the last few days in ways that cut at this question of safe haven, because it's not just risk assets, but it's safe assets that are trading in some ways as if they're risk assets. And that raises some fundamental questions about where the United States is heading, particularly in the fixed income and the bond market. Second, and most importantly, is the willingness to provide public goods. And to see public goods is something that you provide internationally, partly because it's self-interested to do so, but partly because that's the price you pay for primacy. And what I've seen happening structurally, but particularly in this administration, is that economic public goods being the demand, keeping the market open, sharing technology, thinking in terms of techno-globalism, not just techno-nationalism, the things that made the United States both attractive and a power are eroding in the policy landscape, but also in the public. And in this region, where the United States was the demand that export-led economies relied on to power their way to prosperity, the whole landscape is different. And then the last thing is that powers like that don't conflate power and influence. They know that they're different. Just because you have power doesn't mean you have influence. And that's underpinned by credibility. And the United States, over the last few years, even in the last administration, is increasingly having to coerce compliance from its allies on things like tech controls on China, transfer of certain things. Why? Because not everybody's on the same page. And the challenge with this administration is it's using power in a way that sees every problem as a nail, U.S. policy as a hammer, and the U.S. is losing credibility as a result. And so as that plays out over 4 years, I think it's really an inflection point in, as you implied, the way others think about the United States, but also, frankly, the way the United States sees itself internationally. Because if you're not willing to provide public goods, then you're not willing to pay the price of primacy, and that's essentially where the U.S. is heading.
Okay, so Ashok, you heard from Evan that, in a sense, the U.S. in a sense is the U.S. order is crumbling. We began this summit 2 days ago with an introduction from External Affairs Minister Jaishankar. He seemed, I wouldn't want to say relaxed, but sanguine about the challenges that this presented. And out there in the rest of the world, there are a lot of people who don't seem to be as relaxed as people are here in India. So tell us about that. Why, I mean, India seems reasonably sanguine about these epochal changes. What opportunities does India see, and how is it being responded to?
I don't know whether India is sanguine, it's just being realistic. You know, Washington is a very seductive city. If you're in the establishment in Washington, you think it's the capital of global power. If you're in the non-establishment, you think Washington is the capital of global dissent. In India, we just think Washington is the capital of the United States. And we deal with the government of the president of the day. Now, this president has made trade, tariffs, and reshaping the contours of economic engagement a very important part of his agenda. To be sure, there are different views on how that reshaping will take place, even within his administration, between the MAGA group, which sees tariffs as more long-term. It's almost theological about tariffs, and the Wall Street and tech crowd, which is more transactional and short-termist on tariffs. We don't know which side will eventually prevail, or if either side will prevail. Frankly, it might just suit the president to play one side off against the other and ask his interlocutors, including India, to give him the best deal. And he'll pick the best deal when it suits him, and he won't when it doesn't. In all of this, spaces are being opened up in the international system, in the global order, in the trading order, and in broader geopolitics. Some of those spaces which are being opened up are a challenge and a concern. Some of those spaces are opportunistic, and some, frankly, are areas we can use, which is why India is approaching the Trump moment, and the coming year at least, with great realism and hopefully agility.
Tanvi, same question to you. India's response to this Trump moment is appropriately chilled or sanguine?
I agree with Ashok in the sense that, it might seem that it's chill. Some of this is relative, that maybe there's a lot of other panic elsewhere or, a different reaction at least. I think there are a few reasons why I think India is taking the approach it is. For one, I think there was perhaps a greater degree of expectation, perhaps, or preparation that there would be another Trump term. There wasn't necessarily kind of this view that there wasn't going to be he was going to be a one-term president. So I think there was preparation for that, including in terms of what potentially a second Trump term would bring. I think the second reality is that all said and done, the US is crucial to several Indian objectives. And Prime Minister Modi said it's an indispensable partner to every one of India's objectives: security, economic transformation, technological acquisition. And so the reality is that whoever is the president, as Ashok said, the reality of the US being important for India hasn't gone away. And so I think what you've seen, and you saw the contours of this in the first Trump term, but you're seeing it, I think, even more now, an approach that has involved invest, adapt, insulate, which is in continuing to invest in alignment with the US where possible, adapting to the new realities of a second-term Trump, with the only constant in the next 4 years going to be volatility. And then third, to some degree try to insulate India from kind of the headwinds that might come through continuing to invest in building Indian autonomy, continuing to diversify and perhaps speed up diversification of India's partnerships with Europe, with Australia, with Japan, with others, with Russia as well, maintaining that relationship. And then finally, I think with stabilizing the relationship with China.
I'll come on to China in a minute, but we're looking in this panel forward to what's coming next. One of the things that's happening is we might get a Trump visit to China in the middle of the year, but also we're almost certainly going to get a Trump visit here in India because of the Quad Summit. And so, Philip, let me turn to you as a Quad member. What can we expect from this Quad Summit? And if I might ask a sort of slightly sharper question, under President Trump, one can surmise that he would like to have a slightly harder-edged defense and security-focused Quad. Neither India nor Australia have been terribly keen on this idea. So talk to us about the future direction of the Quad as well as what we might expect when President Trump turns up in Delhi later in the year.
Firstly, about the current moment we're in, and by the way, it's a moment where Australia is in the middle of an election campaign, so I'm going to be a little more cautioned about what I would say.
I should say this is being carried live, this debate, so whatever the ambassador says will immediately go straight home. So.
There's a new figure of speech in the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade in Canberra, which is operating at the speed of relevance. And we are at a moment where being able to perceive what is going on, interpret it, analyse it, engage on it and find responses to it at a level of quickness that has not been required at any time during my career. Look, I just want to say something about some of what the others have said. Look, Mr. Trump won the election on a mandate for change. So none of us should be surprised that change is coming at Washington and that we will have to adapt to it. That's a reality of politics. I think what we are learning or being reminded of is just how salient the United States is in global affairs. Sometimes when I hear people talking about multipolarity, they talk as though there's a group of global powers that are more or less equal. That's not true. The United States is still at the apex of the global order. Australia understands that, India understands that, and that explains a lot of our responses. On the Quad, we're looking forward to the second Trump term. It was under the first Trump term that the Quad began its second journey. Since then, and I was the Quad Sherpa at that point, and I can tell you a vast amount has changed. In those days, the Quad was seeking to become the Quad, in effect. We were meeting at senior officials levels on the sidelines of other meetings, sometimes not putting out a statement, occasionally a few lines. Now we have summits, we have foreign ministers' meetings, we have working groups, we have a whole range of activity going forward. So the Quad has really matured in a very important way. I think what we can be sure is that all members of the Quad are now keen to make it even more effective. It is now well established. It now has a positive framework. We've had, on the very day of the inauguration of the Trump administration, a clear signal that the Quad is very important in the foreign ministers' meeting. But I think what we're all looking for now is to make it even more effective.
Let me turn to my two European co-panelists. Ambassador Ackermann, during this event, my colleague at the European Council on Foreign Relations, Janko Ortel, had a back and forth with Piyush Goyal in which he stated that he thought Europe was currently in crisis. He was referring partly to trade negotiations and non-tariff barriers and environmental regulations, but he was making a broader point. I wondered, before we get into the substance of Europe-India relations, if you might like to respond to that and in a sense, give a sense of where you see the Europe-India relationship.
So let me start by saying that we know the Honourable Minister of Commerce very well. He is a friend of a good debate and is in front of the camera. He can be very, very, let's say, argumentative. I mean, that's maybe the word that comes to mind. I would respectfully disagree. I think
you don't have to be too respectful.
Yeah, well, I'm ambassador in India. I better respectfully disagree. So I would say that Europe is, undergoing we have some difficulties where basically not alone. You see the rest of the world, including the United States of America, having a couple of difficulties, so that's the reality. But I think when you look at what happened in the last weeks, Europe has shown in a remarkable moment of strength. And I would say that the visit of the President of the Commission and 21 commissioners to Delhi 5 weeks ago was one of these remarkable events where the Commission has shown that they shift their attention very much towards India. I think I've never seen such a visit before to any other country. I think there is a dedication and a commitment to the FTA between India and Europe, and we should not forget it is a time now where those who believe in global and free trade should join hands. This is the time where we should sit together and try to figure out what is possible in the framework of an FTA. And at this moment, I have to say, and the Honourable Minister of Commerce is very aware of this, that the Prime Minister Modi, and the President of the Commission have agreed on a negotiated free trade agreement by the end of this year. Yeah? So we have another 8 months to get through this, and this is a sort of a clear order, I would see, and I think for the next round we'll see whether progress will be made. The other thing where I feel Europe has shown quite a strength is when we saw the up and down in the United States of America. I mean, the Commission has reacted in a very sensible way, calm but very resolved, and I think what we've seen as a reaction has shown that this reaction, the way, the approach the European Commission has taken was quite a wise and a sensible one. So, although Europe has a tendency of belittling itself and also exaggerating the difficulties in which it is right now, I think you should not underestimate the strength and the resolve Europe has right now.
Rosa, given we're here under the auspices of the good people of Carnegie, I should plug a Carnegie publication, which is you wrote a rather good essay a few months ago talking about a strategic Europe. In his opening remarks, the External Affairs Minister had a line in which he said it was important to India that Europe was a pole in the international system and that it behaved as if it was a pole. One of the themes I've detected from this conference is, in a sense, a sort of growing Indian respect for Europe, as Europe becomes more carnivorous and less herbivorous, India sort of sees a partner it can work with. Is there truth in that? Can India expect a stronger and more strategic Europe as a partner in future?
I do see the signs of Europe flipping the narrative away from belittling itself towards thinking far more sharply about what its actual interests are and what it needs to do to pursue them. But I don't want to gloss over the predicament in which Europe is at the moment, because there is a war in Europe. Russia is conducting a conventional warfare in Ukraine, hybrid warfare in other parts of Europe, and is trying to subvert European democracies. The United States appears to be siding with Putin's vision of the world divided into spheres of influence, so it's absolutely existential that Europe rises to the challenge. And I do see the signs of this, despite the fact that Europe has come through a long period of economic stagnation and political volatility. So what are those signs? The first is taking its security seriously at long last. This is something the Americans have been demanding for a very long time, well before Donald Trump got elected the first time. So that is happening. There are plans to support Ukraine, and there are plans to think about European security, territorial defense, and deterrence. And this is unprecedented. So it's quite an extraordinary step. And we hear here in India that India and the European Union are also talking about defence in defence cooperation in the context of the FTA negotiations. So this is something that is clearly relevant for the rest of the world. Secondly, it's courting other countries and being courted by other countries to develop a web of trade relationships so that it can diversify its economic interdependence with the rest of the world. So I think we can see a Europe that is trying to rise to the challenge. But I do want to underscore that the context is a dangerous one, and it is a context in which, if revisionist powers have the upper hand, it's a context which is going to be harmful for other countries that believe in multilateralism, multipolarity, etc.
Let's start this next stage of the conversation and talk about trade and tariffs if you want, but particularly trade. So we have a US-India trade deal that is pending. We have an EU-India trade deal that has to be done, in theory, by the end of the year, when there should be a Europe-India summit in the final quarter of the year. Philip, let me turn to you first. Australia has signed a trade deal with India. It's called ECTA. What advice do you have about negotiating with the Indians?
Oh, first of all, we're not done yet. We've got this first phase of the free trade agreement, and that's very good, and it's working very well for both countries. I mean, just an interesting fact, India's exports to the world have grown by 35% over the last 5 years. That sounds pretty good. India's exports to Australia have grown by 66% in the same period. So, massive acceleration in the character of our trade. What advice would I give? Well, first thing I'd say, be respectful and listen. Understand each other's sensitive points and be prepared to work around them rather than go at them. Work with the grain. Secondly, ECTA had some elements that were really quite innovative in terms of trade policy activity, and our trade negotiators found new points of contact with India which had been difficult for us to find for a very long time. Third, trust amongst the top negotiators was really important, and establishing a sense that we were embarked on something that we both wanted to get to, and we were prepared to go out of our way to get it and not irritate the other in the time was vital. And then be decisive. Those final days and weeks where high-level negotiations were going on line by line was, frankly, one of the most active, forward-leaning periods of Australia's trade policy, and hugely advantageous to both countries, and with great credit to those who are involved.
I'll come back to our European friends, but let's do the India-US first. Ashok, can I turn to you? I mean, the outlook for this, I presume, is that we want to have this deal done by the time of Trump's visit for the Quad Summit, but that frustratingly is longer than the 90-day timetable, so something needs to be done prior to the 90-day timetable to avoid a potential return of the reciprocal tariffs. So how do you see this game playing out?
Look, there could be an interim deal theoretically in the 90 days leading up to a bigger, proper deal by the autumn, by the fall. But more seriously, if the US is to sign any deal in the 90-day period, I would say the deal with India would pretty much have a very good chance, simply because the Indians and the Americans have been negotiating before almost anybody else started negotiating on tariffs and trade. We have continued and expanded on a discussion and a negotiation that began in the first Trump administration, was not taken up in the Biden administration because trade deals were not being discussed, and was picked up again in February, almost as soon as the USTR was confirmed by the Congress. So when President Trump met Prime Minister Modi, it was Prime Minister Modi who raised the idea of a trade deal and trade negotiations, even before Mr. Trump did. So I think India's been quite focused and astute in this. It's made an offer, which by Indian standards I understand is an ambitious offer. Perhaps it can lead to further negotiations. But if there is a trade deal with any country in the next 90 days, I'm pretty sure India would be one of the first.
Tanvi, I know you're not a trade specialist per se. You cover many topics, but do you have a view on this as well? Do you think this deal will kind of get over the line?
I mean, I'll make a broader point about these trade agreements. I do sense a different attitude from the Indian government on this, at least in terms of rhetoric. We obviously don't know what is in these deals. And you've heard this from the External Affairs Minister in recent weeks. You've heard this from the Commerce Minister just yesterday. His comments in Europe got a lot of attention, but he was very clear yesterday. He made a few points that are worth noting. One, he said, we need to do trade, and he also mentioned investment, not just trade. He's talked about that India needs to do more business with the world. But he also specified that India wants to do business in particular with trusted partners in the developed world. And the third thing that he mentioned, and this seemed to signal more to certain parts of, I think in terms of a domestic audience, is that it is become, that certain Indian sectors have become too used to having the domestic market and too comfortable, and that it would actually be good for Indian consumers and things like the Indian economy, job creation, to actually engage in this process. And the reason I think this is perhaps a different moment, I think nothing is inevitable, which is also why I don't think India is sanguine. I think you see that India is not sanguine in the fact that there seems to be some sense of difference from previous attitudes about trade agreements. This government, when it came in, was not keen on trade and bilateral investment agreements. And I think it's a confluence of conditions that bring us to this point. I do think the Trump administration's approach on this is one But I do think as well the need for additional growth and job creating growth, as well as the fact there is another thing that perhaps adds to this moment is that politically, perhaps for the government, there is a moment. There's only one state election between now and next year. This time next year, maybe that gives the government a little bit of space, including to socialize the public about these agreements. But I'll make two other points. I think one other thing that I get the sense at least some recognize, if not a number of people in government, is that this is not a business as usual moment for India or the world. This is a moment at the end of the day, I think, this is my view, that we have not seen since that period between 1989 and 1991. And it deserves the kind of reaction, even though it's not a crisis point like 1991 was, it deserves the kind of reaction in terms of understanding there needs to be urgency and agility, and perhaps going beyond that business as usual as India. So I do think this trade part of it is part of seeing that differently.
I'm going to go to our European colleagues now. In a sense, so Tanvi says this is not a business as usual moment. If Europe is to sign a trade deal with India by the time of the summit in the autumn, that will really be a not business as usual process for Europe, because it will mean, in effect, Europe is going to have to sign a deal similar to the Australians, a sort of stage one deal. You can't do a full Europe-style FTA in 6 months. So, Ambassador Ackermann, do you think this is going to happen?
Yeah, I think, it's no secret that the European Union is not an easy partner when it comes to FTAs. Not only do we have 27 different member states with different priorities, but also we tend to go for this comprehensiveness, in the FTAs, and I think Tanvi is right. This is not something we can, it's not the same pattern that we did with Canada or New Zealand or something. It has to be different, and that means also the European side has to adapt to the realities. But adapting to realities doesn't mean, and that's also valid for the American thing, that you throw your convictions overboard. You have to see what you can do. I'm very convinced that if both sides are serious and they are really willing to come to a conclusion, they will be able to do it. That it is not maybe the full-fledged Canada CETA deal, clearly, but it's maybe more than the Australia deal also. So I think let's see what comes out of it. I'm pretty convinced that I'm convinced because I think now is the moment, actually. Now is the moment to show that we believe in global trade. And I think the investment part, which the Indian side emphasizes, is an important part of this. The investment part is important, and I think it will also come. For the German business in India, an FTA will be a game changer, and that will bring new investment in India, there is no doubt.
More than an Australia deal. This now sounds like a contest between ambassadors named Philip in Delhi for who can get the best FTA.
So can I say my friend Philip said that they are not done yet. That's why I can say more than the Australia day on the first stage, because they are working on the next stage.
I like this Philip-based competition over Indian trade policy. This is terrific. Rosa, may I ask the same question? Do you share the ambassador's optimism? In a sense, I'm interested in this because were Europe, in a sense, to compromise on its traditional FTA model in order to do a trade deal with India at an accelerated timescale, it would be a real indicator of the kind of geopolitical impetus and a change in approach from Europe. And so, do you think it'll happen?
Well, let's be honest, the shift away from comprehensive trade deals that included everything on climate, on labour standards, on health and safety was already happening. Europe wasn't getting its way and was receiving a lot of pushback from countries around the world, but also from Europeans who were, protesting against, for instance, the Transatlantic Trade and Investment Partnership and against the agreement with CETA. So I think we were in that space anyway. So what is important? Number one is to lock in relationships through trade. Number two, to continue the conversation on all those things that might not get in the trade agreement, but that are important. And I do think Europe has a special role to play, together with others, in supporting what we call global commons or global public goods, which are very much related to climate, related to technology, related to all those trends that escape state control. Because what we have is a trend in which several states are trying to maintain and extend national control undemocratically, and we have a number of trends that go beyond states and that need to be regulated. And I think the EU definitely, and European countries, are in that camp of countries that want to think about global commons together with others. So I think that's the sort of way in which a thinner FTA can be compensated through different types of conversation.
Excellent. You may not see this, but I can see it. There's a clock ticking down at the front. We're now halfway through our time, and I've been given very strict instructions by Rudra Chaudhary that we're to end precisely on time. I want to ask about China, and I also want to ask about the opportunity for India, and we'll see if we can squeeze in a couple of audience questions as well. But first I want to go to Evan, in a sense, to talk about the balance between the US and China in the region. We face a curious next year because, in one sense, the US is going to be at the very center of Asian economic diplomacy. It's going to be negotiating with India, with Japan, with everybody else. At another level, it seems that the US is really abdicating its role as a leader in Asia, and you have this wonderful phrase where you have warned against the United States becoming the Hessians of Asia. I wonder, could you explain what you mean by that, and in a sense, what game you think the US is playing in terms of economic statecraft at the moment?
Yeah, I can explain that. I mean, to explain it gets at actually the way the region is changing and whether and how the U.S. is adapting. And as is implicit in my use of the phrase, the U.S., in my view, is not really adapting. If you think about why the United States was a leader in Asia, by which I really mean East Asia, in the post-World War II period, but particularly after the 1960s, it was because it was the principal provider of both security-related public goods and economic-related public goods and other benefits. And in the security realm, because everybody's largely afraid of you-know-who.
We'll get to them in a minute.
Okay. You know, I mean, just to be blunt about it, most countries in the region are scared of China. And because they're scared of China, the United States is, and for much of the region will continue, as far as my eyes can see, to either be a direct security provider or an indirect security provider through the security-related public goods that it provides through things like alliances, forward-deployed military presence, carrier battle groups. In other words, we sail boats and fly planes around, and we're good at it. And that's both instrumentally and strategically useful in the region. But that was never the end of the story for the United States in the region. The United States was also a leader here because it was an economic public goods provider, not least by, as I said earlier in answer to your first question to me, by being, for example, the demand that kept its market open to Asia's export-led economies that powered their way to prosperity on the back of American demand. And the United States was a standard setter. So there's no basis for collective security in East Asia until China and Japan have a moment analogous to France and Germany in Europe. And that being the case, as I said, the United States will be the principal provider of security directly or indirectly for most countries, not called China. But on the economic side, the U.S. demand profile, I'm sorry, it's shrinking in the region. U.S. trade with every country in Asia is going up in absolute terms. It's declining everywhere in relative terms. And there's much more intra-Asian trade, and the region is becoming more Asian and less Pacific. And if that's happening for structural reasons, then if you want to continue to play that economic role, you need to fall back on the other pillar, which was to be a standard setter, rule writer, and norm giver. But what we've seen over the last decade or so is the United States progressively withdrawing from that role. The U.S. pulled out. There are 3 trade agreements, for example, since we were talking about trade agreements, in that part of the world that set standards, the CPTPP, the RCEP, the DIPA. The United States is on the outside of not 1, not 2, but all 3 of them. Now, to go to your direct question, and then I'll stop, does that mean the region is bipolar between the U.S. and China? No, because everybody's still afraid of China, but also because there are a lot of large, capable, self-interested countries in Asia, including but not limited to India, also Japan, South Korea, Australia, that have something to say about the way the region is going to shape up and have power and capacity that they can bring to problems. And so you see that on things like trade rules, but also on functions that really matter. Online authentication and data access control, project finance, cross-border investment. There's lots of Japanese money flowing around the region. And so that being the case, the region is not really bipolar. It's heading for something that's more like fragmentation, where on different functions, different coalitions of countries are going to drive the rules. And CPTPP is the best example of that, right? President Obama said the U.S. has to be in CPTPP. Why? Because if we don't write the rules, China's going to write the rules. He literally said it. It's a verbatim quote. So that's bipolarity. But that's not what happened. When President Trump took the U.S. out of TPP, China did not come in and write the rules. Instead, the other 11 got together, solidified the agreement, and neither the United States nor China was party to the agreement. So that to me suggests, I don't know if you want to call it multipolarity, I call it kind of fragmentation, diversity. The United States needs to be adaptive to that Asia. And what I meant by Hessians was I see the U.S. abdicating the standard-setting role, shrinking in the demand role. It's being exacerbated by protectionism in the United States, and we don't want to end up in a position where we're basically just the security provider sailing boats and flying planes around. Because what that means is the region will become more Asian and less Pacific on functions that actually matter to American interests. And I think that's a trend line that's concerned me for 15 years. It's not specific to Trump. And it really goes back, if I'm going to be blunt about it, to the Asian financial crisis in the 90s. So that's what.
So we'll come to you-know-who in a minute, but Philip, you wanted to comment on this.
Yeah, I did. I'm very glad that Evan believes that the United States will continue to be a key security provider in the Indo-Pacific, and I totally agree with that. And I'm glad, but it is true, of course, that Australian governments, as a matter of long history, have sought the US's deeper engagement with the trade and economic affairs of our region. And it was a disappointment to us when the US removed itself from TPP. But look what happened. At that moment, everyone thought it was dead. Everyone thought it was over. And it was Japanese and Australian diplomacy that resuscitated it. I know, but Australian... And this moment is a moment where we will need more of that diplomacy by those parts of the region. But I want to make another point. So we are here at the Global Technology Summit. And if the United States isn't operating in terms of regional trade in the way in which we would be best pleased, we are seeing the United States step forward in relation to regional technology issues. And first with ISET and now with Trust, we are seeing sequential US governments focused on this core area for strategic balance in the region, and that is to be applauded.
Let me ask about China. In a sense, there are three relationships here, and my sense is everyone is nervous about everybody else. So the Europeans are worried that India and China are going to get closer. The Indians are worried that Europe and China are going to get closer. And everyone's worried that the Americans may do a deal with the Chinese, even in unexpected scenarios. So in a sense, who's right? Let's start with India. Tanvi, do you see, we see a sort of moderation, I think it's fair to say, and normalization at a low level of India-China ties. Is something more than that possible over the coming year?
I don't think we've seen, and I think you've heard a number of folks say this, is you have seen an effort to stabilize ties, seeing what's possible. Have developments in the US contributed to it? Yes, but there are also contributions in terms of the broader strategic and economic pressure that Beijing was facing, perhaps. Some calls for kind of some selective re-engagement here, economic re-engagement here. So you did see this process, which, by the way, was not a post-US election process. You have seen China and India. I saw signs from almost a year ago that an agreement was possible and to disengage. So I think you have seen the beginnings of a process, and the way that it was put is getting the path to normalization has opened up, and now the two sides have to walk it. And seems to be the countries seem to be taking that on a step-by-step basis, or at least that seems to be India's preference. You still hear sometimes from Beijing that we've sorted that out, now let's just focus on the relationship. And you are seeing a Beijing that every day, and you see this on the a couple of the Chinese embassy accounts here, you've seen it repeatedly. This sense of actually trying to say that one of the reasons India and China should do more together, including in Asia, is because look at what the US is doing. India is not taking that bait, and I think one of the reasons you're seeing India not taking that bait is it is structurally still a rivalry. There is you have not seen any changes in the kind of structural problems that the two countries have. For every sign or meeting that you have, you are seeing those competitive instincts between the two countries. So are we going to see more? Yes, we might see more steps. I think it depends on whether both sides think they're getting from this dialogue what they think is going to get them to move forward. But I think, and you could even see the topic of economic tariffs have come up. I've said before, I think there will be certain areas, there will be selective economic re-engagement. I think the minister was clear yesterday. He does not see India joining RCEP, for example, or having that deep trade or at least investment relationship with China that some would like. But nonetheless, I do think you've already seen some signs of that. But I do not see, unless China makes an offer to India to take it off the table in some ways and changes its behavior radically, that you are going to see a massive shift. One other thing that just worries, when you talk about people worrying about relation, the thing that people used to worry about when they saw China and India talking in the US, elsewhere, was that if China and India were getting along, or because India was concerned about provoking China, it would stop doing things with the US, with the Quad and others. We have not seen any signs of that, or any major signs of that in the last few months, even as India has been on this normalization process.
Ashok, same question to you, but in a slightly different way. We saw again my colleague Anka's interview with Piyush Goyal. He again sort of appeared to rule out BYD investment in India, said he preferred India doing business with developed economies rather than China. Nonetheless, there are two areas in which sort of India and China have an incentive to become more entwined. One is manufacturing, where Chinese imports are necessary and FDI is necessary. There's been a debate about that. The other is the green transition, where it is tempting to meet green transition targets using Chinese technology, batteries, turbines. So in a sense, is it possible to have a China-free supply chain for India?
In some cases, no. In some cases, frankly, we just have to. I'll give you one example of an area where a China-free supply chain is and was possible for all our countries: COVID vaccines. I worked on it when I was in the ministry, and you either had a China supply chain COVID vaccine, or you had a non-China supply chain COVID vaccine involving India, Australia, Poland, America, all countries. Anyway, that's besides the point. How does India approach China? Look, it's complex. China is India's largest trading partner in most years. In some years, it's the United States. China is a very significant economy. It's not going to go away. To boycott China is to punish Indian consumers. If my daughter wants to buy a laptop to do homework, chances are she'll buy something made in China, even if it has a US brand or a Japanese brand. Indian manufacturing, as it grows, as it advances, will need more and more cooperation with China, more equipment from China, more ingredients from China, more machines from China. The more iPhones we make, the more components we import. Having said that, and perhaps that should continue even faster than it is. Having said that, there are other areas where China remains a concern. One, the political relationship is still too poor, and I suspect will remain too poor, for Chinese companies to be allowed into public procurement in India. That's over. Second, India's economic transformation is coinciding with the digital moment. And digital technologies pose risk of permeation, of infiltration, in a way traditional technologies did not. So if you look at electric vehicles, which are data ingesters, if you look at AI, if you look at semiconductors, if you look at quantum computing, if you look at advanced biology or biotech, frankly, it's not just a question of diversification from China, it's a question of decoupling. And if that means greater short-term cost, they'll have to be borne. In telecom, we had to bear that. We kept out Huawei. The European companies, which were not as inexpensive, gained. Finally, India is very conscious and sensitive to dumping by China in not just in high-end goods, but also in low-end goods. Where the reason we did not sign onto RCEP is because our experience with trade deals with countries to our east, ASEAN countries broadly, in the early 2000s, led to a situation where eventually all supply chains seemed to lead to China, and Chinese goods were flooding our markets. Not just Chinese electric vehicles and semiconductors, but Chinese frying pans. And that poses not just an economic challenge to India, but also a social dislocation.
Let me ask the same question to our European guests. First to Rosa at the European level, and then second to Philip at the German level, given you have a new government. Again, everyone is worried about relations between their own country and China. I mean, in a sense, is Europe also going to go through a moment of normalization with China, do you think?
I think Europe has shifted considerably on China, and it's not just because the Biden administration pushed it in that direction. It's because of China's behavior. I mean, Europe really has an issue with the lack of reciprocity and has been developing a whole set of tools to protect its economic security, while at the same time differentiating itself even from the Biden administration, which is a friendly administration in the sense that it has always argued that on certain issues it does want to talk with China. And I actually think that that position will be maintained, that Europeans, yes, there was a phone call the other day about how to handle the tariffs between the President of the Commission and the Prime Minister, but that was of China, but that was to avoid China flooding the European market with cheap goods. So I think that balance will be maintained. And there's a paradoxical reason for which that balance will be maintained, and that is that actually European countries disagree quite a lot on how to deal with China. They have quite different types of dependencies with China. Some are dependent on China for exports, others for imports or FDIs, etc. But precisely because there is that diversity, it's actually very hard to have a single hawkish position. So I think that is my expectation, that at least that there will be an attempt to keep that distance and to keep focused on economic security and on and a balance between economic security and free trade and global commons, etc.
Philip, you have a new government, you have a new chancellor. The chancellor is from a centre-right party that traditionally has had a strong relationship with business. German business is generally very keen on doing business with China. On the other hand, your new chancellor has been quite outspoken. The new coalition agreement signed recently seems to be reasonably robust on Germany's position with China. Can you give us a sense of Germany's position on this?
I think it's wonderful that everybody thinks we have a new government. We don't, actually. But, you know, Germany is so reliable that you think we have a new government, and everybody
will soon have a new government.
In a couple of weeks, 2 weeks maybe. But I think I can say with some conviction that, you know, the position of Germany when it comes to China will not change. I think one should not get confused that we are now together with China against some power that wants to unwind the global trade and global business. Doesn't mean that we think that China is a better partner through this. I think we have the same problems with China like we had before, and I think Rosa is completely right when she says there is a growing discomfort in Europe, and when it comes to my government, we have always seen, these three steps: China as an economic partner, a competitor, and a systemic rival. And when you read this coalition contract paper, you'll find that the systemic rival is very, very strongly emphasized in this. So basically, I think for us, we will continue this, what we call the de-risking strategy. We will try to encourage German business to go elsewhere, not to put all their eggs in one basket. And India is an important country in this encouragement, and I'm coming back to what I said before, is a good reason to have a very solid free trade agreement.
Very good. So we've heard from our panel that we, in a sense, have a moment of profound geopolitical change. We also have only 10 minutes to go in our own panel, and I would like to I want to close by asking each of my panelists what the opportunity is for India. So you can all think about at least one thing that it should be an opportunity for India. But I would like to just take a couple of audience questions. Let me see, whose hand did I see go up first? So, sir, I'm only going to take a couple because we don't have a huge amount of time, and then I'll go over to this, the gentleman in the front here. If you'd introduce yourself, and I humbly request very brief questions with a question mark at the end, not a long-winded contribution. Sir.
My name is Akash. I am a researcher in science and technology policy, and I am a student of geopolitics also. My question is to Evan. How do you see the future of alliance politics with the recent happenings that have been there with the unilateral measures? And what role does the non-state actors like private companies or say tech giants play in those alliances? And how do you see the future of alliance politics?
Okay, well that's a very narrow question, Evan. You're only going to have a minute to answer that. Sir.
Thank you. My name is Yogendra Kumar, former ambassador. The question actually I have for the panel really is this, that in the entire discussion here, but I find it generally discourse in geopolitics and power equations and all that, the issue of climate change, global warming, is completely missing. And the fact that nowadays the reports are coming that by the end of the century, I think the temperature will cross about 3 degrees centigrade. And the stress being caused by this phenomenon, growing phenomenon, on the internal situation in all countries is actually aggravating internal situations, causing stress on the systems. So, in fact, now the report about that, in terms of insurance policies for housing and so on and so forth is going to already starting to cause problems. The question really is this, that aware of this kind of menacing threat, which actually is already started, everybody is feeling it, in our neighborhood, India, everywhere. Are we going to revisit the entire outlook towards power equations? Are we going to think about international relations a little differently?
Okay, that's a great question. I'm going to take one more, you sir at the back. I was looking for, anyway, there we go. One, and that's it. Sorry, I did see other hands, but I can't take all of them. Again, identify yourself.
Thanks, James. This is Rahul. I work at the intersection of tech and geopolitics. You mentioned the profoundness from the panel. Blessed to have a panel like this at the end of the day, but, maybe it's a sign of the times that everyone's been talking about economic interests and transactional relations, and no one's really touched upon the 3 major conflicts from my perspective anyway, because I spent a lot of time in Myanmar, so I count that as a 3rd conflict. There's tens of thousands of people dying in Ukraine, in Gaza, and in Myanmar. But no one on the panel has touched that at all.
Okay.
I'm not saying, but I guess the question then is, where does that feature in the geopolitics of the next year? Where does that feature in the alliances of the world? Is there a binary solution to it, considering we are in a tech conference where things can get binary?
Okay. All right. Now, panelists, you have about a minute each before we run out of time, so this is going to be difficult. Evan, you had a specific question about alliance politics, and I'd also like an opportunity for India thought from you as from everyone else. So why don't you go first?
Okay. Yeah, I can't address all aspects of the alliance question because you threw in business and civic groups. Why don't I just focus at the strategic level? First point, it's just a fact. The United States is currently introducing a lot of stress into its alliance relationships. It's a fact. And it's intellectually unserious to pretend otherwise. I think it's a little less salient in Asia, and it's manifesting itself in Asia differently than in Europe. But the problem is that the United States is increasingly China-centric in its approach to the region, and that's going to stress these alliances in a different set of ways. I'll be quick, I promise. I work for a guy named Rich Armitage. He was Deputy Secretary of State. Rich had a famous saying. He said, if you want to get China right, you got to get Asia right. But the U.S. has kind of flipped that. Increasingly, we're making every relationship policy initiative in Asia derivative of the focus on China. And the fact is, American allies have not securitized their approaches to China, particularly on the economic side, to the degree the U.S. has. And that's going to stress these because it means the U.S. is going to have to coerce compliance by extraterritorializing things like export controls, investment restrictions, and so on. And so that's going to be layered on top of the fact that the 5 treaty allies for the U.S. in the region are not entirely on the same page either on China or on regional order. Thailand's not Japan. Japan not even Australia. So that's a short answer. On India, my thing would be to say, when I first started coming to India, everybody in the United States used to say India was this place that needed to be reformed. So it was like India was this object that needed to be reformed. But if you've sat through this conference, as I have for a lot of years, all sorts of interesting stuff is happening in India, like all the stuff that Rudra's doing on DPIs, where India's developing models and innovating things that actually can be exported and scaled and that can be a model for other parts of the world. So to me, that's the opportunity, right? Like if I'm sitting in Africa or the Middle East, or I'm thinking about bringing people into the organized financial system, the United States doesn't really have much to offer compared to India in terms of ideas that have been pioneered here. So you go from object to subject, and India exporting its reform story and its own innovation story is, to me, that's where the opportunity.
Philip, I don't know if you want very briefly to pick up the excellent climate change point and also give us an opportunity for India as well.
So, super briefly on both the questions about regional conflicts and about climate change. The reality is we live in a time of great power contestation, and that makes it harder for the global community and us diplomats to eke out enough time and space to deal with the regional problems and this huge generational problem of climate change. I don't have the answer to that. All I can say is that the word that jangles around our system, reverberates around our system, is agency. That countries of the size of Australia need to engage with utmost agency to do what we can to try to resolve these problems as great power contestation flows through.
Opportunity for India?
Reform.
Okay. Let me go to Rosa. I wonder if you would like, you had a mention of Ukraine. I thought you might want to say a word about that, and again, an opportunity for India in this moment.
Well, I mean, there's one thing, I can sense quite a bit of glee at the decline of the United States as a hegemonic power, but I think we should remember that with hegemony comes responsibility. So if power is diffused towards a multilateral order, that means that these poles of the global relations need to take responsibility. And I think the responsibility really has to be towards peace and addressing conflicts. And you mentioned there's also Sudan, Ukraine, Gaza, Myanmar. It's only getting worse because great power rivalry encourages adventurism on part of regional actors, middle-sized actors, and climate. I mean, there is a planet that ought to be, at least needs to adapt to the reality of climate change. So I think for India as well, the idea of thinking about what kind of responsibility it can take on its shoulders so that it can have a greater say in global affairs, and how, together with other allies, it can work in the international organizations that at the moment are pretty much bankrupt. How can we work together to address those global commons? That, to me, is an opportunity for India as well.
Ambassador
Can I
Ackermann.
just jump in, because I think it's exactly what my point would have been. It's an India moment right now. The world is looking with great sympathy and great positivism at India. I would even say India is courted, generally speaking, and that means that this India moment can be used in a way that India is a proactive partner, a popular partner in the international setup. And I want to quote one specific example because it was mentioned. India was, at the end of COP, Baku, basically isolated. And it is very strange that, it was alone. And I would hope that India now, in this context, gets a more constructive and more proactive negotiation approach, and it is more sort of constructive at the table. I think that would be the India moment I would wish for.
And so, Ashok and Tanvi, in a sense, India specialists, can you give us an opportunity for India to close? Maybe Ashok first and then Tanvi. Okay, Tanvi first and then Ashok. Don't be too modest.
I'm going to use an Americanism. If you build it, they will come. And yesterday, Nandan Nilekani pointed out that the things India needs to do, it's not about what's going on about our internal. And if India builds the environment, capital is looking for places, countries are looking for partners, the region is looking for leadership, If India offers it, India will have that opportunity.
Ashok, final word to you.
Well, what will India do in the coming year? Quite honestly, hunker down, look inwards, show great urgency, long overdue, in signing trade deals with compatible partners such as the US, the EU, New Zealand, the UK. These are not trade deals that really threaten India in a way a trade deal with China would. I think there's great keenness and urgency to actually do those. Second, in a world which is perhaps moving towards spheres of influence and regions of influence, and certainly more great power competition, India needs to work much more closely with its immediate neighbors, because great power competition is coming very, very, very close to our borders.
Very good. This has been a fantastic event, and I think this has been a fantastic panel, so please give my panelists a big round of applause. Thank you very much for a great discussion. And I think this marks the end of the event. I will hand back to our hosts at Carnegie if someone wants to close, otherwise we will draw proceedings to a close. There we go. Thank you very much.
May I request the audience to please remain seated. Thank you, dear panelists, for a riveting conversation on the possibilities of this geopolitical and geoeconomic moment. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the conclusion of Carnegie India's Global Technology Summit 2025. I would like to take a moment to thank you all, panelists, speakers, moderators, and the audience for being a part of this impactful journey of ideas and knowledge exchanges over the past 3 days of conversations, both public and behind closed doors. We've had discussions on a range of topics, from AI, defense technologies, space, geopolitics, artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, DPI. We hope these conversations have helped move the policy needle forward. None of these conversations would have been possible without key stakeholders whom I'd like to take a moment to thank. First of all, I'd like to thank the co-host, the Policy Planning and Research Division of the Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India, led by Mr. Raghuram, our philanthropy partner, Tata Trust, summit partners, Meta, Microsoft, TCS, Salesforce, Google, SAP, LinkedIn, Qualcomm, IBM, MasterCard, and Amazon, knowledge partners, Co-Develop, Gates Foundation, CDPI, Akestep, GMF, King's College London Centre for Grand Strategy, COSS, Premji Invest, United Nations Office for Disarmament Affairs, our media partners, AsiaNet, ANI, Digital Partner, The Print, Green Partner, the Gen Z, and we have with us a cohort of young ambassadors from institutions which are academic partners, BML Munjal University, Center for Responsible AI, IIT Madras, IIIT Bangalore, IIIT Delhi, Kautilya School of Public Policy, Munjal Institute for Global Manufacturing at the Indian School of Business, Indian School of Public Policy, and NUGS, Kolkata. Last but certainly not the least, the Carnegie India team. But before we leave, we have a closing video to reflect on the verve of the past 3 days and the exciting conversations that have taken place. Can I have the video, please?
constantly is thrown on my face is Africa cannot afford AI. And for me, DeepSeek was that aha moment that you can do it with no resources at all.
The world is connected, whether we want it or not, through tariffs.